ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version. ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support nano mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a one-to-one
What's happening? We're back. We're back. Technically day 2. Here we go. Right. So next 2 days, chock full, amazing community artists sharing their workflow, sharing what they do. We're going to take some time to go through that though, before we get our first guest here in 30 minutes. So that's what we're doing today. And tomorrow we're going to have a bunch of amazing artists sharing, showcasing what they do. And how they put ZBrush within their pipeline and workflows. So I'm really excited for this. This is always fun to do. So we'll be going through that. But before we do that, let's ask you guys. Yeah, it's all right, Rodolfo. You're okay. It's the start. Yeah. It's all good.
It's
Gotcha.
First one for you, buddy. First one. You're allowed a buffer here.
Yeah, guys, Rodolfo's jumping the gun. He's sharing his screen. He just wants to share his screen. He's so excited.
Want to share stuff.
He just wants to share things.
Oh, I can't wait for today.
Okay, so before we dive in today, what was the most memorable moment for you guys? Because maybe some people watching right now didn't take a chance, weren't able to watch yesterday's stream with the sculpt-offs and the 2 sculpt-offs. Was there anything that stood out for you, Ian and Rodolfo, that you want to make sure, hey, got to go check this out?
Oh, I like the one that was like, it looked like an illustration. I don't remember the artist's name.
You're talking about Marcus? You're talking about Marcus?
Yeah, Marcus. Yeah, that one's crazy, man. Like I thought it was a BPR, like a bunch of BPR filters, and it wasn't. It was just hand-painted, hand-drawn silhouettes with the shading, kind of a comic book style effect. I love that piece. I just
okay.
I was stoked with that. What about you?
He was part of group 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I was in group 2.
I'm going to share a link for it in the chat so they know what one you're talking about, what card you're talking about. Ian, what about you? Go ahead.
Nice. Well, there was a few that really stood out. Honestly, it's so hard to pick sometimes because there is definitely a lot of talented artists that show up. I have to say, like, some of the standouts for me was AQ, because from Sphere to the crazy 5-headed Leviathan was insane for me. Layla's piece also, that kind of D12. That D12 character, and she got like a whole artistic like it was like a whole illustrative like render, which was super cool. And then who else? That chicken.
Ooh, right here.
That chicken.
I thought you were going to mention the frog, man. Like, to be honest,
the frog. We're getting there. I have a lot. Yeah, you know.
You disappoint me, and you disappoint me.
I could be persuaded. No. Yeah, and then just some of the creativities. Actually, that frog with the enchanted, the way the tongue is coming around the card, like I thought that was really cool.
That's in this group. That's in this group as well.
So definitely, honestly, again, what the coolest part for me, the thing that stood out the most for me was the fact that that so many people came with such creative ideas. And it was just wonderful. The Layla's piece too was down a little bit. I think you passed it. It was the D12 one. But yeah, again, so many great ideas that were just like top notch, and it was just really cool to see it. So that might sound like a little bit of like I loved everything, but no, seriously, it's really great to see what people bring to the table and where their creativity lies and how they push themselves. Because 3 hours is not a long time to do a thing. And these artists not only come out to, just compete, but they come for the swing. They're swinging for the fences. Jeez, it's early in the morning, guys. I need some coffee.
For you, it's early in the morning, not for everybody else. There's people in India watching this right now.
It's true. Yeah.
He's in
Not
Europe.
for me.
I'm happy to be here. Great. Listen, I'd say it always blows my mind what all you guys as artists can do and the way you guys use ZBrush. It's what fuels us on our side too, to continually thinking about how we can continue to grow ZBrush, what we could do feature set wise. I'm excited for today. I'm excited for tomorrow, especially also for those that I see some chat. There is a presentation by us tomorrow. We'll get to that in a second here, where we are going to show some sneak peeks of what we're working on and what we will be working on in the future for ZBrush, so you guys can get a kind of an idea of where we're heading with some certain things. So that'll give you a little peekaboo into our world behind the scenes making ZBrush tomorrow. But I would encourage you guys to take a time and look at this. We're going to open these threads back up because the judging has already begun, so you can't post anything here that can be judged anymore. So we're going to open these back up. Please feel free to jump in there. Let an artist know if there's a piece you love or just in general. This is a lot to do in 3 hours. It can be stressful. And I'm just more thankful for all you that wanted to participate, all you that wanted to be a part of this. I can't thank you enough. For me, I've been in this world. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary of ZBrush, really. The first version of ZBrush went out in 99, but we didn't start selling it until the end. Like, it went out in September of 99 for free. And then we didn't start selling it until like end of October, November-ish. So technically, we're past the 25th, but we are in the 25th in a way. We're just celebrating the past 25 years, what you guys have all created, done. And I myself have been a user for 20 of those, 21 of those. I don't remember anymore. I want to say maybe 21 of those years I've been a user myself, and been lucky enough to be on the team for 18 years.
Yeah, that's super amazing. And also, too, just real quick shout out to the team that runs ZBrush Central. ZBrush Central, for those who don't know, was basically like the first real social media platform for art to really be shared and showcased amongst ZBrush artists. Like, it wasn't the first, but it was like one of the first. So if you guys don't have a ZBrush Central account and all you want to do is see amazing ZBrush artwork, please go get one. It's a free account. Just go sign up, make a couple comments, go like a few things and then start posting yourself. If you want to see nothing but just good artwork from amazing artists, please go ahead and create an account. It's free. It's simple. It's really cool. Just like I love ZBrush Central. Anytime I get bombarded by other platforms, I come right back here, get inspired, and start creating. So definitely want to shout out to the hard work that ZBrush Central is over the last, what is it, Paul, like 18 years?
ZBrush Central is older than that. ZBrush Central, actually, I think, if I remember correct, I wasn't there at this time, but I want to, if I remember right, talking to the team that was there since the beginning, the first year they had ZBrush Academy first, was the website that they first started with, and then there was a user, from my understanding, that made ZBrush Central, and then the managing team went, "Hey, we really love what you're doing. Let's work together." And then I think they ended up buying ZBrush Central. I believe that's how. I could be wrong, because again, I wasn't there at that time. But there was ZBrush Academy at one point, and then this became ZBrush. And I want to say it was the first year actually that ZBrush became in 2000. So I think ZBrush Central's been here since 2000.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, all I know is it's an amazing platform. If you just need to see art like me in your life, I'm preaching to the choir. I stand by it on the hill. I'll scream from the rooftop. Definitely go just log into ZBrush Central. You'll get nothing but amazing artwork. So
just so you get some perspective, in 2000, I was 10 years old.
Thanks. Thanks for making me feel older than what I am. Awesome.
Paul, you're leveled up, not old. There's a difference. Okay.
There you go. I am 18 with, what is the math now? 28 years of experience. That's what I like to say.
Everybody replace their
really, I'm
age.
12.
Yeah, I do this. Stop saying I'm 42 years old. I'm level 42, people. All right, and that means
better.
a lot.
Yeah.
So-
Level 42.
So I want to go through the presentation so you guys can see what's coming to. Last thing about ZBrush Central that you guys might not be aware of. Obviously, Top Row is what made this. These are ones that we pick as a group. They're like, hey, this sculpt is so freaking amazing and crazy. And the work that you did with ZBrush and sharing the stuff that you're sharing with ZBrush too is incredible. But we've been doing this secondary row, which is staff picks. So every week we go through ZBrush Central and we nominate internally, hey, this piece is awesome, this piece is awesome, this piece is awesome, this piece is awesome. And then we as a group decide which one is the staff pick for the week. So each one of these has been a staff pick for the week. And again, the benefit to you guys as an artist, I'm sure you guys seen, if you ever visited ZBrush Central, or for that matter, you left ZBrush open, there's a screensaver that pops up and you guys start seeing artwork. This is where we're pulling it from. We're pulling it from, the staff picks, and we're pulling it from the Top Row and our beta testers. So all the images that they're doing, we're putting that in there. So this is just important for you. This is how sometimes you could get discovered. I know a lot of people have gotten discovered on ZBrush Central. So just something for you guys to think about as well. So going to the presentations. So there will be a hard surface, and it's today. So yesterday was our Sculpt Off, where we had our invited artists that were been a part of us, a Sculpt Off before, the invited ones. And then we had that open to the public one. So again, you can take a look. I've already shared the links up in the chat. But today we're going to be starting with Loot Studios. This is miniatures. This is a growing way to use ZBrush, right? So this is going to be a lot of fun. So you can really see how can ZBrush be used to create, you know, these kind of miniatures that some of you guys are probably playing these games, and maybe it's an opportunity for you to make your own. So this is going to be really great, a fun show. We're going to kick that off. Then we're going to go into anatomy with Ryan Kingslien, part of our 25th anniversary. He was there in the beginning, so he might be able to tell the actual right story about ZBrush Central. We could probably ask him instead of me going, I think this is the way it was. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think Ryan was there. So Ryan was there in the first about 5-6 years of ZBrush world, right, when it first came to. So he could definitely probably even share a story or two with us. But he's also really gotten into anatomy, and really helping users and having his own courses and everything. So that's exciting to have him. Someone asked about the hard surface. So Ryan's, you guys can open these. You can see the stuff that Ryan has, and then any of these. This is going to be your hard surface one. So this is Daytoner, Daniel Hahn. So he uses just ZBrush and Keyshot. Like, that's it. Those are pretty much his two applications for everything you see in these images. So if you're the person who's asking for hard surface, this is the one, right? They want, again, the times are right here of when they're going. Okay. And then Marco Lazov is also going today. We've been making this joke. I don't know when he sleeps, because he's also been in the streams. He's always sculpting. He's always posting videos. He's always drawing.
He's there. He's in the chat. I can see.
Is he already? Not surprised.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's
not
there.
surprised. See, he doesn't sleep. He doesn't sleep. So I love his work. I'm a massive fan. I've been following him for years as well. So I'm so happy that he was able to take time and show his workflows and how he uses ZBrush iPad as well. So that's really exciting to have him here. We also have something very different. Again, that's what we're trying to show with the ZBrush Summit, how ZBrush is just different types of artists, industries. So we're also going to have Shamach, who uses ZBrush for tattooing. So he's going to show, hey, how does he use ZBrush for tattoos? And I know Ian's ready. Yeah, go ahead, Ian. Yeah. You're ready, huh?
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, I already have an arm for this artist.
You got a whole arm.
I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm
in the trunk or your arm. I don't know.
My arm. Like, no, I'm kidding. Like what Paul's saying too is what's so exciting is we always try to showcase not just ZBrush in its best light with amazing artists, but also too, we're trying to showcase the industries that you guys can tap into and, you know, continue being an artist, because that's what we're about first and foremost, is the artistry and the way of creating an expression of oneself. And to see somebody like Shamach come in and just bang out tattoos with using ZBrush, like I'm super stoked for that one. Like I'm stoked for all these, but that one.
He's not the only one.
I know. Yeah. It's so cool.
Yeah, he was just at a shop that when we talked to him recently, right? That another guy in the shop was using ZBrush too. So
yeah, And fun fact, just small story. I got
Okay.
a tattoo earlier this year,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
ended up they were like, "Oh, with like, what do you do?" We're talking about ZBrush. They got ZBrush for iPad right there in front. They're like, "That's cool. Let's do that." And one of the tattoo artists was already sculpted something and like showcasing NPR shader to get like the lines. He's like, "Oh, this is so cool." So there's so much you guys can do, and I'm excited for these presentations. So anyway,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm geeking out.
You're good. That's what we're doing. And then the last presentation for today is actually going to be with WeFX. They're going to show how they use ZBrush for Wednesday, the TV show on Netflix. I'm sure you guys are all used to that. So we're going to have 5 of the artists here joining us. And again, you guys can open up these little magnifiers and go and see more about them, links to their work as well. So we're going to end that with today, but tomorrow we've got more happening. So tomorrow's the last day of the ZBrush Summit. Again, starting the same time, just so you know, it's 9 o'clock Los Angeles time when it starts as well tomorrow. So our first person is going to be Jordy. As you can see, all these images here is all 100% ZBrush is what he's telling me. And he pretty much just uses ZBrush. He kicks it to Cinema and renders with Redshift. But like all these vehicles, the shoes, all this stuff, he's like, no, I'm just 100% ZBrush. I just go for it, right? So we thought he would be amazing as a guest to show you guys just again, here's product design. Here's different ways to use ZBrush again. That's one of our goals here with the ZBrush Summit as well, is to hopefully give you guys some information, inspire, right? And then connect with each other as we always do. And then we'll be followed up with id Software showing Doom and everything that they can do in ZBrush with their work. So it'll be another one. They usually will bounce on organic and hard surface. They use ZBrush for both, actually. They were a guest before a couple summits ago, and they were actually highlighting all that as well. So they'll be going through this too here.
Then we'll be following models as well in ZBrush, which is mind blowing. Yeah.
And then we're going G.I. Joe. Okay, American Hero. From Hasbro will be following up after them and showing the G.I. Joe line, how they use ZBrush to make a toy. What are the things that they do? Again, something different. I always get questions from people. Just like our first presentation today with being miniatures from Loot Studios, right? Understanding what can I do, right, with ZBrush for different types of industry. They got to 3D print this stuff. They got to make stuff that's physical. Like Hasbro's got to worry about there's a kid playing this, there's some child. How strong can it be? There's certain things, right? When you're making a miniature, there's certain things you need to do. So I'm excited for you guys to learn about all this too. After G.I. Joe, I'm very excited for Mitchell. This is again another one of those where I've been following him forever. He doesn't use ZBrush. He knows of ZBrush, and ironically, his wife also is actually teaching sculpting in a school nearby here in California. He takes toys and just puts them in amazing, funny scenes. And every time I go to his feed, it just makes me smile and laugh, and I just freaking love his work. And I just want to promote art. We want to promote art. So, and the toys he's using, a lot of them are sculpted in ZBrush. So it's got an overlay in this way, right? Just showing a different way to be an artist as well. I'm super excited for his as well because I just love it. Then to cap off, we're going to have a video from Patrick 4D that's going to walk through, again, a different type of industry. He uses ZBrush to do food. And then he is getting contracted out by so many people. It's crazy. There's probably a lot of product you guys don't even know when you walk into your grocery store and you're buying stuff. It's his actual packaging. Like he's at that level. Like I know the Oreo package because I saw a video of him walking in the grocery store and goes, this was my render. I made this. And he uses ZBrush Cinema 4D as well as his tools together, but he uses a ton of ZBrush. So we have a video from him just kind of describing like how he did it, where his passion went, how he even landed on this. And then we're going to end the day with our special presentation. This is where we're going to give you guys, again, a sneak peek of what we're up to, what we're doing, what's the maybe coming future of ZBrush for you guys. And then we'll end with the live Sculpt Off winners. And we'll be announcing both groups. We're going to have 1st through 5th for both. And they're going to be winning stuff that our sponsors have incredibly given us gracious. And then throughout today and tomorrow, we also will be sharing some stuff for you guys, the ability to win some prizes as we go through the day, through between each presentation. So chock full 2 days for sure, right? I will put this link in the chat too. So if you guys want to have this bookmarked or have it, you can have that as well. there. So this is where you guys are going to need to go. I'll put the link in here. This is where you go to register for prizes. So you'll want to click that link. You'll see from time to time the team in the truck, which they're not really in a truck. It's just a saying. I just used to, why not?
Oh, no, they're in the truck.
Oh, they're in the
Put
truck.
a truck inside the building.
Yeah, that actually would be pretty good. So they'll be putting stuff up for you guys to scan the QR code. So have your phones ready. As we go through here, they'll be putting stuff up for you too. So you'll want to fill this out, and then you should get kicked a confirmation email that you'll have to say, yes, you can reach out to me, right? Because in order to win, we got to reach out to you and make sure you know. Okay. So
I got a question for you, Paul.
Yeah.
In the chat,
go ahead.
Someone is asking about the giveaway drawings. Can they enter once per day, or can they just enter once?
It's just once. You should be able to just enter once, because we're not actually doing any of the drawings until next week. We're not gonna be able to doing any drawings live throughout these 2 days. It's just get your name in there, get your name in the pool, sign up for those, and then next week we'll be doing randomizing from that pool of you that have signed up for the prizes. Great question, for sure. Yeah. So again, chock full. We got 10 minutes away yet from when we're going to have Loot Studios here, right? We're going to have Robson here. Like, very excited.
Crazy talented artist.
Great, a lot of fun work, right? So again, just to
already have
give
some.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say Robson already has some fans in the chat too, which is exciting.
Yeah,
always cool to see. Yep. So, it's exciting. Again, this whole lineup from this first presentation to the last is just swinging for the fences here. It's really cool.
Yeah. So here's some of Robson's work on his art station, right? Again, you guys can get that from the page, and then if you want to follow his Instagram, there you go. Let's get him some followers. Everyone go follow him, would you?
Go follow.
Let's get him some more followers.
Look and subscribe.
I like that one right there.
Hit the bell.
I like that one. That one's a good one right there. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. So we're super excited for them. And again, we can't thank enough to all the artists and the studios that are involved in this too, for us and for you guys taking time out of their days. It is the weekend, right? And people are taking time away from their families and things like that. So it's really awesome. I know some of you probably went to your significant others like myself and said, hey, I'm a ghost this week. I'm not available. It's like dust out the door. So so we're thank you again. I can't thank. And then you guys sitting here watching, ready to do this and intake all this. We're super excited. This should be really a lot of fun for all of us. So I'm really looking forward to these presentations. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be a YouTuber just for a second. I live stream.
Okay.
If you guys don't mind too, while you're watching and stuff, if you all could just make sure to like and share, and if you're not subscribed, please do it. Like it sounds like it's such a YouTuber thing, but also like it means a lot to us for you guys
that
to
notification bell
like that. So, and it also means a lot to the guests that we have on, and it's that type of interaction that helps us keep doing this. So, we always want to bring the best of the best to you guys. So, if you haven't, please do that. That'd mean the world. That's how you can win my heart over today. Yesterday was frogs. Today's likes.
Hey, you never know. You could luck out. There could be some presentation thing.
Maybe Robson has some frogs.
Maybe Robson has
creatures.
Some for you. There's a frog that all of a sudden appears.
Some miniatures.
I think maybe you got a line here you can make. You should talk to Robson and have a line of frog miniatures or something. I think we got a game here, Ian. I think you got a game going here. I think we've got the cards. We can talk to Robson about let's make some miniatures with it. Here we go. Here we go.
I love it.
I can make the board, the environments. Let's just do it.
That would be really fun, honestly. That'd be a fun community thing where we just all do it as a group, as a community, right? We do something as a return. Let's make a fun game together, everybody. Right?
The frog game.
Cool. Let's do it. And John Carbon, it was rocks for Rodolfo, frogs for Ian. That's right.
That's right.
Together, we had a nickname yesterday. It was like Froggle from Aura.
Fraggle Rock.
Fraggle Rock. Fraggle Rock.
You guys probably don't know what Fraggle Rock is. Do you guys? I know Rodolfo doesn't know what Fraggle Rock is. Ian, do you know what Fraggle Rock is?
I don't think so. Okay, I might be just young enough.
Yeah. This is another Jim Henson amazing TV show that was in the 80s that we grew up with. Us older kids grew up with. So it was an awesome show. I watched it every week. Loved it. It was a
Awesome.
great another
Yeah.
another one of those 80 things I'm throwing at you guys. You're welcome. Chock
That's
full
good.
of useless information for film, as we all learned yesterday.
Look,
But today
Paul,
is
I was
really again all
created-
about the presenters. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was created in the 80s and raised by the 90s. That's how that's me.
So that's a good T-shirt too, or something. There,
It is.
yeah,
Yeah.
created in the 80s, raised in the 90s. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got
Yeah.
nothing else to say other than let's freaking do this. I'm excited.
Well, we got like 6 more minutes before we get going with Robson. So, so again, we will be sharing stuff as we go along here. So have your phones ready if you need to do scanning with QR codes. Right, there's a bunch of things that you're going to have that pop up for you. We're going to talk about our new promotion. Here you go, register for prizes. There's an example of one popping up right now. We just announced a bundle that we're doing with Substance Painter. So you can get ZBrush and Substance Painter for $6.99 a year. So that's usually, Substance is $5.99 a year, ZBrush is $3.99 a year. So you're saving 30% off. So if you are using and wanting to get into ZBrush and Substance together, it's a great opportunity. But the code's up right now. So there's a lot of stuff. Keep an eye on that bottom corner. There's going to be stuff constantly being popped up for you guys. The new T-shirts that we're wearing became a thing yesterday. Everybody was asking, so we put it on our store. So the T-shirts that Ian, Rodolfo, and I are wearing are available now on our merch store. If you would like to go get one, there you go.
They're comfy. I like these shirts. They're really comfy.
Yeah.
It's like
Nice.
a solid shirt. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just keep an eye on all that stuff for sure. All right. As we keep going through here and then myself, Rodolfo, and Ian will be your hosts. Sometimes it'll be the 3 of us. Sometimes it'll be the 2 of us. Maybe sometimes it'll be 1 of us. And it's all going to be we're going to keep it different, keep it rocking and rolling. We will be monitoring the chat the best we can. I know once we start this every year, people start asking a lot of questions for the presenter. So obviously they have a lot of stuff they want to get through. We will do our best to filter some questions to the presenters as we go along here. But just keep in mind, we're not going to be able to filter everything to them because they got a lot of stuff on their plate they really want to share with you guys. So we have to find a little bit of a balance there. We also have Dice K, who is, I think, just going to be in the chat the entire time. He's never going to leave.
Yep.
I feel like
he loves it. He loves it there. It's awesome. So yeah, super shout out to Daisuke-san because he actually is he's living in the time zone of Los Angeles all the way in Japan. so yeah, he's adjusted for this, which is awesome. And also too, real quick, just wanted to mention, you guys can start learning ZBrush for free. If you're a beginner and you could do it for 100%, got an iPad, just go to the App Store, look up the ZBrush. Just type in ZBrush and you can download it and start for free on that. So absolutely really good for beginners. And also too, if you go to our website, there is student licensing and teacher licensing. Educational licensing is really affordable. So make sure to check that out too.
Yeah, there's some options for sure here that you guys want to take a look at. Okay, so again, quick recap before we bring Robson on. Please, at any time, go ahead, visit our page here for the entire schedule of all the presentations we have today and tomorrow. Again, once put that in here. I always like doing a little recap for you guys. There you go. There's that link. ZBrush Central, I'll give you the post again. You're going to have the ability to go look at what the artists. So here's the screensaver example. That's again pulling from top row staff picks and our beta images. So this is the one this is the second group. This was open to the public. So there is that. And then also we have the one that was the first group, which was like the invited artists back. So the posts are open again. If you want to go in there and hop in and just say how much you love the work, appreciate the artists, what they were able to do. So they're also now sitting right here at the top within the staff picks row again. So you guys can go visit those. I'm sure the artists would love to hear how much you loved watching them work and the stuff they've done. It was really awesome to see that, right? And then again, for the giveaways that we're going to be doing this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we will be showing you guys what we're going to be giving away from our sponsors, but we'll be pulling all the winners next week. We won't be giving away anything live per se, but we'll be showing you after every presentation the items that you guys have the possibility of going and winning. So make sure you register. Again, you want to fill this form out. There should be an email that gets kicked to you, and then you have to say yes. You have to get that green check mark that yes, you can contact me, right? So that's important because otherwise you don't go into the pool. All right. So that would be a good thing. So anything from Ian and Rodolfo before we get ready to bring Robson on?
Yeah, we were talking about the ZBrush Central website. Again, in case you haven't, go check it out. If you don't have an account, create an account. It's free. We're always in there, right? Every week we go through and scour ZBrush Central for the crazy artwork that we see each week there, and it's just like it just baffles me every time I go in there. Every day we get like a ton of crazy good artwork. So in case you don't have an account, just go in there and register for free. And, you can start sculpting. You can put in your sketches, your final artworks. Doesn't matter. It's all a community. It's all we're there to support. Any questions you might have, you can also post that. And I know myself, Ian, Paul, and Daisuke are always in there checking out what you guys are doing. So, yeah, that's it. Just wanted to shout out ZBrush Central.
Awesome, man. Honestly, the last words is buckle up, get excited. It's great day to be an artist. Let's go. I'm excited.
Yep.
All right, let's do this, right? Let's bring Robson on. Guys, we'll see you. We're gonna play a nice little video and we're gonna come back with Robson. Let's do it.
Jump scare. Oh. Hey, there he is.
Hello, everyone.
Magical. Look at that background. Look at that background too.
Yes.
Look at that.
All right.
That's awesome.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. We got to play a game. How many collectibles do people think are back there?
Do you know how many miniatures are back there? Did you guys count? You guys didn't count them, right? You didn't.
No, we don't even count.
That would be a fun game, though. Would be a fun game. Well, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this and taking time again out of your weekend to be a part of this and being here with us, sharing how you work and how you guys at Loot Studios use ZBrush to create miniatures. We're really excited to have you.
It's an honor of mine. I follow ZBrush Summit since the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And it's an honor to be here.
Awesome, man.
We couldn't be more excited to have you. Yeah, we couldn't be more excited to have you. So we're going to let you take it away. We're going to kind of now be in the background, then looking at questions that we can maybe throw at you as they come through. But we want you to have all the time you can to share your work and show everybody what you guys do at Loot Studios. So thank you so much for being here. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. So everyone, it's a real honor to be here at the ZBrush Summit this year. My name, as was presented, is Robson Barros, and I've been sculpting in ZBrush for 7 years now. I'm currently the art manager at Loot Studios, and I've been with Loot since the very beginning. I actually started out as a 3D sculptor, working directly on our early miniatures, and over time, I grew to the role of coordinator, leading projects and helping shape our production workflow. Today, I oversee both production and pipeline and the art direction for Loot Studio subscriptions projects, making sure that each release maintains our creative vision and standards quality. Before we start, I want to share something that's a little fun piece of history. Let's actually start with a statue and collectibles curse, using ZBrush, of course. Before Loot even existed, a co-founder, Álvaro Ribeiro, on top. Let me circle here. Here's on top. Formerly XM Studios and Primal One and many others, was teaching artists from all over Brazil and the world how to sculpt in ZBrush. I was lucky enough to be one of his first students. Many of them are still with us today. and together we helped shape the company's artistic identity from the very beginning. ZBrush has been the center of my professional journey from the very start. As you can see on the bottom is a progression that I had on the ZBrush class of our photo. On the left, of course, is before, and the right is the after. This tool, it's not only shaping my career, but also become the foundation of everything we built at LUT. So being here today at an event that celebrates ZBrush and its community feels a bit like coming full circle, you know? Let me pass the next slide.
Well, we're excited to have you. This is awesome. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it started that way. That's awesome.
Yeah. For those who might not know LUT, LUT is a creative studios focused on high-quality digital miniatures for 3D printing. We've been around for more than 5 years now, and in that time, we have sculpted over 3,000 unique characters and creatures, everything from tiny goblins to massive dragons. We release completed themed bundles every month, with heroes, monsters, terrain, lore, and concept art for tabletop gamers, painters, and collectors all around the world. Our mission is to tell stories through sculpture. Every miniature is a small world of its own, and every detail, from the pose to the base, should say something about who that character is. Before I get into the details, I want to show you a quick video, kind of a best of LUT, that highlights some of our work our team has produced over the years.
5 years ago, a spark was lit. A dream forged in passion, imagination, and resin. But it wasn't just our dream. From the first tavern door we opened, you were there. Together, we raised our mugs and began crafting a story unlike any other. We ventured through Panshaw, shouted "Ahoy!" on the decks of pirate ships, faced legendary dragons in the skies above kingdoms. We walked the path of songs and sins, blazed through neon streets, and braved epic journeys. Because LUT has never been a solo quest. It's a guild, a community of creators. We don't just scope miniatures. We shape possibilities. And with every paint stroke, every dice roll, you gave our work purpose. You've shown us that the best stories aren't just told, they're lived. One adventure at a time. So here's to 5 years of shared wonder and to the stories still waiting to be told. Let's create fantastic stories.
Wow, that's so cool.
That was awesome.
That's so cool.
That was awesome.
Thank you very much.
I'm ready. Let's go. I'm ready to work for you guys. Come
Yeah.
on. Are you guys hiring? Do you know if you guys are hiring? I was going to look on your website. Do you have a place on your website? Because people are already asking, I think, about that a little bit.
Yes, we have an email. Every time someone is interested in working with us, we follow forward this email.
Okay.
But constantly, we always looking for great talented artists. Always.
Great. That was an awesome video. That was a great video, man. Tell your team that was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They will be very happy.
Yeah.
So these are just a few examples what we have done over the years. You can probably tell the variety is a big part of what we love. From fantasy to sci-fi, dark and stylized to realistic. Each project challenges us to push our knowledge in ZBrush a little further. So at LUT, our approach to sculpting is driven by one principle. Every miniature must tell a story. It's not just about technical excellence. It's about creating a sense of emotion, weight, and purpose in every piece. We like to think that if a painter or a gamer can look at one of our models and instantly imagine who the character is, or what is happening on that scene, then we done our job right. Now, let's talk about how all of this come together, because producing so many models every month takes a lot of structure and teamwork. Our process at LUT starts long before any sculpting begins. It starts with research. The lore team defines the universe, the backstories, the relationships between characters. That gives us a strong emotional and visual foundation for the process. At the same time, the marketing team provides us with input on what our community loves, what's trending, and which type of models or poses, creating more engagement or painting appeal. Every creative team at LUT gathers references, not just as professionals, but as fans. We share the same passion as our audience. Once the team is approved, the concept art team translates those ideas into visuals, exploring silhouettes, composition, storytelling, and moods. Each model goes through multiple rounds of review, artistic feedbacks, printability tests, and storytelling adjustments to make sure it fits the world perfectly. We also have technical specialists who handle mesh optimization, thickening delicate parts, and ensuring everything prints beautifully at 32 and 75 millimeters scale. It's a collaborative process, and ZBrush sits at the center of it all. It's where the stories become tangible. And later in this talk, I will go deeper into some key topics that connects all of this, like engineering, supports, and finishing, to show how we make sure every model is both beautiful and printable. Now, let's explore our ecosystem of products. This, for example, is an image of a full bundle that we release each month. Our main focus, of course, is on miniatures. Every month, we release 40 to 15 new miniatures designed for painters, players, and collectibles all over the world. Each model is fully tested and optimized for 3D printing, which is our primary technology on resin for high-quality details. We also print many of our larger projects and props using filament printing, which allow us to handle bigger scales efficiently while still maintaining quality. We also have props like this one. The prop line that started as a small experiment on a single bundle and quickly became a fan favorite. Prop lets us bring digital sculptures into the real world, like through wearables, items, display pieces, and home decor. Working at a life-size scale introduces new challenges like weight, ergonomics, and scale accuracy. But it's incredibly rewarding to see people physically interact with our designs. Beyond these two, we also develop other lines like statues, collaborations between companies, Viking sagas in the form of huge bundles, and rewards for the community, each with its own technical and artistic focus. At LUT, we took ZBrush not just as a sculpting tool, but as a creative playground, a space where concept and execution can coexist. Many of our bundles involve multiple artists work at the same time on the same project, sometimes dozens of sculptures that all need to feel like they belong to the same universe. Like, let me go back here, like this one. They seems like they belong to the same universe. And to maintain consistency, our 3D coordinators review every sculpt. There is Kyle, Pavanelli, and Diogo. They also were students of Álvaro in the very beginning. They are responsible for maintaining the quality, proportion, and artistic identity of every model across the project. Using ZBrush turntables, internal review sessions, and project management tools. They guide a continuous feedback pipeline that covers every step of production. Like the blockout phase, to ensure solid composition and gesture, faithfulness to the original concept, keeping the storytelling intact, readability adjustments, refining shapes so every element is clear, intentional at small scales. Now, I want to share some of the principles we apply every day when sculpting miniatures, especially at small scales. The concept quality. A great concept is like a map. It gives direction and purpose. All concept artists include notes, material callouts, and great rendering, as you can see. All of which help sculptors to make confident decisions, even before the sculpting begins. We are already thinking about the scale. For example, the wings on the Sphinx, they will be cut. They will not be part of the final print. They will be as a separate piece. The pose balance for bending or warping, and possible support needs like wings. Wings are something that we always make sure they are separate from the characters, because they have to have a special treatment for 3D printing. And then the concept is clear, like this one. The sculpting process becomes more fluent because the concepts already answer most of the technical questions before we even ask them. The primary forms. Primary shapes define the piece's overall balance and composition. They determine the scale and relationship between major elements, which is critical for small models. In this stage, we focus on making sure the silhouette and larger volumes, like you can see here, the silhouette of the character, the larger volumes here are all in the part of the first composition, which is critical for small detail models. In this stage, we are focused on making sure the silhouette and larger volumes are clean, readable, and harmonious. We avoid unnecessary overlapping between elements, and we visualize the model at reduced scales to ensure it remains clean, even when viewed from a distance. If primary forms aren't working, this is very important. If primary forms aren't working, no amount of details later will save the sculpt.
Robson, there's a question coming asking about for printing. What printers are you guys using at your studio? And this is part of your process in this area. That you guys are doing some test prints. Are you allowed to share what printers you guys are using for your?
Yes, of course. We use commercially available printers, the same as our public. because we want to see the same results that we have internally in their hands. We don't use fancy or very expensive printers that will not meet the expectation of the public.
Right. So you're doing tests on the printers that they're going to have at their house. So making
yes. Like a Lego. Like
how many printers? Wait, now I got to know how many printers do you know how many printers you guys have?
The printing room is right in front of me. I believe we have like 30 printers or something like that.
That's awesome.
A lot,
That's a big room.
That's a lot.
Big room. That's a big room.
And
what about
in the chat?
Go ahead.
In the chat, Loot Studios is saying Elegoo, Anycubic, and Frozen.
Yes. That's our main brands.
Consumer level.
Same thing. Same thing for FDMs too.
Yeah.
Just resin?
We are in FDM. We are a big fan right now on the latest Bamboo Lab printers.
Yeah,
they are
my favorite.
amazing.
That's my favorite. Yeah, they just work.
Yes, of course. If you have AMS on top above to print colorful, it's print really beautifully.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, guys, please feel free to keep putting questions because obviously Robson's not the only one here from Loot Studios. Loot Studios is here on their YouTube channel, so they can answer questions too that we don't always have to funnel to Robson as well. Thanks for taking that, Robson.
You can see this print on my screen.
Yeah, let's here we'll make there. Now your camera is full.
This is the.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the piece you're doing.
Yeah. This is the one.
Wow, that's amazing.
The details you guys are kicking, it's just awesome, beautiful.
So let's go to the secondary forms. After that, we move into the secondary forms. And this is where the sculpting really starts to find its identity. This stage is all about refining surfaces, adding structure, and define the character's personality through mid-level details. Folds in clothing, armor panels, buckles, and even bigger ornaments. But what makes this step special in miniature design is that we always think about the user experience. Let me share an example with you guys. Every shape from a bottom of a pouch needs to be scaled to the size of a brush tip. Edges need to be thick enough for the painting washes to flow naturally, and forms must be deep enough to get light and shadow during painting. The goal here is to make sure the miniature is not just beautiful as a digital sculpture, but functional, readable, and rewarding to paint. Tertiary forms. So, in miniature sculpting, this is where restraint becomes essential. For example, a detailed leathery skin texture, like the wings of this dragon. It can look great in ZBrush, but when printed at 32 millimeters, it can easily get lost, or worse, can create a noise that ruins the surface if it will be too tiny. Overly fine details can also generate issues during prototyping, leading to islands that require extra supports. And in the finishing process, these micro textures are often the first to be lost when you are cleaning and sanding the print to remove the support marks. So we have to be smart about it. We rely on larger, readable textures that holds up in physical form. Or we leave space for painters to interpret the materials through their own style. So we have to remember that miniature painting is an art of itself, as you can see behind me. And it's part of the fun, letting the painter add their own style, their own layer of storytelling.
What's your minimum tolerance? Like, you brought up a good point with the wings, right? And then you guys are printing them separate. What have you guys, because you are working on such a small scale, you're trying to get the beautiful details that you are getting. What is your guys' minimum tolerances that you do?
The minimal tolerance, we go about 2 millimeters. 2 millimeters.
2 millimeters.
And for like 75 millimeters. But when you work with many different scales, like a gargantuan dragon like this one, we have to consider a little bit more, right? We have to adapt. So each miniature, it's like a case to be studied. We have some principles that we follow, but the art is organic. So we have to adapt. We have to test and adapt always.
Okay. And someone's asking about, for you guys, your painting process. They're asking, what is the process you guys do? You guys use spray? I see you were hand painting, obviously, as well. Your team, they do their own painting as well.
Yeah, we do most of our painting internally, and is hand painted miniatures. We value deeply the miniature painting hobby. It's like a very amazing art of itself, and we value deeply. We consider a lot those, and we get feedback from our painters on how to improve better our elements and shapes in our sculpts.
That's really cool.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome.
You're welcome. Let's go through silhouette, gesture, and reliability. These aspects are often underestimated, but can completely transform the success of a miniature. As I mentioned before, overlapping elements can become a real problem, not only for printing and finishing, but also for painting. Imagine trying to paint like metal, cloth, and skin in an area that is the size of a grain of rice. It's pretty difficult. That is what happens when the shapes overlap too tightly. Gesture, on the other hand, brings life to the character. It's what gives rhythm and emotion to the pose, the flow of the body, the direction of the movement, the weight of a stance. A strong gesture communicates personality, even before you notice the details. So, in the end, our job as sculptors is to find balance between emotion and engineering, between storytelling and structure. That's what makes ZBrush such a powerful tool for us miniature artists. It allows us to build with precision while sculpting with feeling. Now I want to talk about the base of our miniatures. The base isn't just decoration. It's a part of the narrative. A bundle that can take place in a cave, for example. We will sculpt crystal, stalagmites, sometimes even leave open areas on the floor, so the user can pour clear resin to simulate puddles or pools of water. We also balance the complexity by importance. Main heroes, like this one, get more elaborate bases, while troops or larger monsters get simpler ones for easy printing. If you print 10 copies, so if you print 10 copies of these rats, for example, it's a cool creature, but they always work in variety on a gameplay, in many numbers on a gameplay. So if you have an overly complex base, can be too tired for the too much work for the user. They also would appear repetitive on the gameplay. So we always aiming for balance, giving complexity where it enhances the experience and simplicity where it improves practicality. These small details make a big difference. They give painters and players context and inspiration. But beyond the technical side, storytelling is also about emotion. A good miniature should make you feel something: admiration, curiosity, fear, even empathy. When we're sculpting, we ask ourselves, what is this character's story? What just happened before this moment? If the narrative comes through, that's what transforms a good sculpt into a memorable one. So I will be more technical now and talk about common pitfalls in prototyping. Prototyping is where art and engineering meet, and also where the smallest mistakes can affect the final experience for the user. At Elite Studios, we have learned a lot through trial and error through the years, and I want to share some of the most common issues we face. Like islands, one of the biggest technical challenges in 3D printing miniatures are islands. As you can see on the image, the red dots are the detecting software. Any slicer, any software that slice for 3D printing, they will detect islands. So this is as an example of one. As you can see on the arms, there are many red dots. The more islands a model has, the more support it needs, and the harder it becomes later for cleaning and sanding and finishing the miniature. Now, islands aren't the enemy. They are part of the process. Without them, there is no 3D printing. But our goal as an artist, as a technical artist, is to minimize them. That's the image on the bottom. After a quick pass of smooth, we take off this model about 16 islands. That is 16 less supports. And in Loot, we handle all of supports manually, using a dedicated team of specialists who have spent years learning from client feedback and test prints. This hands-on approach gives our miniatures a unique signature, a clean, intentional surface and minimal printing scars. Let me change. So, overhangs. Another issue we constantly watch out for is overhangs, areas where part of the models extend supports without any supports underneath. Overhangs are natural, but if they're left unchecked, they can create deformation or printing failure later on. Our strategy is to optimize for overhangs at the end of the sculpting process, not at the beginning. This allows the artist to stay creative and fluid during the sculpting phase without being constrained by technical details too early. I want to share with you a simple but effective habit. Let me pick up here. It's to use on-screen rulers and save the scale views, so you can alternate between them later. So if a miniature have 32 millimeters, we just pick up on the screen, put the ruler on the screen, and save that view. We have custom views, right? We have shortcuts to save our views. So we put it, we save them. We go to 75, do the same process. Here at LUT, we already print our 32 and 75 millimeters base mesh, so we can always orient by that. Is a cool, also another cool tip. It's a quick way to visualize legibility and strength without wasting time or resin on unnecessary prints. This practice helps maintain quality and save us countless hours during the production. Save some money also. Common issues. There are a few artistic mistakes. They are surprisingly common among miniature sculptors, especially when they are trying to starting out. The first one is underestimating the importance of primary and secondary forms. Many artists jump into details too quickly, but at small scales, the clarity of the larger shapes is what makes a model stands out. The second mistake is overvaluing texture, as I said before. With how skilled painters are today, how the advanced paint materials are, it's often better to leave room for the artistic interpretation of the painters. Textures can always be added through paint, and that's part of the fun. Painters love discovering new ways to make a surface come alive. And finally, one of the most common traps, especially for artists learning to sculpt in miniatures, is being too technical too soon. They get stuck trying to follow every best practice like a rule book and end up losing the artistic flow. So if I can share an advice for you guys is don't be afraid to make mistakes. Trust your process and trust your eyes. You can always fix technical issues later. And by facing them, you will learn far more than by avoiding them. So let's go talk about a little bit about the finishing step. This is the moment when the artistic vision meets the real-world experience. It's where we validate not only how good a model looks, but how it behaves, how it prints, how it's assembled, and how it feels on the user's hands. Quality control, as we were talking earlier. At LUT Studios, we have a dedicated finish team, professionals who are responsible for printing, cleaning, and assembling each models before even reaches the public. Their goal is to ensure every piece we release meets our internal standards of quality, durability, and usability, because many of our models are used in RPG gameplay. Every model goes through multiple rounds of validations. If any issue is found, whether it is a fragile part, unclear shape, or a surface error, the model is sent back to the responsible artist for adjustment and retesting. This back and forth between teams is essential. It's how we make sure that what leaves our puppy line is not just beautiful on screen, but also functional and reliable on real life. One of the key things that we keep in mind is that our customers are printing these miniatures at home. They don't have access to industrial grade machines or fancy tools. They use the same tools and printers we use in-house for testing. That's why we designed with accessibility in mind. We never base all production on high-end printers or expensive resins that our users wouldn't have. Everything we test and release is created using commercially available printers and standard materials, so the results the community achieves are consistent with what we see internally. This is the support taking off a miniature. The fragile part is one of the most aspects to watch out for. And it goes far beyond a sword that might break or a tail they still thin. It starts with the removal process itself. Think about it. The user often removes supports while the model is still partially covered in uncured resin, and visibility is low. If a part is too delicate or positioned in a risky angle, it might snap before even see it clearly. We also consider ergonomics. For example, spikes or sharp edges that could hurt the user while they are cleaning, handling the tool, or playing. Our finishing team reports all of these issues, and when necessary, we redesign parts to improve safety and comfort. In this example, from the concept to the printed version, we reduce the number of spikes and thicken them. The goal is always the same, to make sure that interacting with the model feels rewarding, not frustrating. Small elements in hard-to-paint areas are another critical point in the painting and finishing experience. Sometimes a design looks amazing in ZBrush, like this one. But like this inner area, they are covered by overlapping geometry on this root base. And we have to remove them to open area, like the example below, after we remove the parts. So a scalp, a sanding tool, a nail polish tool, we use a lot of those, can reach out, even a brush when painting. Also another example, a horn placed between fur and fire on a demo. Our team pays close attention to these situations. We identify zones where a painter's brush or a sanding tool might not fit, and we make subtle adjustments, changing angles or slightly separating layers to make sure those details are accessible. This may sound like a small thing, but it completely changes the user experience. It shows respect for the people who spent hours painting, cleaning, sanding up other models, and playing later. So the engineering issues, we analyze every model from an engineering perspective. Dynamic poses can lead to warping or bending during printing or coloring, if the weight is improperly distributed. Like in this case, we added this blood waterfall so the miniature don't bend forward. Dynamic poses like this one can also generate thin structures, such in the wings or capes, in this case of this miniature both, are tested to avoid holes for printing failures. Let me show you an example, real practical. If you're sculpting a cape, let me say we slice this cape right here, and we see its thickness here, right? If you go make a concave brush, here is sculpting, and you put your standards and become thinner, and end up doing this. So you can make a detail. You still have space between them. But if it's thick enough, if it's not thick enough, it will create a hole when printed.
Do you use? I have a question. Do you use live boolean to test that out, or do you use ZBrush for that
Yes.
kind of troubleshooting? Which feature would you use?
We use everything. we use live boolean a lot to check thickness. I can show you if I have time. I can show you how we do this using live boolean.
Yeah, you got about to give me your time check. You got about 15 minutes left. So
Okay.
The time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have a correction that we make in this stage prevents the frustration later on for the end user. And that's something that we value deeply, because the finishing stage isn't just quality control. It's a preview of the user experience. For us, finishing is not the end of the process. It's where our work stops being a file and starts becoming someone's project, someone's passion. That's why we treat with the same care and creativity as any other steps of the pipeline.
So you were talking about the blood real quick, because you were talking about obviously the balancing, so make sure it doesn't fall over. So
Yes.
what do you guys do to find making sure the weight is going to be right? How are you testing that? Someone was actually specifically, they took a class and their instructor that was teaching 3D printing from ZBrush out, that obviously they were saying contrapposto should be in every single print, obviously where the weight is just more onto one leg. But you guys got stuff like him. He's flying and floating in the air with a cape. So how do you guys figure out what is the weighting of this going to be? Are you doing it and then just printing it and seeing does it fall over, or are you doing things inside ZBrush?
We already preview some things, like for example, the footprint of the base. It has to be a medium size 1 inch base. It has to be a playable character. So we have to work around this. So we calculate roughly the center of the gravity of the miniature, like here. He's positioned right on the center of the base. But the cape is adding a lot of weight in front of him. And right behind him, you can't see here. And this is like a smart thing that we do constantly. We put a piece of architecture here on the base. It's a gargoyle. He's on top of a building. So the plug we make he fits in the base is quite large. It's quite large. It's like this. So make sure if he falls, the base will fall, first of all. And we look at this model and think, yeah, that will solve the problem. But after we print it, he's still bending forward. So what we can do? So gargoyle expel water, right? How about we make some adjustments? A little bit piece of blood or water, depends on the painter here, and make sure he doesn't bend, because sometimes when we put the miniature on the desk, it will not bend. But if you tip him, if you do a little touch on him, he will fall. That's a lot what we consider, especially when we're doing busts. Busts have a lot of calculation for the center of mass, and you will, if you come here, you will constantly picking up a bust and do this with him to see if he will fall. If it's not falling, okay. If it's falling, we have to make adjustment. He recalculate the center of gravity and see how it behaves. That answers your question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It makes me think sometimes I do like the washer machine test. I put the component on, I put the washing machine on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's great. So
yep. Great. Yeah, thank you. A great decision too with the blood. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lutz Studios started with a ZBrush class, and in many ways we never stop learning. We experiment, we fail, we fix, and we improve. And through all that, we kept telling new stories through sculpture. For us, the magic of what we do is not just on the software or even the models themselves, is in the connection we create through them. Somewhere out there right now, there's someone printing one of our models. Another person is carefully painting it. In that moment, our work becomes theirs. It is transformed by the creativity, the colors, the imagination. That is what keeps us inspired, knowing that what we make in ZBrush becomes part of other people's histories. I give like a resume, like a short version of many aspects here, but I will, if you are interested, I will recommend you to follow these two QR codes, one for our 3D Printing Hero Academy and one for our YouTube. There we go much more deeper in each aspect that I talk about right now. So, and in the 3D Printing Hero, you will follow Quest as adventurer, and you will receive miniatures for free to test it out, to open ZBrush, to paint, and see if it connects with you. So I highly recommend this. So if you had time, I want to show you quick things that we can do in ZBrush for 3D printing.
Yep. Go ahead. You got 9 minutes. Go ahead.
How about we start with the cape issue on doing live bullet, right?
Now you're getting Rodolfo excited here. Okay.
I've been getting into miniature lately. Don't.
It's a very simple tip. I'm sure here. I put here. You can see my screen without legs, right?
Yep, you're good.
Sure. Yep. All right. So I will make this, let's say, this cube on the size of the cape. Separate him. Let me see. Okay, split hidden. Make sure he's on the boolean. Where's my live boolean? Here. So right now, the only thing that I have to do is moving him. This is like a simulation of a slice software when you see the layers of the sculpture. If I can make it more clear, let me color this here. And I can see not only the cape, but the whole miniature. And I can see if it is thick enough right here.
So do you guys do this with every model? Is this
every model.
Every model you guys will do with every model?
After a while, we just do like this. Here, and flip the model, and I look here. And I know
you're flipping the normals. You're flipping the normals. Yeah.
This is something that every miniature sculptor, every person that is making 3D printing should be the everyday, should get used to, is seeing your models flipped. And we have a lot of artists that they say the minds bend when seeing models on this way. But I have quite a tip that get me used to this. Let me show. Put it double. I will come here and pick up the slice curve. I will split the model in half. At least at the beginning, this helped me to do not have cross-eye when I was evaluating the model. In this, when you slice the model in half, you can check it out. You can, for example, check it out here, the thickness of the cape, for example.
Yeah, that's such a cool tip.
Decimated version. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, it's such a cool tip. I do something very similar as well, so it's really cool to see that you guys are doing very similar pipelines. And you're right. I used to get cross-eyed like that, flipping it. I was like, what am I looking at? So
I feel like it's another game that can be made. Let's flip the normals. Get the model.
So another thing that is really cool to say is the contact points. For example, you have this tail of the character here that is quite thin. I saved the models like on this is the 75 scale, right? And this is the 32 millimeters version. We see like this to compare the sizes. So seeing this, we can say his weapon is too thin. We can say the tail is thick enough, but it might break easily when you're taking off the supports. So what we can do to help to this problem not happen, use contact points. Like here, the tail is going through the cape and generate a hole that is outside actually a wall that makes sure the length of the fragile part is reduced. So instead of this fragile part is this way, it stops here, then begins again here. So it optimizes. And we do this for everything.
Yeah, you're adding
just kind of like self-supporting. Yeah. So it's kind of like other pieces of the model are supporting each other in a sense.
Yes.
So it doesn't break, right?
Yeah. Yes, of course. And of course, for such a dynamic pose, we have to make sure it has a very good plug, so it not bends. Because why this plug is on this direction and not this one? Because the hinge of tension, right? There's a tension here. So we figured out in many tests that we do, will work better a plug that is forcing the miniature in an angle that is not easily bended. If a plug is straightforward, it can bend more easily than a plug that's like this other direction.
How deep is your plug? How many millimeters are you going?
It's how much the base allows us. That is quite not. We have to make sure that everything is every problem is minimized by a variety of resin, a variety of people handling it. So we always go over on safety.
Yeah, that's another
that's
great tip
cool.
you just shared. Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got a question for you real quick, if it's
Yeah.
okay. What tips do you have for glue ups? Like, do you guys use a specific type of glue to make sure that it is, or do you rely on like pressure fit?
Oh, yeah. We have glues, the brands that we have here in Brazil, but we always buy the most quality ones. But it's like the super glue, and we use a lot accelerators for the glue. When you put the glue on a piece, it will take time to endurance to be harder. So you will put a glue on one part, do a little spray of accelerators glue, and then you put the other part. Then you instantly get without warping, or your hands precision are not too good, something like that.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah.
Another thing that I can share with you guys real quickly is as you can see, his weapon is quite thin right here. So we use a lot of this is the move with backspace mask. So you do this. You have to isolate this blade. Imagine this blade looks like it's very thickened already, right? But when you see it at this scale, it's quite thin. We always have to we have to let go of the zoom always,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
And go back here to remember that we have to think small.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we're at time, but
Okay.
unfortunately, but I'm going to two more questions. One was probably an easy one. I'm more intrigued for your team being in Brazil. Have you found that your team using the Portuguese Brazilian version of ZBrush, switching to that, or you guys are still staying in the English version? I see that you're still English.
No, everything in English is the main.
There's your frog.
It's the main language.
There's your frog.
Ian, there's your frog.
I knew it.
You know he went and found the frog.
Yeah,
he was doing
that.
Yeah, I got to get this one. I
feel like we're gonna get a frog in every presentation now. So real quick though, last question before we let you go. Usually, what is the time frame for sculpting your miniatures? What do you guys get? A week? Do you guys get a day? Do you get 2 days? Do you get 2 weeks?
We got live like 10 days.
10 days? 10 days.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay.
But is that full production or just the sculpture? Like
just the sculpture. Just the sculpture.
Okay.
We always aiming for high quality, so it takes a little more time.
Yeah.
And this frog is actually a Brazilian frog. It's a sapo cururu.
We're buying
that again?
a frog. We're getting in a frog.
Cururu, sapo cururu.
Cururu?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. I love it. I love this.
You're getting all of the species of frogs.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to go get this piece now. This is awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's a sweet piece too. Yeah. You guys do amazing work, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
for being a part of this, taking the time out of your day. Both of you, I know you got colleagues online as well, taking time to be with us. We can't thank you guys enough. You gave some nice, really great tips, great workflow. So I can't thank you for everything you've done for the community. You guys are willing to share. This is why we do the ZBrush Summit as well. So
thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
a
you so
real,
much.
it's a real honor to be here at the ZBrush. And on behalf of Loot Studios, I would like to thank you so much for being here and sharing this passion with us. I hope this inspires who's listening to create miniatures that not only look great, but also that mean something. Miniatures that tell stories.
Yeah, what you guys do. You guys do a beautiful job. Beautiful work to you and the team. Just incredible. So happy you guys were able to share your work with us too.
Yeah.
Thank you very
seriously,
much.
thank you so much. Yeah, this is awesome.
Obrigado.
If you have any questions after, I will have my social medias or anything. So I will
Feel free to
be
reach out to
available.
us as well. Like,
Yeah.
feel free to reach out to us if you guys need anything. You know, like, we're always available. And again, thank you again for being part of this. This is wonderful work. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you
there's
very
his
much.
social media again,
I'm really
guys. We'll
happy.
keep that up for a minute so you guys can see that again. His Instagram. Again, this is also on the presentations page, so you guys can get direct links of his Instagram and his ArtStation.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
All right.
in
Yes.
Happy Sculpting.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll let you go and getting on with the rest of your Saturday. Can't appreciate it enough. Thank you for being here. It's been an honor, a pleasure to have you here, be in the first kickoff for the 2025 ZBrush Summit presentations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep. We'll be back. We'll be giving away some prizes. All right.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
And just
say it. Just gonna say it. Ugh,
okay, go ahead.
that frog. Oh my gosh, that was so cool. Yeah.
It was an awesome piece too. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
I had a feeling when we were talking about the frog, I saw him going. I'm like, oh, he's gonna go find a frog. Like this right now. I like what's happening. I like what's going on right now. This is a cool. You definitely have to get that piece. I'm just yeah. That's a must for you. Eh?
It's a must.
Getting some painting going as well. Okay, so we're going to give away some prizes from our sponsors. Again, we're not giving them away physically at all today or anything like that. We're going to be drawing out the prizes next week after we're all done. There's some holidays too in North America for us this coming up week. So we will be reaching out to you. So again, you're going to want to definitely go and get into the code that give for giveaways and make sure you fill that out, and then you'll get an email and make sure you say yes. You have to check something to say that yes, you can accept a communication from us. So if you do win, we can email you, right? So we're going to start going off. We're going to be giving away stuff. So after every presentation, so I'm just going to go through the list of something that you guys have the possibility to win. Okay, so I'm going to start with the first one. You guys can win. We're going to share my screen here. This is the first one that's up. So this is from our friends at the 3D Character Workshop, Shane Olson. So he'll be giving away one of his lifetime memberships. So this is one of the items that you guys are going to be able to get. So let me pull the next one up. Let's see what we got. I got to double check, making sure. There you go. So Gnomon Workshop is also one of our amazing sponsors. They're going to be giving you guys a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. So this is one of the prizes you'll have the possibility to win as well. Again, great resources, ton of stuff there to learn from, ton of different industries and people. Really great resource. Another one that we're going to give away. Sorry, I got to find it in my stuff. Here we go. Here's another one. So again, Jewelry Workshop, which I think what's really great about this is the last presentation. He's also dealing with like small millimeter elements, right down to the 100th in jewelry, right? Because now you're talking about gold and silver and precious metals. So every little bit of millimeter saves money. So this would be an amazing workshop. Even if you don't want to make jewelry, it's still the context of it. It's going to work with anything you want to do with rapid prototype and 3D printing for sure. And Thomas Whittlebach, who's your main instructor, he's insanely incredible of what he can sculpt and what he can make. So that is another prize that we'll be giving away. So please make sure you are scanning to fill out for prizes. All right. And then the last one for this segment. But again, every segment we're going to be giving away something. I gotta make sure I grab the right one here. Okay, and here you go. So ZWrap, it's a great, amazing plugin that they've made for ZBrush. So they're actually going to give you guys a 2-year subscription to their ZWrap for ZBrush, which is incredible. I've used it myself. Really great, especially if you're doing scanning data or you just want to maybe do stuff where you have a model that's posed and now you want to match some new topology. It's a great tool. So this is, again, one of the items that we'll be giving away if you guys go ahead and scan for those QR codes. So the first, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, I could say all of those are really awesome. I was a part of the 3-character workshop. I've taken the jewelry mentorship. You got to dress your characters with accessories, so that's a great one as well. I've studied under Gnomon Workshop. Like, these are all really solid stuff. And yeah, like you, I've used ZWrap. So all great stuff. Definitely make sure you're registered.
Yep. So again, we're going to take a little break. We're going to get Ryan Kingslien in here. He's up next. You guys don't want to miss this, right? There's anatomy. He is one of the experts in anatomy. And like I said, maybe we can get some stories since we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. Ryan was there in the beginning. So we'll be able to get some stories for him. Maybe he knows the true story of ZBrush Central. Maybe I'm just throwing things around that aren't true. You never know. So we'll have Ryan here when we come back. We have breaks between every presentation just for you guys also to stretch, go refill your water, which I'm going to do. And then we'll be coming back. Ryan's presentation is going to start. Let me get my schedule at 10:50 a.m. So in about 11 minutes, we'll have Ryan Kingslien. All right. So see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Yep. See you soon.
See you, everyone.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later.
Frogs.
Hey. Frogs. Hey, we're back. What's happening, everybody?
The team killing with that music. It does get me going. I'm not gonna lie. The music that the team put together for those videos is killer for me. Yeah, get you pumped up, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to that team. No, they're doing great work over there. Speaking of great work, we have another amazing guest coming on soon. Paul, who's this person?
Yeah. So again, in honor of our 25 years of celebrating ZBrush and being our 25th anniversary, we have one of the original involved in ZBrush, but he also has his own school called Vertex School. And then Ryan's really well known also for a lot of anatomy. If you're following him on his Instagram, he's always posting things. He's always sculpting. He's always experimenting. This is why he was a part of that ZBrush team in the beginning years as well. I'm really excited to have him with us. I think he's going to show you guys a really unique way of working with ZBrush and figuring out anatomy and thinking about the way that you could create with inside of ZBrush. And then maybe we'll get some fun little stories from the early days when I wasn't there. So I don't know. You guys are excited? I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh, I'm super excited because actually I took a course of Vertex School during the pandemic because during that time they released a few courses for free, and it was really cool to just pop in and learn more. So as an artist, we're always learning. So just even having resources like Vertex School was really, really awesome. So being able to talk to Ryan today is going to be really awesome.
Yep. All right. Well, let's do it. Let's bring him on. Let's start with Ryan Kingslien. Let's bring him on. Hey, Ryan.
Hey. There he is.
How are you?
Wait, I think he's muted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, you got
There you go.
There we go.
Hey.
There you go.
How's the audio level? Is it okay or?
Yeah,
Good.
it's good.
I like that you're going with double microphone too. This is good look. I like that.
That's good. Solid microphone and whatever.
Backup.
Backup. Although these $200 headsets, the microphone sucks worse than the $20 one I bought when I started ZBrush workshops.
Never fails. Never fails.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, thanks for being here. It's really exciting. There was one story that maybe you can help clear up because you were there. A lot of people might not know. You were there at the when did you start working at Pixelogic when ZBrush? What year did you start?
It was right in the crash. I think it was 2008 or it was 2009. But it was right after Lord of the Rings. So
it's earlier than that because I'm 2008-ish, 2007-ish. Yeah, so you were before that. Okay.
Yeah, I lose track of
you were there. You were there for the Pirates of the Caribbean, flame throwing and mouth swallowing sorting thing, right? An event that you guys put together.
That was mine, man. That's like my dream. I was gonna have my 50th birthday party, and I was trying to get that done here in Austin, Texas.
Oh yeah.
But I went to Europe instead. So.
Oh well, not a bad choice. Not a bad choice.
Tough luck.
Well, happy birthday too.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So what's the question? What's the dilemma? I got lots of stories.
We were talking about ZBrush Central, and I remember talking to Fair about this, and I want to say, obviously, you guys started with ZBrush Academy, but then there was a user that was making ZBrush Central, and I believe Fair and Jaime spoke to him and said, "Hey, let's combine it," and then they ended up acquiring ZBrush Central. But I'm not sure if that was the story or not.
That must have been right before me. I was there when we decided to make Top Row. But as for who they bought the forum from, I don't actually know that.
I don't know. I could be just saying bad rumors right now, so my bad.
I
don't know.
It's okay.
I didn't see.
It's actually. I was gonna say it's actually indicative of how ZBrush came to be. Is so much of this is community centric. And so it would totally fit because Ofer had one vision, which we'll talk about. I'll talk about in the presentation. But he had one thing he wanted to do, and he was really good at marshaling people to help him. A lot, like Standard Brush. Then there's Marcus Civis, all the stuff he did. I mean, he was coding like crazy. Decimation Masters outside.
Yeah, Matthew Yetter. Yeah.
UV Master. What is it? Somebody was it not Furio? Oh, I'm forgetting his name. Somebody used the AccuCurve with the move brush, and it launched 1,000 ships in hard surface. It was like that one thing. Ofer and I were sitting in the Noman room watching. Starts with a V. Vitali demo his workflow.
Vitali Bulgarov.
Yeah. And Ofer and I were just sitting in the back watching it, and we just looked at each other, just like, what the fuck just happened? Like, Ofer didn't even know that could happen like that. He just had that cool feature.
Yeah. Well, we're going to kick it to you. I'll let you take it from here, and we'll be here, little minions in the background, throwing questions to you when we can. Okay. But we'll hand everything over to you now.
Okay, so you've got my screen here. So let me throw a couple of things up just to do some housekeeping. Where is it? Oh, it's right there and I'm missing it. All right. So if anybody wants to learn more about what we're doing, make sure you head over to Vertex School. There's a lot of stuff there. If you want to learn anatomy, I built this like little side project, kingslien.art, and I just open it every month as I'm kind of building it. I think in a little bit it'll be open, permanently later. But what I really want to talk about today is anatomy. But anatomy, from my perspective, not a lot of people understand why anatomy, or even really what anatomy. When you say the word anatomy, first thing that pops into most people's mind is muscles. And muscles are the last thing that you have to learn, because for me, the core of this is creative freedom, and that's what anatomy is. So the goal of what I want to present today is just how to build, how to work towards creative freedom from a sculptor perspective. And before I do that, it's really important to me to kind of talk a little bit about, what digital sculpting is, what it can be as well. So here, this is a little video. This is my Instagram. It's just Ryan Kingslien. And you can see, this was sculpted in ZBrush. This is my son, and my son's quite a fighter. I think I recited Conan's motto for a good life. I forget what it was, a little too early, and he's incorporated that into his soccer playing. The one, what is best in life? To see your enemy driven before you and hear the lamentation of their mothers became basically the calling every time before you went out to soccer. So he's a fighter, right? So you can't really see it, but down below there's a little teddy bear. And then you see my son ready to go out there. And so that's a life-size marble sculpture. And then there's another one that I'm working on right now. This is giant 3D print. And so I've 3D printed this, sculpted it 7 years ago. And now this I'm using to create kind of like an armature. I also have a CNC machine, so I'll do foam enlargements a little bit later. But I wanted to try 3D printing and see if you can't, 3D print your base. So here's this giant sculpture, 3D printed it. This is something that a traditional sculptor, they would weld, they would spend a couple of days making the foam, and that's all time that they would be investing in it. And all I did was, sculpt it and set my printer up to do the work. And I had to go check, and I've got the blob of death. I got like 3 dead extruder heads. And I had to learn my lessons. But at the end of the day now, after I think like 4 or 5 days of printing and me doing other things, I now have my base here for me to lay clay on top of, which is similar to what I'll be doing, or what I was doing in, is it this one? Yeah, this one. And this is where I'm going in and I'm redoing Edward Lanteri's Écorché. So if you guys don't know Edward Lanteri, he's kind of the godfather of sculpting education. He's a contemporary of Rodin, and his book is one of the best books on how to think about sculpting, talking about convexity versus concavity, talking about rests versus just, forms dovetailing into each other, real good, solid education, right? And so I printed this with about 2 millimeters like inside, so I could put some monster clay in and sculpt and develop the surface of it, and choosing monster clay because it holds the details better. So digital sculpting has, to me, like, it's more than just sitting here and learning anatomy. And to me, you have to know this, but where is all of this going, right? What are you trying to do? And especially today in the world of AI and all of that, where everybody's having an identity crisis, I think it's important for us to all remember, that the tools never did, I don't know if I can cuss, so I'll be nice. The tools never did anything at the end of the day. And Michelangelo's David was made without pneumatic hammers. The dude was 24, so it's not something you would do at 50. You would destroy your body. And most marble carvers, by the time they reach 50, they've got numb hands and permanent nerve damage. It's, there's a reason the pneumatic hammer exists. It makes life a lot, it increases our capacity and our shelf life. Which, who knows, maybe what AI does too. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to, what are you telling? What story are you telling? Why are you creating? Why are you here? And I see people talk about AI all the time. No AI, no AI. It's all BS.
Sorry, real quick. I love what you're saying, actually. So can I ask you real quick? So basically, in theory, foundation, no matter what the tool is, should be key as an artist to focus on. Would you agree?
Well, I don't think it should be. I think it's just always like, okay, we can say should be. I have a problem that people have this identity crisis where they're like, oh, I don't have to learn this anymore. Like, what? Huh? Like, are you that weak that this like threw you off center? Like, maybe this is the great reckoning where it's like people are amateur and this is going to shake off the amateurs and the people who are like, they live, eat, and breathe and obsessed by this. They're just like, screw it. I don't give a fuck. Like, this is my life. This is what I love to do. Y'all can piss off. And personally, I think the future belongs to the people who tell everybody else they can piss off and does what they want. So yeah, I mean, of course, foundations are important. It's always important. It's always going to be important. Because foundations relate to the human experience. They relate to how we process color, right? The Impressionist painters versus Jean-Jacques Louis David, we're talking about neoclassical painting versus Impressionism. The reason those are important is it's not political. It's not, there are political elements to it. Jean-Jacques Louis David was a political guy. But Impressionism is a function of science almost. It's understanding optics, and it's working with the biology of the human. It's working with the biology of seeing. That's the right way to say it. Because a lot of people think our eyes are just like cameras, and they're not cameras. They're 7, 8, 10, 20. I don't know how many. They're all different sensors. There's a sensor for black and white. There's a sensor for movement. There's a sensor for color, right? And what the Impressionists did was they programmed those sensors differently. So, there's a Monet field where I think it's called poppies. Let me see if I can find it, because otherwise I'm just like talking. And in that field, what Monet does, and I don't know if this is going to be the right image, like I'd have to take this into Photoshop to see if it's color corrected, but you see the red. But if you were to make this black and white, you don't see the red and the green anymore. So what happens is the Impressionists have hacked into the biology of seeing, and they make the value structure where it's all one. And then there's only one sensor in your eye that's picking up color. And so it creates this like shimmer. And the people who went and saw the Impressionists, because they were the early movies. They weren't the early movies. They were movies back in that day. You went to go see your movie, and it was the Monet movie. They were like, oh, it's shimmering. It's floating. Now our eye is much more sophisticated, so it doesn't work that way. But it's just all to the human scale. And so you have to, I'm going to circle. You have to learn your foundations, because your foundations are understanding the human scale of it all. Otherwise, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know where you would go. People talk about AI art. AI is going to make art, and let AI make art. I mean, why stop it? But if I am going to look at art, I'm going to look at art that I enjoy from a human scale and a human perspective. And so, this essential kind of, let me get myself on this topic. So AI, craft, all of that, but primarily, let's circle back. It all comes to story, and it comes to what you're telling and what you want to tell. And so I'll tell you one thing, and then we have to get, actually, why don't we sculpt while we sit here and do this? Because I want to show you guys, at the end of the day, y'all can see my screen?
Yep, we can see
it.
Looking good. So let's not get too esoteric. Or if we're going to do esoteric, let's sculpt. So there's a story about James Cameron back in the early days of Avatar. where back in that day, ILM was getting the job, and it was my job to help train artists on ZBrush back then. And so James Cameron had he had 2 ZBrushers, Andrew Cars and Neville Page, were living out of his Malibu home. And James Cameron would come down from that Malibu home, jump into the studio, and he would go, okay, guys, here's an image. We need something like this. Like one time there was these like little corals, flowers, not flowers. There was these entities that lived underneath the, like really close to the deep volcanic vents. And Cameron, gave that image and sent that over, and then told the team, like, I want something that looks like this. And then he left. And I thought, when people started talking about AI and all of these things, I started thinking like, shit, like we're all James Cameron now. Because that dude, all he did was go downstairs to a bunch of dudes and say what he wanted. And next thing you know, he came in the next day and he had, some cool looking art to look at. And so what do you want to say? Is James Cameron going to be freaked out by AI or any of that stuff? No, because he's going to use AI. If it helps him say something, if it helps him get what he wants to get out into the world, out into the world. And that's what I want everybody here to be thinking about, because I'm going to teach you anatomy. And if you're like me, it's like I get obsessive about stuff. And so where does anatomy take you? Well, if you got nothing to say, it don't take you anywhere. You end up just sitting here going like, I got to learn more anatomy. I got to learn more anatomy. I got to learn more anatomy. And so at Vertex, we have this saying where it's like, everything is story. If you're going to make a prop, what's the prop going to tell? What story is it going to tell? Yeah, let's do that. Because that's your job when you make a prop. You're a lowly prop artist at a video game, studio, and you have to make a pallet, right? Or not a pallet, let's say a crate. Well, where was that crate? Was it in the desert? Was it in a jungle, right? What kind of conditions? Has it been abandoned? Is there, a war going on and they're constantly taking stuff in and out of it? There's a story that everything has to tell. And your job as an artist is to tell that story. And ultimately, if you want to survive in this industry, to have stories that you want to tell as well. Everything comes down to story, because story is what humans want. It's what it's $billion+ industry. The entire movie industry is based on story. The entire game industry built on story. Last of Us, holy crap. Like that movie destroyed me. I never played the game. The story's in the game. They just made a game. That was their medium. Like Leonardo da Vinci worked in oil painting. What was the medium before oil painting? Egg tempura, right? So it's all just mediums. And your job, your goal, what you want is to be able to say something. Or if you don't have anything to say, then start to figure out what it is that you want to say. Start to figure out your story, what you find important,
Brian, real quick,
Yes,
what
sir.
brush are you using? Is this a brush that you made, you downloaded?
This is mine. It's the Kingslien clay brush. I had to put my name on it because, Damien put his name on his. So, so I had to.
Do you
I
have
don't
it
like
in a
to.
pack? Do you have a pack, or do you work?
Yeah. Just go here. Free class. You'll get it. It's in there along with 4.5 hours of training where, you guys kind of learn how, I take you through the foundation of sculpt. It's a little advanced actually. So I'm going to redo this to make it more basic, but you can get the brushes there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to know about brushes, a lot of times, like this brush, I'm going to just hover over it and press Control. Oh, does that not work? That's weird. No. What happened to the brush type?
It's the brush types are when you're just not the control keys only going to give information.
Yeah.
You just hover
there
over
we go.
Give it the brush.
Cool.
You just hover over it.
Just lost my mind. All right, so base type clay, right? And so we know that this is a clay brush, and obviously I've got to update the URL there. Haven't had that site in a long time. And this brush, let's go into the clay brush real quick. Like there's just a few modifications to it. But what I would recommend you guys do is download the brush and then just quickly compare it with the clay buildup, and just go from like samples is usually important versus the clay. In this case, I changed nothing. Modifiers, I changed that 10. Did I change anything in depth? I got rid of, oh wait, that's the wrong one. So modifiers, clay buildup. Yeah, it doesn't look like it changed anything. What I probably changed was over here in the lazy mouse. I set my lazy step to 0.05, whereas clay buildup is probably going to have, 0.1. And so, just those little changes make a difference. I probably changed my Z intensity as well. No, look at that.
You changed the alpha too. You got
the alpha. Yeah, I'm going to go now back to this alpha, because I was the clay tubes brush was one of the ones I got to put in ZBrush, which is really nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, history, people. 25 years.
History. Except for actually, Ofer told me to put it in there. So
no, you did it. Come on.
I built it, but he told me what to do.
You also did the demo head and the demo soldier, right? That was those were yours.
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So. And yes. All right. So I want to talk now. We're going to talk a little bit about anatomy and get in some of the meat and potatoes of this presentation. So when we talk about anatomy, a lot of times, the whole focus is on this idea of muscles. Face is a great example of how unimportant muscles actually can be because they're not form producers. The entire shape, this is all the forehead, that's all bone right here. That's zygomatic. It's the frontal bone here, zygomatic bone here, the chin, the jaw. Like so much of the human face is skeletal. And so what we have to look for in the study of anatomy is not the muscles. It's what a master artist does in the first 10 seconds of laying out a drawing. That's where they start to telegraph their what we call form concepts. And form concepts is a word I got from a guy named Anthony Visco out of Pennsylvania. And form concepts really, to me, are one of the core elements that you have to learn. So here in the face, there's this great form concept from George Bridgman where he talks about the 4, 5, 6 masses of the head. And so I've actually built those masses in my head. I've now actually moved on to the anatomy. And so I'll go back and I'll show you guys. But there's the forehead, there's the cheekbone region. And what is really important is to notice his language. So, it's giving me trouble. There we go. The language is forehead square and passing into the cranium, cheekbone region flat, erect cylindrical form, triangular form of the lower jaw. So when he describes the anatomy, he's also describing the form. And I like to think of these as form concepts. Just like a concept of furniture, you can have chairs, you can have tables, everything is underneath there. Form concepts are ways of arranging volume to help us, put together faces and arms and, all of that different stuff, because nature reuses things. The arm is the leg. The hands are the feet, right? They're the same bones, just slight modifications. So George Bridgman has this idea of the 5 or 6 volumes, and what you kind of saw me do earlier. Why is this finicky? Do I have touch on? Okay. I seem to be a little more in control now. All right. So let's go back in time and go right to here. So right here, what we have is the block of the forehead. And that is then going into the sphere of the cranial unit. We have a flat rectangle for the cheekbones. We have an upright cylindrical mass. Let's go ahead and put that in and give it a little bit, right? And then we have this triangular shape. I think, he's doing his best with that. This one doesn't lead as much. But those volumes are there. And those volumes are, I have to make them every single time. Let's go ahead so I don't lose anything. Let's say if we have a scan. Let's work with the scan. Let's do Velasquez. Male Velasquez. Okay. So in the anatomy class, we do exactly what I'm going to do right now. We do this all the time. We use this incredible split feature where, let's go ahead and close that, where we can see our reference on one side and sculpt on the other. And this is basically like sculpting from life. And so in order to understand this human body, the first thing that we have to do is not in my view, it's not the anatomy. In the olden days, they would talk about the masses. They would talk about the 3 main masses. You got to understand the ribs, the pelvis, and the head, right? You got to, and so I still believe that those are kind of the essentials. You got to understand those masses to really make the most out of it. But those are form concepts. And so that idea, it's not really just masses, is you just have to understand the form concepts of the body. So if we look here at the arm, right? The arm has usually kind of an oval, and then you'll have like a little rectangle. And then you can do the exact same thing for the lower arm and a little rectangle. You can do the same thing for the thigh. Oh, that's off a little bit. You can do the same thing for the lower leg.
The chicken legs, right? Or the concept of the manicization.
Sure. Yeah. The chicken leg being, and so just a simple form concept that helps you. And so, it's also this idea here also goes to the hand. So the thumb, is basically a wedge, and then you have this, right? And it continues. Nature reuses its recipe for everything. And so when we are going through and we're sculpting, the key thing is do you understand the form concepts? Because I get questions all the time. Like, Ryan, I was just answering this in somebody on Instagram. I have a plateau. I don't know what to do. And so plateaus aren't a mystery. They shouldn't be a mystery. They're a mystery because of the one universal truth, which is that you can't solve a problem at the same level of intelligence that created the problem. So a plateau is simply a quote unquote intelligence problem. It just means like you haven't leveled up. And so you're just doing the same thing over and over again, right? It's like that saying, in order to have something that you don't have, you got to be willing to do something you haven't done. So here, when we talk about this, the real question about learning anatomy is like, how do I level up my intelligence, which is going to fuel my creative freedom? And so anatomy intelligence, AI, for short, revolves around vocabulary and form concepts. If you don't understand the underlying form concepts and you go and you learn like the bicep. So if I'm going to be looking right here and I'm like, hey, I'm going to do the bicep, it's going to lead you astray Like, because look at what just happened. Did the bicep, is it going this way? Is the bicep going that way? Like, is that the bicep and it's doing that thing? Okay, no, I've learned anatomy. So now, you know, it's going to be this and it's, but wait, is that the coracobrachialis? Like, what the hell is that damn thing? And then you end up realizing like, shit, that's just fat. Like all of this trouble, just fat, or it's the scan is crap. Something happened with the scan. I don't know what the hell it is. But what I do know is that I don't want to be worrying about what that is in the middle of trying to sculpt. I want to have a system that allows me to create from anything. And how much time do I have, guys?
You got, let me look at the time here. It's 11:20 our time right now, and you go to 11:50. So
30 minutes. Okay.
30 minutes. So real quick though, before
Yes,
where
sir.
are you getting the scans? Are you doing the scans yourself with just your own devices, or is that how are you getting the scan data for you?
Oh, I have a friend that gave me the scans, a very dear friend. And so those were all part of something way back in the day. And so he contributed those.
Nice.
Yeah. It helps to know people in LA. All right. So I don't know how much, I don't know if I want to do a face, a body, you know, they're all the same thing. And all the problems that you can encounter in a face, you can encounter in the body. But, you know, without too much, oh, he looks really pissed. Not pissed, actually. Looks like he's got a medical condition. Let's drop that down low. There you go. It should read from a distance, right? If it doesn't read from a distance, that means that something's wrong with your underlining form. And it's really important to note muzzle of the mouth. That muzzle of the mouth, if you don't have that, like nothing else matters, right? Like you see videos on YouTube all the time and people will grab like, I don't know, a cylinder, not a cylinder. They'll grab like let's just do a simple plane. Do I have to make that a polymesh? I always forget. And you just do lips. So you're like, there are some lips. And I sculpt messy, so this is like freak people out. But I'll like, okay, go there. I'm gonna sculpt that. Let's dig that in, and then let's put a lower lip in there.
I love the messy sculpting. That's how I do it. I just start slapping clay on there. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Same here.
Yeah, I still remember the day Ofer gave me the clay brush. So I was like right there able to test that right away. And I was just like, dude, this is a failed flatten brush. Like, why'd you do this? And I actually said that to him, you know, because we were really, he'd call me at midnight. So it's like we were close. But what a dumb ass thing to say. Just stupid as hell. Like, obviously that dude knew what was going on long before any of us. All right. So what's wrong with these lips? Like 20,000 different things. You have to learn to set yourself up for success. So we start with the round, right? And then we go in and I'll start with the damn standard brush. And I'll put a line in like this, right? And so what this line does is it sets up planes. It sets up, okay, that's the top part, there's the down, there's another up, and then there's another down. That's the primary purpose of that line, because I'm not sculpting lips, I'm sculpting planes. And then once I've got that, then I'll come down and I'll do my next mark, which is I go in and I create these kind of marionette lines. This is generally better done with the standard brush because I can get a little bit more out of it. I can kind of push those things in a little bit. And so, I mean, you don't have to go far. Like I've been doing lips like this since long time ago. I have to go back on my YouTube and see when the first YouTube video was. And then I'll establish some of that, some of this. And then now next thing you know, you got lips. They're not finished. There's a lot of problems. But the basic premise behind everything I'm presenting today is that you have to have a process. And it's the process that gives you power. What we say at Vertex is mastery is not magic, it's process, right? So, and we now know magic is process. You do X, Y, and Z, and it distracts them so that you can pull off, X, Z, whatever it is. It's a series of steps that you methodically go through that fool people. And that's what mastery is just steps. And they become part of your body, part of your neurology, and you just do those steps and you don't even realize that you're doing them anymore. And that's why I say, you have to understand what a master artist does in the first few seconds, right? And so now I've made a mistake. I don't know if anybody can spot the mistake I made, but there's a mistake in my process. So the corner of the corner of the lips are not right. And so now I would have to go back and I have to brute force it. But I believe in a thing called deep practice, which you can learn more about from Daniel Coyle. And so in deep practice, the basic idea is that you want everything to flow from beginning to end with as few mistakes as possible, if zero mistakes. Like try to have zero mistakes so that it just emerges. He uses the example of a violin player. I want this mouth to emerge with as few steps as possible, not going back, right? And so the step I missed was that. That's it, right? And just that one little step, look what that did. I'm going to keep it zoomed out a little bit. Do you see the highlight? Do you see the shadow? The human eye picks that up. And that's in everybody. We all have that right there, unless we have a beard covering it.
Do that one again. Do that one again so they can see it. Yeah.
What? The drawing or
go back? Yeah, no, do the sculpt part again. Go back, undo before you had it.
I was like, you want me to put my fingers in my mouth again?
Yeah, let's go.
What summit are we? What summit are we at here?
What summit are we at? There you go.
Okay.
You guys got to figure. Ryan and I have known each other for a very long time.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, if that was inappropriate.
It's inside jokes.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I'm keeping it.
All right. So there you go. So now you got me sweating. So let's go back right here. It's as simple
using the standard brush. You're using the standard brush.
Yep, simple standard brush, and it's like 3 or 4 concentric turns. Okay, and those set me up. Now I'm not entirely done yet. There's a couple of other lines I need to do. So I'm going to draw a line around here underneath. So that's a line going here. I'm going to draw a line going that way. I'm going to draw a line coming this way, and then I'll probably draw another line that way. Okay. And so these lines are things that I've known about that just help me organize things. So there's names for them, like that's the juggle groove. Is it the juggle groove? Yeah, I think that's called the juggle groove. And so we put these in and it starts to, you can see it from here. It's like it starts to set us up. It's like, all right, that's the nodule at the side of the mouth. This is cheek fat that's moving back into the masseter. Right. And then there's more. So you can go a little bit deeper and we can say pull a line out this way. And so now what that line does is that line starts to separate out the orbicularis oris, the mouth muscle, from the masseter, then also from the depressor anguli. And then really this just becomes exposed chin. And then this becomes fat. And, if you've seen, as we all get older, the jowl is here because that's that fat there traveling south. So now if I start to orchestrate that, let's divide this.
So when you're doing this process, you tend to stay in Dynamesh in the very beginning and then start dividing. Do you ever use Sculptris Pro, or you just stick in Dynamesh?
I never use Sculptris Pro because I can't handle sculptable topology is really important to me. And Sculptris Pro, just makes changes I'm not prepared for. And I've been, how long I've been doing this. So it's that was pre my workflow. So Geo, Geo Napko, was like, Ryan, try a modeler, Adobe's thing. And I wanted to try it so bad because Geo is just like, he's just an amazing artist and he was doing cool things. But man, I'm like, dude, I'm 50. Like, I don't really want to spend my time learning new software. Like, go volunteer for my kid's band. That's really what I want to do. Okay, you see it all revolving, all coming together?
Yep.
And so, at the end of the day, it might look messy. Some elements of that might look messy, but it is far from messy. It's structure. This is underlining structure. So here, let me see if I can do a comparison. Yeah. So I'm going to draw the lines again. So I drew a line to separate this. I drew a line here. Okay. I drew a line out like that. Okay. I drew a line in here to separate the masseter from the rest of that. Okay. I also drew a line in here to this is just a little trick to give a little highlight to the form right there. And then, the next thing you know, you're just kind of going in and you're mapping out kind of like a 3D printer. It really should be like you are your own 3D printer where you have these, you have these things you have mapped out and they're what you do. And then, I'll come in and there'll be a whole series of things that I do here in the eye. I'm going to get the malar line. Actually, the malar line is right there. I'm going to get the infraorbital margin right there. We've got a bunch of things that we got to kind of sort through. But I think what I want to do is I want to transition into sculpting a torso to show you guys some more advanced thinking on it.
So before we do that, can I ask you a question real quick? If you're doing a likeness from life, let's say you're sculpting a portrait of someone, does that change your process in any way? Do you do any sort of like matchmaking, try to match the structural bone parts of your portrait to the model, or is that just still very much like a Bridgman approach where you're just blocking out the forms and then kind of guessing when you get to that part of the features and that kind of stuff? Like, how does that change your process?
Likeness, I first have to say I hate likenesses. Because they're down to a nuance. And if you get a photo reference of somebody on a bad day or even on a different day, but it's in the morning, the afternoon, small things shift, camera shifts. And so likeness, the number one thing you have to understand is like this part of what I'm doing right here is, I doubt it's 10% of the effort. And so that's the number one thing people have to understand. Like, because I love to sculpt. I do not love to worry about the half tones and get into look dev. Is not my place of joy. But if I am worried about a likeness, which I was just doing,
let's say you're working from a live model, not from photographs. Like you're actually looking at the person. And you're like, okay, I want to make the likeness of this person. How would that change your process? Do you still hate it?
No, there's a lot of different things. So like here, we can look a little bit at this. So I was working on a likeness of, I'm working on a bust of Vincent Desiderio, who is a painter out in New York. Very important for people like myself, who when I started realism, like people, it didn't exist. Basically, I had to move my entire life to the East Coast to learn how to draw realistically. Now you go to YouTube, but YouTube wasn't a thing back then. And so, Vincent, I'm a big fan of this guy. What the heck just happened? And so I want to do like a crazy portrait of Vincent. And all I have, this is not somebody from life, but this is, all I have is, let's do pure ref. So you can see, I do not have a lot to work with. open recent. Like, look at how grainy that is.
Oh, wow.
And there's Vincent. There's a couple of different things, and we got stuff. But now what is important, in this conversation for us, and in terms of the likeness, and really I think kind of the core of your question is do you still worry about the volumes? Do you still sculpt those volumes? And the answer is yes, 1000%. Now, somebody else might not, but I do. And so it's because inside of this image, like you can see, there's his cheek. So here's going to be his rectangular plane of the cheek. There's the upright cylindrical mass right in there. I try to find the square part of his forehead and how that's going to fit into the cranial area. Triangular shape of the jaw. And so, yeah, I'm always thinking about that, right? And so now with this one, say, for example, let's rotate it.
I guess I wasn't really, what I was asking was more like,
Yes.
okay, do you still sculpt basic volumes and then match the reference? Or are you thinking of that as you're looking at the reference from the start, from the get-go?
Well, that's a question of automation almost. So ultimately, I still whether I'm doing it in ZBrush or I'm doing it in my mind, I'm still sculpting the basic forms. But I just sculpt them in my mind most of the time. But they're always there. And for anybody who hasn't sculpted the basic forms, I'm like, you don't pass go, sculpt the basic forms. And you got to look at this, and you can't get carried away with some of the stuff going on there, right? Like I'm missing those things, but I got to go in and I got to look, all right, where's the angular, and then how's this work and how's this move in? And you notice like I'm off a little bit, but that cheek is looking like I'm pretty close to having that. And this massing is okay, so you still have to think in terms of overall volumes, and you still have to have a process, and so we can look at the torso is really going to be the best one when we start to talk about working from life, because now the question would be, you have your model, let's take this back. How are we going to go through and do this? So geometry, let's go Dynamesh. I gotta get myself in trouble.
Give you a quick time check too, Ryan. You got 13 minutes left.
Oops.
Just so you know.
Ugh. All right, we'll work with that. Let's work on this back. So I'm going to, right off the bat, and I'm going to skip the bony landmarks. No, you can't skip your bony landmarks, Ryan. It's like not eating your meat straight to your pudding. Okay, so okay, let's check it. I use the sides of the canvas. So you see how I'm lining up that line, and I'm just checking it with this line down here. So sculptors will use calipers, and this is my caliper. The boundaries. Okay. Now, when I'm working on this, do I immediately start on the muscles and say start on the teres major back here? Absolutely. I do that every time I want to have a shitty day. It's the first thing I do is focus on the muscles, because it's guaranteed to make me feel like I totally chose the wrong career and I have screwed up 20 years of my life. Just do that. So then I end up having to come back and be like, all right, pull your head out of your rear end. And I'm going to now start getting a little jittery and focus on the task at hand. which is capturing the rib cage. Now the rib cage, I have very specific things I do. I capture the back plane, and then I capture a line across here. And since I'm short on time, you're going to have to see the anatomy class to see why. Or maybe I'll jump into another Pixelogic thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, real quick, Ryan, while you're doing this too, because I think this is a relevant question to where you're going with this. But one of the viewers is asking, in your opinion, how do you not lose the character of the model in the process of detailing? Because sometimes in the beginning, they seem to catch their character, but then they lose it. And so is that kind of what you're alluding to with like starting with muscle immediately? You're just going to have a bad day?
Well, I think so, yeah. And really, that speaks to the foundation is just not solid. So you got to work on your foundation. And by foundation, I mean like these subtle forms that I have here. If you're talking about like, say, something like that Vincent Desiderio and working on that, like, or I did a Matthew McConaughey and it's looked like 20 different versions of that dude. And that dude's looked like 20 different versions of himself anyways. So, you know, it's nuts. But ultimately, you have to devote time. That's one of the key components out of this, is make sure that you're aware that all of this is a function of time. You have to give yourself time. And by time, I mean, you got to give yourself like days, if not weeks, you know, because in the beginning, it's just, this is a human art form. It requires, you know, the human brain, and the way humans work is, number one, slowly. This is why AI has so many advantages that people are like, you know, excited about. It can see patterns that humans will take, you know, decades, centuries to learn, and they might learn them, and then the next thing you know, you got a war and it's all gone. You know, like what happened with the burning of the Library of Alexandria. You know, the amount of knowledge they had back then before that, I mean, we would definitely have flying cars if they hadn't burned that damn library.
Yeah, actually, on that point, I actually joke a lot with my friends saying, like, I wish I could go back in time, not to change anything, but to be a fly in the wall on the turn of the Dark Ages. Like, what happened where the Dark Ages came in and just so much knowledge was lost, and who knows where we would be? Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to be a mild one. So again, I'll have to pop on to something again later, guys, to really dial this in. But in my study, because this is when we're in the arena, is when we're studying. And so the idea is we study like we are right now, and we're learning process, and we're failing, and we're learning process, and we're failing, and we're learning process. And then next thing you know, we can go and we can imagine all sorts of things, and we get that creative freedom that, you know, we also desperately want. But, you know, it takes us going in and really trying to dive into the thinking process. Like this whole mess right here, right? Right now, I am setting myself up to have a really crap day. Because what am I doing? I'm following the long head of the tricep. I'm trying to be like, where's that long head of the tricep? And then what happens? The long head of the tricep veers off over here. And so I play whack-a-mole, which sucks. And so instead, what we have to learn how to do is we have to learn how to think about it analytically. And so what do I not have right now? The number one thing I do not have is I do not know where my acromion process is. And you guys are like, I don't know where my acromion process is. I will tell you where your acromion process is. It's this little thing right here, right? And then at the end of that, that's the clavicle. So the acromion process is actually even farther away. So now, see, I don't have that measurement. And if you don't have that measurement, like, how could you do anything? You can't. So your sculpt is going to suffer. You're going to be in pain. You're going to be in mental pain and anguish. And all it is you didn't do your anatomy study properly. And you started to focus on the candy. Now, once I know a chromium process is right there, I actually can take and do a 2D line check. I say, all right, well, look, it's going right there. Okay. Now I go in and I have a little bit more control over how we, wrong brush. Time check.
Time check.
Yeah,
And check 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to totally bypass anatomy and go straight to form. And so when we go to form, it's like, now that is actually a block. That's all that is. And if I can see the block, if I am the block, then
one with the block.
Yes, then I can start to have some of that power. Oops. I just learned how to turn that auto select off. It's like, how long have I been in this program? I just learned how to turn it off.
That just proves we're always learning.
Always learning. Now we can start to flow some things. And then when we get into the arms, it's like, well, am I going to do bicep? No. Again, start thinking about muscles. I'm going to do simple planes. And you can see this in my Instagram. You can see, all right, I do these arms, and I'm just going in, and my primary first step is to just get that box. And then once I've got that box, then I start to worry about, like, okay, maybe we can start talking about the shield of the deltoid, right? And so I want to use shape language as I go in. So I like to think of the deltoid as a shield. I'm trying, like the devil, not to think about the tricep too much, because it is just the siren's call, just leading me astray. But I may be close to a point where I can do it. All right, so we can start wrapping up. The key thing for me, when you guys are learning art, really focus and spend your time. Like, because, some people are really new to 3D. ZBrush really attracts a lot of new people all the time, and which is probably why Maxon bought them. Good thing. So when you get worried about this, for back in the day, ZBrush was the dream for creative freedom. That's what he built it for, was creative freedom. He didn't build it for ease of use, as everybody who uses ZBrush knows. He was like, I don't want it to be a Toyota. I want ZBrush to be a Ferrari. You have to learn how to use a Ferrari. You can't just like put it in drive and drop the transmission. You need to learn how to work with it. And it's a very human thing, right? Like, I was trying to talk Ofer into building a character creator, and he was like, no, this has to be something where effort is rewarded, where you have to feel like you did something, like you with your own hands, even though I'm just drawing on a screen, You got to tell a story and just start focusing on your craft, guys. And if you want to learn more of anatomy, head over to kingslien.art. And also, don't forget, I am going to be in Rome, teaching digital sculpting with David Simon and the crew. So Rome workshops That's the last plug I'll give. If you go over there, you can go into workshops. I'm in the first workshop. We have to flesh this out, but basically for 2 weeks, we're going to do museum visits. What's that?
Nice. That's a nice date for me.
Yeah. So Rome, come work with me. RomeWorkshop.com, theRomeWorkshops.com. Shouldn't use an S, but I did too. And so there you go. Now, lots of stuff just happened. Some of it'll make sense, some of it won't. Hopefully something was
getting a lot of people asking for more time with you sculpting. That's means a
as you guys
successful demonstration over here.
Good. I love sculpting. It's my passion. And sculpting is a way of thinking and it's a way of seeing. I think of it as a foundation skill. Everybody goes to drawing and painting, but every amazing drawing and painting person knows sculpture is a primary art form. You have to learn that too.
Yep.
Well, like everyone said, I wish we did have more time, but we've definitely got a bunch of more presentations today. As always, Ryan, dropping the knowledge bombs in anatomy for everybody too. Seeing you work through it too, I think is why people are like, this is what we want to do. We just want to see, and this is part of what ZBrush Summit's all about, is connecting with the community, letting people see what you have going on, and going to Rome. I'm in.
It's part of ZBrush. Like I didn't have a presentation slide. I just opened ZBrush.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. So yeah, this was awesome. Thanks for being here, Ryan. It's
Thanks,
always such a pleasure. And yeah, we dropped the links in the chat too. So if you guys are interested in any of his courses or that the Rome workshop, because I guess Rodolfo's now going to book his ticket. So get in there. And,
I want to book my ticket. I want to go to Rome.
Book away. Let's just all go.
Let's go to Rome. Let's just do a trip.
Say no more. Let's go to Rome.
David gets us access to museums too, special access.
Oh yeah. Now you're
talking. Yeah. We're hooked now.
Yeah. Museum geek right here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, Ryan, thank you for being with us, taking time to get out of your weekend away from your family too. Appreciate it. All the best to you and your fam too. Say hi for me.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here and showing a nice little knowledge bomb of anatomy and what people should be looking for and how they should start out their processing of sculpting a human character.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you later. Cheers. Okay, now the Three Stooges are back together.
Yep. Dude, that's sorry, that was such an amazing presentation.
Yeah.
It's always cool. It's always cool just watching, experts in their field just do their magic and stuff. And I really liked his insight too of the learning process and split screen. So split screen.
A lot of that, what he was saying.
Yeah, that was actually specifically created for what he did it for. Is actually what that was created for. It was actually a request from a user that actually does collectibles, Martin Canali. He's like, hey, it'd be amazing, because that's what he wants to do. Also, and he can do comparison. So that was great. Awesome.
Yep.
It was really
brought me back to my atelier drawing classes. All the stuff he was talking about was just the fundamental drawing knowledge, the bombs that he was dropping. And when we were talking about sculpture being a fundamental art form, let's say, we always talked about that when you're drawing form. You're not drawing muscles. You're not drawing an eye. You're not drawing lips. You're drawing shape and form, like 2D shape, 3D form. That's it.
Yeah.
So yeah. It was great. It was an awesome presentation. Loved it.
Can't think of enough too. Yeah, all these people spending time with us these 2 days. It's just really an honor. But we're going to do some giveaways again, show you guys what you can have a chance of winning. So if you register for your giveaway, again, we're doing them next week. We're going to be polling the winners. We're not polling winners live. So I'm going to start off again with one of the prizes again. We have a second 3D Characters Workshop from Shane Olsen. So we're now up to 2 of these memberships we're going to give away. So it's a 1 year, it means a lifetime membership to Shane Olsen's 3D Character Workshop. And as Ian, you said, you were a member of this lifetime membership as well. So we're giving away one of those again. So we're also going to give away. So I'm going to come back into my bag of prizes here. I gotta make sure I'm grabbing the right stuff. So please bear with me for a minute while I'm doing this. Double check. Okay. Another Gnomon workshop. A 1 year subscription for this. There's so much content on here. It's crazy how much content's on here. Whoever wins this, I would take advantage as much as you can, because there's just amazing artists. There's a lot of ZBrush people on there for sure, sharing some things. I know Ryan used to have stuff on there too. I'm pretty sure he still does have stuff on there as well. So there is a great resource for you all as well. And then we're going to give away another, where are you? And we got different stuff throughout the days here too, as we go through here. I'm trying to find the one I am looking for. Here, we'll do this one. Let's do this one. Okay, another ZWrap. This one's a 2-year subscription from them. So you'll be able to use their plugin with ZBrush. Again, that's made specifically for ZBrush. Great tool, great feature. A lot of the studios are using this in conjunction with ZBrush. So for those that are talking about studio gaming and film and all that, this is one of their main tools that they will use constantly as well. And then the last item that we're giving away during this break, because again, we're going to keep giving stuff away. I'm looking for it, and there it is. Okay, another lifetime membership again from Thomas Littlebach and his team, and then Eric Keller and the group there from ZBrush Jewelry membership, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. So great community there of everyone, again, just like what we're all doing, sharing ideas, sharing things. So those are your 4. We're going to take a little break, but don't go anywhere, because I know some people were asking about hard surface. That's what we got next. So Daniel Hahn, known as Daytoner, is going to be up next, and he is very heavy, all ZBrush, and then his rendering, he's using Keyshot. He's going to be another awesome one. I know kind of some of the stuff he's going to present. It's another one kind of breakdown what we just did with Ryan. It's going to be a lot like this too. He's going to be jumping in ZBrush and sharing some things for you and showing you some models that he's done also. So I'm a big hard surface guru. Rodolfo is as well. So we're excited for this one too. It's not like Ian's not, but we're like dorks.
Yeah, we're dorks. Let's
Yep. So don't go anywhere. Daniel's going to be up next. We got a little break, so about 13-minute break. That way we all can stretch, get your waters refilled, take restroom breaks, get ready. It's going to be an awesome presentation from Daniel, aka Daytoner. He's going to show you guys some amazing techniques he likes to do with ZBrush for hard surface. So we'll see you in just less than 12 minutes.
Stay.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later this year, the ability to create from scratch or manually retopologize has been greatly enhanced. Our team has been diligently developing new retopology tools that will empower you to design to create individual faces, precisely place vertex points, draw geometrical lines, expand by edge loops, select through various topology patches, and so much more. Our aim is to enable you to retopologize more efficiently than ever before within ZBrush. Another significant update we will be releasing later this year is the new folder restructure, which serves as the foundation for expanding user profiles. This enhancement will simplify the process of transferring these items from one version to another. Additionally, this improvement will facilitate better management of the ZBrush folder structure for educational institutions and studios. One of the most requested features for ZBrush is also coming soon, an all-new UV editor. You'll be able to create, edit, and manage UVs directly in ZBrush for desktop with precision and control, seamlessly integrated into your sculpting workflow.
Ooh, what's up?
Hello, everyone.
You look shocked there.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I just wanted to do the face.
Still feeling the jump scares from yesterday.
I was okay from yesterday. I was all right.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Good. Man. Well, welcome back, everybody. What an amazing lineup we still have to go. Like, we only got a couple in, and we're already feeling it's amazing. It's really cool. I'm jazzed and pumped. But Paul, who do we have coming up next?
I'm super excited. Another one of these artists I've been following for years and watching his work. He's got a book out. I own it. I love it. I love art books, man. I'm a big believer in the art books. Yeah, we've got the internet and all this stuff, but I just love opening art books, looking at stuff. And his book's chocked full of just designs that he's done. And he's really all ZBrush and Keyshot for his renders. He's an amazing artist. I'm really excited to have him, especially as a hard surface guru myself, and my fellow guru, Mr. Rodolfo, is a hard surface guru. So we're both jazzed and ready to go. We know you're targeting frogs and tattoos, so we're targeting hard surface. Okay? We're targeting. Okay? That's how we're going.
Frogs, tattoos, hard surface, mechs, robots. Kind of,
all our people
mix it up a little bit. You know, it can.
Yep. It's all the same. So they're not here to listen to us. Let's bring them on. Let's bring Daniel on, aka Daytoner. I'm super excited. Let's bring him on the show. There he is. Hey.
Hello. Good morning. Good day.
Hey, good day to
How are you
you
guys?
too. Doing good.
Doing good.
Yep.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. Nervous. First time here, and thanks for having me, first of all. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I brought some figures. I brought my book.
I see.
Yeah,
We'll share links to
ready.
the book. When you want to bring up the book and stuff, we'll share links to the book, of course, so everyone can know where to get the book. Again,
Yeah,
I own
exactly.
my own copy. I'm super excited. And the workflow that you're going to be sharing with us, I think everyone's going to really love this and see how you approach doing some hard surface techniques with inside of ZBrush. I think it'll be very exciting for people to see this.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, like most of my stuff is in the book is made with ZBrush, the models for sure. And also these guys, the figures that I'm producing since a few years are also fully ZBrush. These tend to be a bit cleaner than my usual models. The ones that end up just being 2D, they are a bit more messy and dirty. I really like, you just said in the intro, you can stay longer in the zone with certain tools, and I'm actually resonating with that a lot because the zone is my favorite zone. And that's why I like ZBrush, because I can stay in it for longer, I think. And yeah, I have my book. It looks like this. I have it with me too. Just like literally all my stuff in here. It's published by Design Studio Press. And yeah, today I just thought I'm gonna bring some of my ZBrush models because I rarely show them in their bare state, like behind the scenes, kind of backstage. Usually when you see them, they're all finished up with a lot of decals and a lot of render and a lot of Photoshop on top of them. So I thought it might be kind of cool to bring show some models and then show some tools I'm using.
Yep.
It's not easy. I trained this a little bit because an hour is, you can do a lot in an hour, but you can also get carried away. So I'm gonna start. I have to share my screen probably.
Yep.
Okay, share my screen.
Oh yeah, and again, like I'm super stoked actually because somebody in the comment section had said like, oh, they're still shocked that hard surface as a whole is like not like connected to ZBrush, but it's been doing hard surface since like as long as I can remember. So it's gonna be really cool to have this breakdown.
Yeah.
Yes, and maybe one more thing I wanted to add. I'm totally coming from left field into this whole industry. I'm actually a car designer, or I'm a learned product designer, and I was for 20 years in the car industry. So I'm coming completely from hard surface, basically. but completely from left field. Like I was never in entertainment, but I enjoyed a lot. So you should be able to see me. Pop, pop, pop.
Yes, we have your screen. Yep.
So I prepared a few pages to really quickly talk about a few things before I'm going into ZBrush. For people that don't know what I'm doing, I want to just show a few images, a few of my favorite ones, and I know that people like outside of the book. I brought all these models in their bare state before any textures and anything. This guy, I will show and explain a few things about him, and also how I approach the models, because I mostly end up with my models in 2D, so I am very, let's say, efficient on how they are modeled. So some of them don't have backsides and stuff like this. So it's kind of probably interesting to see how much model there is and how much model there is not. This guy I brought, I'm gonna do something to him in the end of the session. I'm gonna rework the top of this visor and try something a bit more organic. I thought that could be a cool idea. And I brought this guy over here. He has actually some cool insert curve meshes, which create you these flat band cables like in one stroke with ZBrush. He has same technique going on here. I don't use it too often. I use actually more insert multi-mesh brushes. They're all over the place. It's probably my most used tool because I'm bashing these things together mostly. So it's all these ones are mixes out of sculpting, bashing, and then some panel functions. And yeah, so here's some other ones by myself, some darker ones, where the top one of this one is fully done in ZBrush. The rest is Photoshop, like somewhere from here on. I brought this one as a model. The frog drone I like this little guy a lot. And I brought this guy too because he's one of the only ones I'm actually, or there's more than him, but he's one of the only ones that are modeled like in a full body. Like I said, most of the time I model portraits. You could almost say, like almost all of the stuff I'm doing is robot portraits, and I tend to cut them at the shoulders too. Here I have this one as a model too today. That was the guy behind me. We're producing him as a toy. It's a very clean model, totally different style to what I'm usually doing. So I tend to bounce between a very sculpty style and a very super greebly techy style. Some more. These ones are a good cross section where you see what I'm doing is mostly robot portraits because I am very, very interested in facial expressions without having a face. I think this is how you could put it the best. So I'm loving to modeling faces, robot faces, and I hate putting two eyes on them. In this case, it's actually, there is two eyes, but it's a skull, that's okay. But I tend to either overdo a lot of eyes, like 4 or 8 or whatever. My toy is called Master 9 Eyes. But sometimes I also just try to avoid them, but still I love the challenge to make them look a certain way without having too cheesy googly eyes on them. Exactly. And the last page, I wanted to show just because they are so different in style from what I usually do. These are my toys. We will be next week at the DesignerCon in Las Vegas, which is a art toy fair, and we will launch a bunch of new ones. And I like showing this page and maybe the model of those because they're very nicely made models by myself and they look completely different. They are in a totally different style. They are very cartoony and just like every fold is kind of there. It's very, because it makes sense. So it's very reduced. So there's no greeble on them. There's just like the pure pose and sculpture. So I just wanted to show them because I think that's also a good thing about ZBrush because it's about sculpting. After all. So I'm going to jump into ZBrush.
Yeah, before you jump in, though, I want to share, like you had mentioned it earlier, your background, you're coming from automotive, right? You're coming from an automotive world, Alias and CAD applications.
Yes.
So for you, what's this tool ZBrush? And I'm going to go start playing with it. Was there something in particular you saw or something you did, or you just saw it one day and you started playing with it and had it? I can see how I can design and create all these things you're sharing with us.
I know exactly how it happens. How it happened. My first contact with ZBrush was, I don't know, probably in 2003, 4 or something, like super old school. We had it in our university, and I kind of liked it there. But I always thought like we were so into Alias Wavefront. I was always like, it's such a niche product. I might never end up using it. And I'm originally from Germany. And in 2012, I came over here to LA and I was at the art center, the final presentation of the entertainment students, actually, at the art center. And I was really quick at the car students, and I kind of, nothing surprised me there. Like I was like searching for something new in my head, and then I walked over to the entertainment students, and they had like these crazy horror figures, and they looked so realistic, and I was like, holy shit, what is that done with? And the guy was like, yeah, ZBrush and Photoshop. And I was like, holy shit, ZBrush, I know that program, but I kind of didn't use it for forever, but I know it, so I should actually look back into it because I was really excited about what I've seen there. And this is how it started. That I then started to do robots with it, I think comes from my background, like from the hard surface background, and that I like all these Japanese, like I think Ghost in the Shell, Pet Labor. Like I talked with Ara actually on the Lightbox about it, that I have a very heavy Pet Labor influence, which is good. I think that's okay. But this is how it happened. And then in like 10 years ago, I really dove into it because of this second impact from ZBrush, from some heavy users. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We'll get you back into ZBrush now.
Okay, cool. So, okay, here's one of the first ones I showed you. And like I said, I show them rarely in this state. This is a very greebly one by myself. And like I said, it's a mix between panel, like let's say panel techniques. I even have these cut out, the sides of them. And there's some super small bashy parts in it. If I would expose this whole thing, it's fairly detailed for what I would do. That's why I bring it. So here you see all the parts. It even has a skull somewhere in there. The underside is not modeled at all. It's just, like I said, I'm very efficient. Like what you see is modeled and what you don't see is kind of not modeled. So I knew about on this guy that I would go into 2D and I would want a shot like this from him, maybe a straightforward one. I think the one shot that we see the most of him is straightforward, actually. And this guy is like everything from me. It's a mix between sculpted things, like down here, it's very just wrinkled sculpted, not even that crazy high res, because I know I want to put a fabric on it later. And then there's a lot of panel techniques and a lot of very small bash details in here. On the back, it doesn't even do much. It's not even that finished here. Here's these curve insert brushes that I'm using. They have tiny copper wires in them, and like all you have to do is basically, once you build that, I'm showing this later, you have to drag it out and you get these super crazy wires here that you can render later out with plastic, like I showed before. So this is a heavy detailed one. I'm trying to see what else I have here. Let's open this guy. This one I like a lot because I rarely do, like I said, full body sculpts. For the toys, I do them. On this one, he even has nicely organized folders. Also not that often, but this is basically when I go full body and also a bit more into detail, but it's the same types of things I'm using. So if you zoom in all the way, you have a bunch of these insert meshes, which I have a bunch of my own, like this guy is this guy. And this is what I like about ZBrush. So once you have modeled all of this stuff, you can just play around with these things and make stuff up. So this at the moment is heavily asymmetrical in the pose. That's why it doesn't work so good. But
are you for these models, are you doing more of like a sculptural Dynamesh approach, or do you also use ZModeler? Like, are you staying more?
I am staying a lot in the sculpting. You will see it when I do a little cylinder later to do an insert mesh, which probably most of the people would do with the ZModeler. But I actually, on the first attempt, I would still sculpt it. And this also surprised me how good you can actually sculpt these things. So this one is not done with ZModeler at all. It's hand sculpted basically. So this is a piece of clay, and I love how you can get it still to a resolution that looks like really cool. Yeah, here probably I used the cloth simulation. I don't use that often, but I kind of wanted to lay on the floor right, and then later I probably added some wrinkles into it. That's the back face. So yeah, I would refine it later. That's probably an interesting one to see. And I wanted to show Master 9 Eyes for sure. So that is the toy we saw earlier, and it's completely different style. I really don't dribble too much around on it. I don't add too many things that are unnecessary. So this is a very simple, it's very full in the resolution, but it's a very, on the parts, it's very simple. So I try to be really, really, really focused on the stance of it and the character and basically what it's supposed to tell the people who like the figure. And yeah, so I have a bunch of those, and they are produced straight out of ZBrush. Same technique. You see the cylinders that I use a bunch. They are in that same folder. Which ones are those? Kind of those. And once you have made a set for you, you can just go nuts in ZBrush. This is what I usually like. You don't have to. I think this is what made me come over. Actually, you don't have to think too much about curves and CVs. So coming from the world of NURBS and alias, not that it's bad, but I was kind of annoyed by having to think too much about where the curve goes while I'm not even sure what I want to do. So this, I think, brought me into ZBrush. And yeah, I think what I like about ZBrush is that I like you guys said in the trailer, that you can stay in the zone for longer. And I'm not thinking about CVs or vertices or curves at all. Like I'm going straight from the sphere or from the base head into sculpting and just make stuff up without thinking about curves. Later, the more detail it gets, the more I think about it. And then I would also start using the Z modeler, but I actually try to avoid it a little bit because I feel like I'm jumping back into the rabbit hole that I didn't want to be in with basically, like, I have to know all the time before, like, where the CVs are going. And so I would always approach the first step, concepting and sculpting. And then maybe later I would use the Z modeler to clean stuff up. I use it more and more now, but I enjoy the freedom of the clay, of the sculpt. So here is one guy I wanted to show you that we seen him in the picture earlier. He's in the book. What I was talking about with the efficiency is he stops where the picture would stop, so I didn't actually continue. And on this guy's even crazier because he's not even there on the other side. It's fully, he has no symmetry, so it's very sculpted from an asymmetrical thing. So there was never a symmetry in here. But I think it's kind of cool to see the behind the scenes. And if I wanted him to be symmetrical, I could mirror all this over. But again, I'm pretty sure that I was pretty sure, and I still think it was a good decision to show this guy just like this from side view. And yeah, this is all I model at that point. I would also do this for projects. When I work for games or something like this, I would also, if I just want to show a certain area, I would do the same thing. And this, like I said, this is a mix out of panel loops, like panels that are fairly random in this case, and some insert curve mesh brushes. This one I will show in a second, because you can actually have like a different start, a different end, and a middle that gets repeated, and you can draw this guy out with one stroke and then move it around. I will show it. And then sculpted parts like this, even as a whole. But it's basically fully sculpted with some brushes that mimic seams and stuff like this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like really cool to see the different approach that you've taken with this. If you don't mind me asking, what are some of the like inspirations you draw from when creating a sculpture like this?
This is a heavy old school Japanese Ghost in the Shell, Gundam kind of vibe. Also Metal Gear Solid. I'm like a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. And this guy goes actually a lot into detail. A second. Come on. So these parts are actually super detailed, even though it's just the eye, but it's also some part of a a car or something. I just downloaded this one. I didn't build this one. I just got it from somewhere, but it's all the way down to the inside of his eye. He even has these little things sticking out where he plugs his eye into the gun. It's not an actual eye, it's a plug, because he doesn't need to look through a scope. He's a robot. It's just the connection of the humanoid to the device. And yeah, this comes heavily from gaming, from other robot artists, and a very heavy portion from what is it? Japanese movies, like old school anime. I want to show a short cylinder really quick, how quick that actually goes. I'm not gonna save this guy, and this will probably answer a few things. I might actually go silent a little bit. So I usually would start actually with a sphere and then get myself a cylinder. Gonna delete this one back out, duplicate this over. Probably turn off the symmetry or the perspective. Raise this guy up a few times. And this is probably, you could probably build it way more exact in the Z-modeler brush. But like I said, if I go from like scratch and I don't know what I'm actually doing, I would literally go in sculpting these things from scratch. And I was always surprised how this shocked me the most, like the trim dynamic brush, how you can basically go at an edge and start sculpting it, maybe a bit more count, into a chamfer in like a second, and it sits perfect. Like in every other program, I would think like I've never hitting this edge to kind of sculpt the chamfer on there, but it's so nice to just decide these things on the fly with sculpting tools. I would probably remesh this guy, let's say with the same, to make the topology a bit better from where I started from. So now it's, except for the center, pretty good topology, and like probably every hard surface guy, I would use the Damon standard. A second, just intensity up. And I would just do these types of things. I would probably put one in the top too. Actually, now, since this looks good, I would actually polish this over one more time. I try also to not res these up too much. I think that's why this is where the Z-modeler brush would be actually better for the insert multi-meshes. But I just want to show how a few tools that are like pinch brush is insane tool. It basically pulls the curve to a line that you're drawing. So basically when I go over here and draw over there, in this case straight is better, it pulls together this shut line and makes it more exact, and you start getting something really nice. What I use lately a lot, and I don't even know what that is, like what type of brush that is, but I use the chisel shapes. It's back here. Usually I have my last two brushes back here. I'm experimenting with these two. The bevel flat, really funky, And the chisel shapes is really good. And the first ones is just the ones I use a lot, so that I don't always have to go up in here. I have this is one of my most favorite ones. You see them down here. And so this brush would basically do Boolean or something like that, Boolean functions into the mesh. Inward and outward. You could also put it outward. And before I would model this as a real cylinder, I would want to know, is this a good looking cylinder? So I would add these details. There is a bunch of cool stuff in here, which I like as well. And you get the really exact shapes from these. It's almost like doing Booleans without actually doing them. And I even think I could, let me see, I'm gonna duplicate that one more time. This one I use a lot too, clip curve. I'm not sure if that works out, but let's see.
So in essence, you're making your own, you're concepting your own meshes that you're going to use later.
Yes.
To kit bash, right? So you're also concepting the actual meshes and then using those to concept out the final model, right?
Yeah, I will show that in a second, exactly.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show how that I can actually do this on the fly. And like I said, stuff like this, I would actually in the beginning, either I would leave it, or if I think it should go up here, I would just polish it up. And then I think a logo might be cool. Just let me see. I have alphas to make logos. And you can, what the point about, that's not very straight. The point about this being, you can go like incredibly detailed on all these parts that you build. Like I always need to be in a certain mood to do this. Like sometimes I have this this moment where I think like I just want to build like one detail. It will, sometimes it's relaxing, sometimes it will annoy you when you model those. Now I inserted a mesh into this whole thing, and I kind of actually could do this again, I think, on this guy. Yeah. That's some radial curve, some radial symmetry. Ah, it doesn't work. Let's say like this. So you have this, I do this a lot. So I have a cylinder I modeled in like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It doesn't take long. To be honest, now I would actually throw this guy, make an insert mesh out of it. Say create insert mesh, say new. And now I have this guy as a brush here. And this is such a important thing to my workflow, that the more parts you build over the years, where is it? The more of these parts you will have, and you will start building a library. So if you would want to start making a, I don't even save these anymore. In other programs I would have saved like a few times, but I kind of, they are so quick to make that sometimes I don't even save them anymore and go over here, and you get really quick into a Daytona-ish universe. I usually leave myself a little base on the cylinders that I can move them in later and get all the details going. however I want them. And this one would also, you can actually control the size of the cylinders while you're doing that. You could make a long, slim cylinder out of it on the fly. And even though I would probably later build real cylinders, I think just to look at it very early like this is really awesome. And so basically you will see all, now that you know, you will see all these parts. I mean, people that use ZBrush a lot will see all these parts anyways, but let me see. So you have this guy, for instance. So these parts are not modeled at that point in time. They are modeled at a different point in time. And like I said, you can just see if you like 20 cylinders or just 2 or 3. That's why I like a lot about ZBrush. The other thing I want to show, and I think I'm jumping over to something else first. I wanted to show how I do some panels. I'm going to open this guy because I think this was one major moment for me where where ZBrush kind of ended up on a whole nother level, I would say, for me, because in the beginning you start like sculpting these bulbs of clay, and you don't actually split up models. And I never really understood why a layer has to be a subtool, but it doesn't matter. But at the point where you kind of learn how to split models up, I think there was such a big step for me, because then you notice like, oh my God, I can make this so detailed. And also the weight of the data is so heavy. Actually, the ZBrush data is so dense, usually when it's sculpting, when it's not like done with dynamic subdivision or something like this. But the point where I noticed I'm able to split these things up was like a big one for me, like in the beginning, like, I don't know, after the first year or something. So what I wanted to do with this guy, I just wanted to, on the fly, rebuild his whole visor here, and show some things that I usually do. I will duplicate this guy. When I found him, like, he's probably 7 years old, the geometry is like really bad on this visor. It's decimated, probably for computer reasons or processor reasons. But I just left it like this, and because I think this is also one of the powers of ZBrush for me, is to how much you can go in and out of these mushy surfaces. So I did a Dynamesh now, so I have now a fairly good topology with a few like little mistakes, and I would probably do a Z-mirror measure on top of it to make it really nice. What I like is you can get this thing down back to a mushy blob, because you decide to work on it further, even though the rest is kind of super nice and detailed. And you can go in and out of these levels of
do you do any retopol, like cleanup topology wise versus like maybe some UVing? We're getting that question on the chat. Do you have that need to have like clean topology at any point? Maybe a zero measure hand retopology?
Actually not. When we produce the figures, I think yes. I know how to do it. I think it's good to know how to do it. But like I said, I rarely don't want to go into these rabbit holes. It's almost like a selfish attempt, creative workflow kind of situation, because I noticed over the years that I try to only stay in a tool as long as it's kind of fun. And I think that is throughout my workflow that I do that a lot. So I stay in ZBrush for as long as I need to kind of finish what I wanted to do, and to have the base for Photoshop or something. And that brings me rarely towards the UV. Like once I find myself in too deep of a rabbit hole where I don't look at the actual design of the character anymore. It's probably at the end anyways, but I spend more time finding the right look for the character. So rather than being too perfect in every little detail, I think that's a good way to describe it. And yeah, like I said, I'm using all these tools again and again. With lazy mouse also a lot.
It looks like you're doing a lot of H polish and trim dynamic, right? To start putting in these planes. Those are the two main brushes that you're using?
Yeah. So it's the clay tubes. I don't know why it's the tubes and not. There's a few other clay brushes for the build-up, but this one felt the most. I also used to sculpt in real, like actual people, with actual clay, and this felt the most like the clay tubes felt the most like I would smear on certain clay portions on a model. And I would also basically use this to kind of, like, I think people that model muscles, they would also just it's almost like you drawing it with a pencil, and you would almost do the same kind of lines when you draw it in 2D. So it felt the most like rough, so I can change stuff really quickly. Yeah.
Do you think there's any brush that kind of simulates what you guys you do in clay and automotive, right? You have a little thin metal sheet, right, that you kind of slowly go along the clay surface to get the lines of an automobile. Is there any brush that gives you that kind of feel in ZBrush right now?
I have a few ones that kind of simulate the texture. Actually, I have a few really cool ones, but they're almost then like alpha brushes. Again, I'm actually happy with how those work. I have to say. If I would want more clay texture, then I would probably do something else in the end, and almost attach it like an alpha in the end for the texture. So I think I want to get this guy out. This I wanted to show. So Damien stand-up brush is a big one probably for everybody who does hard surface. That was actually also not great. And even though this line is not the most important in the world, I kind of wanted to sit fairly right. Let's go like here. So I would draw myself on what I want to do. I leave everything very not cylindrical for the moment, and then I would cut these things out with this was for me like the big step. I would cut these out with lassos and make those parts. So like this. So I'm trying to show how I get to my parts and to my panels and how ZBrush works like that. ZBrush is a very good tool, I think, if you have a calm hand. So if you are good with Photoshop, I think ZBrush is a really good tool for you, because sometimes I now work in Photoshop backwards, like I work in ZBrush. Like I selected now these things, they are now invisible, and I would split them up. So now where did it go? There it is. So I now have split it up into two parts, which I would work on later, and I would want that nose part too. See how we are in time. And I would cut this out.
Your time, just so since you asked, your time is, you got 15 minutes left.
That's good. So I do the same thing with this guy. It gives you a good idea how rough or not rough it is. It was fairly rough. I'm going to do this again. So I would sketch myself the themes on, and then I would kind of divide it into these parts. And then we have a big mess back here, but I'm going to solve this in a second. So this one I split as well.
There's a question that came through that they may have not seen when you were playing with the cylinder. They asking, how do you deal with clean, smooth bevels and change the bevel strength or profile? Do you just sculpt some more into it, or do you have another technique that you like to use?
I would just sculpt more into it. Like I would try, it's almost like on a sketch, I would try to, like, let's say the bevel, this bevel, I would try to make this right. I would not change it later on. I would, if I rebuild this in a Z modeler later on, then I would be able to, but not like that. No, I would not change it later. I would rather do like 3 or 4 strokes, and then just, if later on I think it's too small, I would just go over one more time. And here is a thing. I was actually wondering if, so I have this little menu here, which I use a lot. It's also jumps back here, and I do this a lot, and I'm not sure if that is a thing people do. Because ZBrush works really good with little chunks of stuff. I make myself thicker versions of geometry like that. I kind of close holes and then I move a part of it. I have no idea if that's a thing, but it works really good for me because I get these super chunky things, and it's way nicer to sculpt on them. So now I get a full thing. I will rest this up a little. I smooth it over. I would probably turn on Dynamesh on this guy to keep going. So now you see I have this extra part in here. Let me do this. Dynamesh is on. And now I would start again sculpting to a point. I can actually show the pinch brush on this one really good. So the pinch brush that I showed earlier, so I would polish it. There's a lot of polishing, hard surface. stuff. But I would also make up these shapes, and the shape that just happens, that basically this line runs over here and the other line runs along the nose straight back. I think this is a typical ZBrush thing that I would not necessarily model right out of the bat with Blender. This is a very sculpted feeling corner that just happens while you sculpt stuff. And I think in a different program, this is a very sculpted looking thing somehow. And now the pinch brush, if you don't like this curve, I would use the pinch brush to kind of paint the right shape in the air. And ZBrush tries to bring the geometry to that. And you can get some fairly nice running lines with crown and everything. It's a very car thing to say, but even here you can squeeze them together all you want. And also up here I would probably do it. I'm gonna leave this guy for now. Make it hard. Also very sculpted corner, but I like these things happening. These a bit more organic and bio feeling surfaces, almost like skull type surfaces. That's actually a thing that for my work, I think skulls is a big inspiration, because the surfaces that I'm doing are actually pretty organic and soft, but then I put a hard texture on it and I get all these super nice highlights. And I think the closest in nature is a skull that does that. It's actually a hard surface with organic shapes to it. So this guy I would leave like this. Let me just add one more detail here. I have a bunch of cool brushes I told Paul about. They're from JRO Tools. I've never talked to him, never met him, but I like these brushes a lot because they add a lot of detail in the first phase of concepting. And I would, before I jump to the next part, I would want this nose part to kind of do a borderline right thing. And you see I get all this detail in this part. If you zoom out, it's already like two parts coming together, and I have a hard edge on the one side and a soft edge on the other side. I'll probably chisel in some shapes here. Why not? While we are here, I would also, sometimes I use the Damon Standard reverse to add these types of details. Ugh.
So someone asking in the chat, do you use these models for printing? Like, do you print them, or do you eventually use them as just concepting, or is there any practical application?
So most of the time it's concept. Most of the time it's concepting. But for the figures that I'm producing, I have to be. They're also not printed, but there's actually molds made from them, so it's actually one step crazier. And this is where I would have to be really exact. There's another one of those weirdos. I would want this that I can see everything at the same time, and maybe I can, but it's the same thing that I did in the beginning. I'm making this a super odd part. I just want the fullness to sculpt on these sides here. Autosave. It's probably a good thing. And so that's not a side part.
So how would you go about, like, for example, because now you have a little bit of a mismatch between those two shapes that you just extracted, right? So how would you go about, like, making that transition clean between one subtool and the other? Like, you can see those two that you just split apart.
That's here on the front.
Sorry?
Which crooked corner do you mean? This one on the front, right?
Yeah, like that line, that panel line, right, that separates the subtools. So because of the Dynamesh and the whole, process.
I would actually sculpt this guy first now. So this would be the guide for the panel, because I would do the panel last. And even this is not a cylinder, so even this is not nice. But like I said, I don't always need it nice. This is a very important thing.
So you don't use like brushes?
1 second.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was curious about. Like, if you ever.
So I used the clip curve out of the vision angle for some things, or this I would clip. This whole thing I would clip until it kind of fits, like this guy. Yeah, I would clip it until it fits. Now I even have the other part, which is not good, but I would do the same on the other part. So I would probably clip that too. Doesn't do it.
It's masked. It's masked.
Ah, it's masked. Yeah. Okay. And if this happens, I would even actually pull it, which is what you not would do in car design, but I would actually just pull it. On this one, I would probably try to make it to this panel. I would probably I use this guy a lot, trim hole, and I would probably make myself a negative trim hole here, because it forces the stuff into a cylinder too. At least enough of a cylinder, like the front, so that I kind of end up with a cylinder, not this one.
Do you mean the clip circle?
Clip circle, but I use it less than in sculpting. I use more this kind of stuff. So just that it.
Yeah, you're using the trim hole that's found in Lightbox. It doesn't ship by default inside the brush.
Yep.
Yeah. So just that I zoom out and I have a perfect cylinder if I want it there. So I just know, I just place that cylinder there, basically, as a note for later. And the eye kind of corrects it, basically. I would probably.
Just want to let you know you have about 4 minutes. So I don't know if you wanted to go in. I know you and I talked about maybe your cloth stuff. I don't know if you wanted to show that or anything else.
I wanted to, so I would do this.
I have to say, while you're
in the zone,
while you're doing this, actually, this is where like I'm like, yes, this is how I'm going to do hard surface.
So I would actually cut this guy, and let's see how far I can get with the slice curve, because it makes very straight slices. As far as I know, it doesn't do the. So I would try to make myself super nice curves here, and I would delete these guys and try to define that panel a bit nicer than it is. Calm hands. Actually, it doesn't mirror over as far as I know. Maybe it happened. I'm gonna leave this, delete hidden. I'm gonna mirror it over. And then the nose, I think, is super important. And I think I can actually get to the end. Oh shit. Okay, and we take it, delete hidden, mirror it over, and I'm gonna now get rid of all of this back here. Delete hidden, mirror over. There's some rests. Delete hidden. And now I would, out of this ugly thing, I would go into the, actually it's not so ugly anymore. I would go into these edge loops, the panel loops, elevation, minus. I would probably change I showed this really quick. So this makes you a nice panel, a nice enough panel. So when it's just by one click, the important thing is that you have a nice panel. And what I love about this is that you can change the side profile of that panel, and it immediately looks like you have spent forever on this panel, and it was basically just a click. Now I would actually still move that panel. That's what I also like about ZBrush. I would still go in here pretty hard and not be too worried about those edges, because I would know that I probably go into these things a few times after this. But I just want to see, is that thickness of a panel a good thickness for that guy? It's like concepting, basically. And I don't do these now. So on this guy, to finish it in time, let's see, I would probably dent some stuff out, dent some stuff in, dent it out, maybe put a few chisel shapes as we're running out of time. Some taming standards, but you will end up having this like set of things that you usually do to detail it up in the end. I like these ones a lot. There's two lines, these guys. I don't know why, but they make everything look plasticky. I have to res it up. One more time. There we go. So they make everything look super plasticky. I will leave this guy on the side and maybe this guy down here, and I use the fat brushes.
I'm curious to see like if you can showcase how you do cloth, like as Paul was asking. I don't know. That was a question from the chat.
Cloth I would now model. That's why I'm getting at it. And I have these brushes. So if I would want to know what type of guy this guy is, I would not. I have these brushes from ZBrush Tools, and you don't need long with them to finish this thing in like the last 2 minutes. So I use these also to an extent, I think, which is totally unhealthy for the topology, but I would use these brushes in a humongous size. This brush is called a wrinkle brush. Down here, I use it negative and positive. I have no idea who is it from. Would be cool if somebody says who it's from. But if you still are basically modeling them by hand, like this. And you need to know a little bit what wrinkles doing so that they sit right. But yeah, it's actually a good part to see that. So if you know there's these types of wrinkles and all this kind of stuff, you are really quick with the wrinkle brush. So I would sculpt it to the short answer would be I would sculpt it. I would go in here. I would probably put myself a few more sockets for some cylinders. I actually want to get back to the cylinder.
So you use the trim hole more as a sketch, just remind yourself to then put something there. That's
as a very nice way to get to these sockets for the cylinders. I think that's somehow my fastest way, and the clip does it too. And now maybe I can come back to the cylinder we did earlier. I'm not sure if it's looking good, but so this was the cylinder we did earlier, which was like 10 minutes or something. So now I would put these guys here, shove them in a little. And so, every one of those cylinders has this little logo still that we put in the beginning. So it's incredibly detailed through the insert mesh brushes.
Yep.
And this would basically be that.
Nice. That's awesome. That's incredible. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but you literally were just sculpting in front of everybody. And again, we got all into we're just going to watch kind of mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So killer, again, like just some techniques too that you're sharing with us and just a thought process. I can't thank you enough too for being part of the summit and sharing your techniques. It was awesome just watching you work and the way you were thinking about your process. So it was very, very
Thank
cool.
you for having me. It was awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
The voice cuts out a little bit once you start sculpting. It's like it is. Cool. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for being here. Again, we're sharing the links for his book, so you guys can also take a look at that. And then press for that. And then we've been sharing his Instagram as well, so you guys can check out his work. So check the chat for that. We're going to be back in a second. We're going to give away some more prizes. Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Daniel.
So much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
The man ZBrush.
There you
it's
go.
Nice to see some rough sculpting for hard surface. That's something a lot of people, we still get those questions a lot, like, oh, hard surface, whatever, like ZBrush, organic. Like most people don't realize that you can go rough on hard surface. You don't need to be super clean, box model, everything. Hard surface is a language, right? Above all else. Yeah,
for sure.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see.
I dig it. I love it. And I think that's the way to go sometimes. Sometimes it's not all about perfect topology and low polygon. Sometimes you just do it. Like that's kind of what his techniques are. Just go for it. Just design. So I really love it. He shared some nice little nuggets there of just how he could work fast. Obviously, he wasn't talking to us. He'd be working a lot faster, of course, too. So let's do some more giveaways, and then we're going to take again a little break, and then we got Marco Lazov next. So our first thing again, we've got another ZBrush Gnomon Workshop annual subscription. So this is the third one that we're going to have to be given away to you guys. So there's another one of these that we got. So again, if you don't get one of the first two, there's another chance for a third one. Something new that we have, you guys are also going to get you've probably been seeing the video, Character Creator 5 along with their ZBrush face tools. We're going to be giving you away, guys, a license for that. Really cool workflow of using their features to do animations, or even just pose a character, put them in a completely different pose, and send it back to ZBrush, send it back to Character Creator. Very, very cool piece of software. The great synergy there of using ZBrush with their tools as well. So we're going to give away one of those. We also have another of the jewelry workshops. So the ZBrush jewelry workshops is another one that we're going to give away. So this is the third one that we have on the deck as well to give away. And again, the QR code is there for you guys to scan to go get registered for these prizes. Again, we're giving these away at the next week. We're gonna pull from all what you guys have. And then the last one for this break is going to be, I gotta find it. There it is. is another one of the ZWrap 2-year subscriptions for ZBrush. So again, this is also a third one of these. Like there's a lot they're giving us, right? So really awesome.
It's like early Christmas.
Yeah. Early Christmas. So again, get registered so you guys can get in for all these licenses that we're giving away from our sponsors. So again, I can't thank them enough for giving this to us to give to you guys. Again, we're going to take a little bit of a break here, but this is who's up next. We got Marco Lazov up next, and he could probably correct me in the way I'm saying his name. Like I'm probably butchering it as normal. So I'm super excited. Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
Oh, he says perfect, which means I've been saying it right. Which means you've been saying it right. So we're good.
We're good. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Marco. So he's already in. We're going to take a little break. We're going to start it with Marco. Let's see. It is 1:20 in like 10 minutes. We're going to have Marco here with us for the ZBrush Summit. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
You stay there. You stay there.
ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version.
What's up? What's up, people? Welcome back.
What's up?
What's going on, Rodolfo?
What's up?
Hey. Not much, man. It was good. I would say what's up, Paul, but he was like, "Hey, give me 1 second." So we, some of us will put a burrito down, but we're doing good. So
well,
Paul will be back
both had a
with us.
burrito.
Yeah. Paul will be back with us in a moment, but you know, I figured just to keep the flow going and everything, we have a really amazing artist and a really cool guy. So we're just going to go ahead and just introduce Marco Lazov. Let's bring him on in. Let's do it. Marco, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey guys! Hey! Oh my God, it's a pleasure to be here. I can't believe I'm here right now, to be honest.
It's honestly a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you here. I know you and I have chatted a lot on Instagram. We've got back and forth, and it's so great to actually get to talk to you and have you here. So it's such an honor. Thank you for being on.
Likewise.
Yep.
I met with Rodolfo in Portugal. So,
yeah, THU and with Daniel
amazing.
And all of those. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
nice.
I'm honored to be here. Honestly, guys, thank you so much for having me.
There's who it is.
A wild Paul. We said the same thing.
Hello.
Hello, Marco.
Hello.
What a surprise! You guys met at THU. Oh my goodness, what a surprise!
Yes.
Rodolfo loves it.
You two should have been there. What?
Yes.
See, I'm not the one. Just I'm not just.
Yeah.
The thing that's always happened is back in the day, THU always was on the exact same weekend as the ZBrush Summit, or like the same month of the ZBrush Summit. So it's always been difficult. They've asked me a couple times, but I've just never been able to go.
It's a bit hard. Timing has always been a little funky, but who knows, man? I never say no to things. I just we gotta line something up. So we'll have that.
I gotta get in a call with Marco and try to convince you to.
Yes, we will.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not saying no to a party in Portugal. Let's just be honest. A bunch of artists that we want to hang out with. I'm not saying no.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm so excited to have you here. This is awesome.
Oh, thank you for having me, Paul. I'm very honored to be here. As I said, I remember back in the day, watching Grossetti, Glauco, and all those amazing artists, and I was thinking, I hope I will be here one day.
Well, you did it.
Well, here you are.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes.
Well, I really don't think you sleep. I just think you're sculpting. Remember, I don't know if you were listening when I brought up that you went on vacation and you're sitting there. And not only guy's busy, not only he's taking the time to draw, he's taking the time recording himself drawing on the beach and going, you know what? That's still working, Marco. That's not a time.
He's trying to make a point that he's at the beach. It's like, I'm at the beach, guys. Come on.
My girlfriend is always angry with me. Are you still sculpting? Come on. I'm like, one stroke more.
Yeah, I think we all have that. I think we all have that.
Yes. Yes.
Let's hand it over to you. We don't want to take up too much time of us chitter chattering like we're all friends hanging out, which is what we're really doing at the ZBrush Summit anyway.
Yes.
So,
it's an awesome
hand it over to you.
Awesome. Yes. So hello everybody. As I said, my name is Marco Lazov. I'm a creature artist at Montfish. I've been a part of the game industry for the past 6 years. I've been fortunate enough to work on some amazing projects, and all thanks to ZBrush. I've been addicted to ZBrush for 7 years straight. I've been sculpting nonstop for the past 7 years. It really opened the world for me, to design, to do some awesome stuff inside of it. And it all started with character art, but
sorry, I'm just really liking this self-portrait. This is like a self-portrait of every ZBrush artist that
I know. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my thought. Never mind. So it all started with doing character art. I did character art for 2 years, working. And then I decided, hey, wait a minute, I want to do my own design, we were children, you always wanted to create something new, to design, and it's all part of the fun. And I decided to go into the creature world. And over the past
5 years, I've been doing mostly my own stuff in my free time, and I will show some stuff. So yeah, these are pretty much my designs, and working them full inside of ZBrush. Like there is no Blender, no Maya, nothing, only ZBrush, UVs, everything, and the textures inside of the substance. So yeah, here are more stuff. As you can see, a bit too evil kind of looking, but
never enough evil.
No.
Yes.
I love that he also started this whole thing with "in my spare time." We already established.
Yes. So yeah, I'm gonna.
If your girlfriend's listening, we're sorry.
Yes, super.
She's like, they're the reason. They're the reason.
Yes. So also like a couple of more designs. Yeah. Also, this one is fully done inside of ZBrush, like everything, the full environment, and the little miniatures at the bottom. They're really not.
Where did you render it in? What did you render it in?
This is in Marmoset.
Okay.
Yes, this is inside of Marmoset, and a bit of post-processing, like the fog with the Photoshop.
Yep.
And the like Halloween was like right now, and here are some pumpkin monsters and the zombie. Pretty typical. And here are the fun stuff, the iPad sketches. So yeah, I really love ZBrush on iPad. I've been like using it like crazy, like when I'm on vacation, as Paul said. It's just plug and play. You grab a beer, like chill, relax to the max.
100%.
Yes, and it's awesome. Like to just I don't know why, but whenever I pick up the iPad, I always do something a bit more different than I used to do on my PC, and I just bring it back to the PC, and then I just work like.
So in your spare time, how much are you doing ZBrush iPad and ZBrush desktop now? What is it, like a 50-50? Are you more on the desktop still? What do you think for your...
In my spare time, I'm 50-50, I think. Like for design, okay. Yeah, because I'm mostly in like after work, you're so tired of the production of like optimizing and all that stuff, and you just want to sit and grab a sphere and just have fun. So that's why I love to just lay on the bed and just grab the iPad and go full on like creative mode, imagination, just whatever comes to my mind, I'm there. Yeah, and a big part of me is doing fan arts. Like I love doing my versions of some epic stuff. Like it could be a game, it could be a series, whatever. So Doom is my favorite game. Like I love Doom so much, and I was always intrigued to do it in my own way, like the original Doom guy. So this is my version of it. And if I go, yeah, this is the Attack on Titan, the Colossal Titan. I don't know why, but I love this design so much because of the simplicity that it has with like the red and the bone color. It's really nice, and I had to do it my way, but keeping the base as it is. And Dota 2. This game is really big here, and I have so many hours on this game. And this is one of my favorite heroes, the Life Stealer, and I had to do it in my own way, as fun art as it is. And yeah, today I want to talk. I don't want to be like a full-on presentation and just like to talk. I want to do more of a live demo and just do whatever comes to my mind. You guys can maybe throw in something. Like we're gonna embrace the accidents, and like I just want to show that not every single sculpture is like the perfect sculpture is like now. I'm not gonna bring a like already detailed high poly, and I'm gonna say like, hey, this is my stuff. Like I want everybody to see like the struggles of designing and embracing every happy accident that happens along the way. So yeah, we're gonna talk about forms, like basic, secondary, all that. Colors are very big in like in my workflow. Like I use a lot. I sculpt with colors. I do pretty much everything with colors. Tips and tricks. I'm gonna show you some trick. I'm gonna show you that, and the detailing. Like I'm gonna show you some detailing tricks that really like make everything seem faster, but you like seem like that you spend a lot of time, but you did it in like 3 seconds.
Oh, that's awesome. We do have some questions. So there's a couple things. First one though is, what advice would you give your younger version, yourself, in the sculpting process when you're starting?
That's deep. That's deep. I always like say this to every beginner. Like don't think about it. Just sculpt. Like it's that simple. You don't have like a secret formula or anything like secret recipe. You know, it's just sculpting. You know, I was always think like back in the day when I was starting, I was always thinking about, hey, I should do the topology on this one, you know, and just focusing on all the technical parts, where when the sculpting and the general forms were not defined. So yeah, I would just say sculpt anything that you think. Like it could be a frog.
Okay, buddy. Oh my gosh,
flying on the chat on that. I was just someone said frogs, and then I was like,
there's been several frogs already. There's been several frogs.
And then I was gonna say, let's not influence the theme here.
Yes,
but,
let's not.
Yes, just say. Yeah, but it could be anything. It could be a plant, a flower, or like any kind of an animal, human, whatever. Just sculpting, like get the strokes, like, you know, just to understand the form and just flow with the sculpting. That's what I think is the most important at first. Like, do not bother about like rendering it like fully, or that like full finalized look like 100%. No, just focus on sculpting. Like I have 2 terabytes of ZBrush tools and projects that I never showed to anybody, and they are just like sketches and something that I had to like get out of my mind, or like I saw something and I sculpted, but I just put it aside. So yeah, that thing helps
awesome.
a lot. I think I answered the question.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Great. That's awesome. I say honestly, I'm just to respond to that. I do that as well. You know, just like I just try to sculpt a thing at least once a day. Just do anything. Doesn't really matter. I don't care how it's going to turn out. There's a lot of projects no one is ever going to see but me, but that's okay. Yes. Right.
That's fully okay, and that's what will make you, you know, in the future, like be better. Just be better, because you spent a lot of time like in the dark and when no one is watching, and just sculpting and sculpting and sculpting. So yeah, as I said, let's not waste time talking. Let's go. Yeah, so I opened like the basic sphere, Netcap sphere inside of ZBrush. And first, what I'm doing always is just setting the perspective, because I find that 39 is too much for me. And I'm disabling the floor. That's pretty much the first things. And then the material. I changed the material to a startup material, which is a basic material, but with just a tiny bit of changes, like the specular and the ambient, nothing else. So yeah, as you can see, my UI is a bit changed. You can get my UI and my hotkeys on my ArtStation for free. So if you want to go there, you can get it immediately. I have pretty much all the most useful things for me here. and the hotkeys I will explain them as I go. Whenever I start something, I always like go with snake hook. I don't know why, and with sculptures turned on. Like sculptures for me is like really good, and it really makes you be free. Like I don't know how creature artists are doing it without it, because I love sculptures. And whenever I'm starting, like I hope I'm not doing it. I'm not doing everything super fast. I will try to slow down a bit, so everybody can see and maybe ask a question or something. And yeah, feel free to ask a question. So yeah, at first I'm fully like I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just like pushing some shapes out and also clay buildup with Alpha 06, a really big thing that I always do. And like let's say a really nice trick, like for me whenever I design, is that I do the skull first, and I will show you later on like why I do that, because as you know, like you can get like the base first and then work on the flesh later, the skin and all those goodies. Sorry. So yeah, 3 on my keyboard is the slash. I love doing slash. I love working with slash. It creates that, you know, scaly looking, like the scales of a crocodile or something, and I simply love that. I love that feeling, and I'm not really getting attached to the forms super fast. Like as you can see, like I can go and grab, go and extract something from here, and for this to be the jaw, and I'm enabling sculptures to smooth it out and make it more organic.
Yeah, that's cool. We what resolution are you starting at? You said the default Dynamesh.
Yeah, 128. For me, it doesn't really matter which it is, because I always use sculptures. You know, when the topology gets messed up. So that's why I think it's not really relevant to what kind of a resolution you start.
Looks like the main brushes, just so slash, you're using slash, I see right now, snake hook. What was the third one?
Yeah.
The third one you just dug in to do the orbital bones.
This
what
one?
was that?
Wait.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. What brush are you
this is the shout out to Ryan Kingslien.
Oh, this is the Ryan's brush?
Yeah, this is Ryan Kingslien, which is also free. You can get it on his Campbell, I think.
Yeah, we shared it because he was our second presenter for today.
Yeah, I saw him. It's like always mesmerizing to hear him talk about anatomy and all that. And a really big also brush is the Geo Nectil, the soft forms. Really good too. Like you can do some awesome stuff.
By the way, we're getting some people in chat saying the not hold back on your speed, just go as fast as you want. So,
yeah,
not holding back. Just be free, my friend.
Show me what you made of.
Just go, just go, just go. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So wait, when you started this, is there something in your head? Do you have any sketches before you joined us, or do you just like I'm just gonna go whatever stands out to me?
Yeah, that's like a big thing. Whenever I do, I don't think about anything. I just start, and usually I start with some kind of a skull. You know, maybe a bird skull, well, like an animal skull, whatever. But just something to play around. You know, like even from this, I can quickly turn it around and make it like a fully different creature just by moving some stuff and making it more, humanoid and changing the mouth a bit. But I just want something really fast and to have it as quickly as I can, so we can start by really, paving the way for the creature.
So you always start with the top part of the creature, right? Even when you're doing full body creature, like
well, whenever I do like full bodies, I mean, it depends really, because sometimes I will start like a bust, but I will think about, okay, like I want this guy to be, to finish it like a full character.
Mhm.
And then I will begin like slowly doing everything. So it really depends, but most of the times I think it's from a bust. Like I start with a bust, and then I like append a sphere, or like the IMM brushes for the body parts are also amazing, really good stuff that you can use. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It really depends on if I want to do it the whole thing, or like, and sometimes it happens like I have something in my mind that I really want to do. Like you think about something and you're like, okay, this is the thing I want to create. And that's when I go like, okay, I will start with the Z sphere and just like, do the whole anatomy, like the hands and everything. So yeah, slowly, as
question. Sorry, we got another question too. Do you use just the default sculptor settings, or do you tweak them a little bit?
I have never tried to to modify them. I know that they are useful, but I don't know. I think like the defaults are for me are really good, so I don't bother with changing it. And
that was a cool trick you did right there. How you slashed in right where the deltoid connection comes in, and then you just ballooned it like boom, done. There you
you have the shoulder.
There's a clavicle head of the deltoid, like super fast. Establishing those bony landmarks like we've seen with Ryan
and
Kingslien.
This is also a big thing to me. It's a hotkey for mask by cavity. I have it on Control 5, and I always do this. Like I just see how deep, like the mask gives out really good info for how deep the forms are. Like for later on when you bake and you see the ambient occlusion, the curvature, and all those awesome maps, you see how it is with the mask by cavity, and it's like set on 100 intensity. I have the intensity here to just see it, and maybe sometimes I just take inflate without the sculptures. I invert the mask and I press Y to remove the mask so I don't see it, and I just do some kind of like just pushing the design. And like these happy accidents that happen here, like if I go without the mask, I clear the mask, and if I go with the inflate, there's some awesome like flashy stuff happening. So that's a really good trick to me, I think. You guys will be the judges of that.
Are you using a tablet or are you using a Cintiq?
I'm using display tablet by XPen.
Display tablet by XPen. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Also, a really good trick that I think, like for designing stuff, is really helpful is to use spiral, which is not like a really used brush, but if you just do some, just a tiny bit of movement somewhere, and you can make the eyes a bit more angry or a bit more sad, like more menacing. And the same goes for like the bones here. Like you can make some awesome curves that will help guide you like to the with the sculpting. Yes. So let's go. And setting some scales, I guess. Yeah, we are embracing everything.
I love it. I love it. You go, I guess I'll put some scales here. Let's just go. Let's go.
And you got Daisuke in the chat saying that you have some sort of Neuralink already attached to ZBrush. Just going this fast.
Yeah, they're having a hard time.
Your mind is connected.
Yeah.
It's like you're connected to the Matrix already.
Yeah.
Our background elements are a little matrixy, you know.
That would be epic. That would be epic. Also, a really good thing, like with the cavity mask that I sometimes use is like I will make let's see, maybe like this. Yeah, and as you can see, like it gives out these awesome like stuff on the cheekbones or like on the forehead and somewhere, and I will just extract them, but not that high. And with the inflated brush, like you can create some awesome stuff. And the stuff that I don't want, I will just push them inside, and like do not bother with them. And the stuff that I want, I will play around with them. And then it gives you like that extra depth of the, and maybe you can do like a, I don't know, the cheekbone to be connected right here with the top of the head. That can be also a thing. Yes, so I don't need this one and this one. And yeah, so I'm gonna merge them. Wait, this one. Let me quick save because I don't want to be with nothing if it crashes. No,
yeah, we got to emphasize, guys, this is real time. It's not a time lapse.
Yeah, it's not a video.
Like you're watching a time lapse, Marco.
Yes. For the teeth,
we got people saying, so Flash versus Superman or Marco? Place your bet.
I also love the snake hook with AccuCurve turned on for the teeth. It's really a nice look.
You're using Snake Hook 1, right? Not Snake Hook 2? Yeah, Snake
Hook. Yeah, Snake Hook 1. Yeah. And yeah, maybe teeth here it will be great. And I turn off the sculptures because I want to give like the volume to the teeth with infrared. And like here now, I will just, I don't know, pick out, like you can do it with Dam Standard or with the GeoNectil. I do it with GeoNectil because let me pump up the, yeah. So I do it from the bottom view because you can make that really nice depth look to the teeth, and you can get some awesome results because as you can see, like
this Geo's brush,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, GeoNectil's brush, which is also free for you guys to get if you want this.
Yeah, that's a great tip looking at it from underneath because
yeah, but it works like that. Yeah, it works like that, and it's really good like for stuff like that, where you want to be like a depth layer to the thing, you know. It's a really good thing. I don't like how like the basic forms also a really big thing like to my workflow is the silhouette window. I look at it a lot, like even like this I look at it a lot because I like to have a really how would I say, interesting silhouette, I guess. And yeah, I don't like that flat part here, so I guess we'll do something about it and change it up. Let's get it funky.
So you're just not afraid to just carve in and just go for it. You know, I see a lot of, even I've suffered from this in the beginning. It's like, it's like you get something, you're kind of attached to it, you like it, and then you're like, oh, well, what about this? So like, would you say like just don't just break it. Just break it and see what happens.
Yes. What I think, like getting back to the question that you asked at the beginning, I think I learned a lot because I was like, when I was sculpting at the beginning stage, I was always like, let's say I will sculpt this and then just pick a like the smooth brush and just smooth it out, like, and go on top of it and do something different, like which is, I know, crazy for some people because you spent like, I don't know, like 1 hour on it. But to me, it's like that feeling of not getting attached to a design really helps you like explore more, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I embrace anybody to not be afraid when you're inside of ZBrush, because there are like a ton of stuff that you can just, you know, okay, I didn't want, I can bring it back, you know, just duplicate it and work on top of it, or anything that you really want. So at this time, I usually do like the colors, but firstly I want to say like my thoughts on like detailing and all that. Let me, I will fill the object. I'm filling the object for the color. Wait, I think we will not have time for the full torso, so I'll just stick to this. Time check.
Oh,
time check.
Yeah.
Time check.
Let's see. It's getting into the groove.
You got 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes.
Just,
30
to
minutes.
be honest, I'm just admiring the show. This is amazing.
Yes.
Like it was hours in his brain, but then it was like, oh, it's half an hour. It's fine.
Yes. So regarding the details, what I want to show, like I always, whenever I sculpt, I always think about like break up stuff, like for where I want the creature to be like clear in a way, you know, with not that many details, and where I want the creature to be noisy and detailed. This is the green is like fully detailed, and I want really like veiny look, veiny stuff and flashy stuff, all that. And the red is like, I want it clear for the eye to rest and just to be like a combination of clear and really detailed. So now I'm going back to the jaw. The mask by Lazov, I do it usually like this whenever I have stuff. Oh, nope, we don't want green. And I can put the sculptures again and do something with it. And now I bring out the slash and maybe do some kind of scalings like this. Oh, the dynamic mesh is a bit low. But yeah, I still think it's a bit more. Oh, an awesome thing that you can do is just mask stuff here, and then with the, not with that curve, but just with the regular snake hook, you just pull it out and make those awesome things, which I usually just smooth them at the middle, and it gives you that awesome, like, you know, stretched feeling to it.
Yep. Stretch, drippy drips.
Yes.
The technical term.
The technical term.
Yes. And I also for stuff like this, a cool thing to do, like let's say like this, and it was like this, and then with the stroke, with the interpolate, you do stuff like this.
Whoa, there you go. That's a rare sight to be seen.
Yes,
an old one
and
that
then,
maybe people don't know about, the interpolate.
Yeah, it's a really good thing. But I always add, you know, that human touch to it, because I don't want it to be fully like robotic.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna bring the EQ curve on, And let's sculpt a bit. Let's give this guy some awesome shapes. And for the colors, I usually start with like, I guess, something like this, like skin color. And at first, I want to like on Z. Whenever I press Z is paint. I'm gonna use the black, not on the body, but on the torso, and just paint. I don't know why it's focal shift. Paint the eyes a bit, with black, and then maybe I add some sort of red here.
Can tell he's a Doom fan, right?
Which color? Which color do you guys say for the next? Let's interact.
I don't know, like froggy green. I don't
Purple.
know.
Purple.
Purple. Let's go with purple.
Yeah. We got another question too, which is have you used the slime bridge for any type of details? Have you played with that feature?
I used it, but I feel like it's because like for stuff like this, like the spit, or I don't know, stuff that are easily done by hand, like they're like 2, 3.
You want more control too.
You have more control. Yeah. You're right. That's what I wanted to say, and that's why I don't use it. But I've used it a couple of times on where I think it's suitable.
Mm-hmm.
This maybe I don't know. Right. And I'm gonna mask my cavity again, pressing the shortcut. For you guys.
I love this comment, Marco. Can I charge my phone on his energy?
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Not all roses.
I've ever seen.
I love that.
Love it.
It's not all roses, guys and girls. Marco goes through 3 tablets a year.
Dude, that's crazy that you say. Like, I don't have pens like the pens that you put. Yeah, the nips. Like everything, every single nip is like down to the very bottom, and I have to think about.
It's like Sonic the Hedgehog, the ZBrush version. Like, gotta go fast.
Yeah.
A cool thing, I don't know if everybody knows it, but like if you press like with the space and just drag it whatever, like you pick the color, and I do this a lot, like just pick the color and then pump and do whatever you want with the color. I don't like that this is not connected. Let's do some greens here. And the shoulders maybe a bit with that. Yeah, so I'm not really worried about like really getting the anatomy down like immediately. Like I just want something from the anatomy to tell me like, okay, this thing will go here, this thing will go there, and just getting the base down, not worrying about every single tendon where it's going. And that's not for the early stages.
Right. Yeah. You're more just trying to just find and the sculpture, let it kind of talk to you and let it breathe.
Yes.
Would you so like at what point in your career did you ever focus solely on anatomy? Did you just like take some time to really understand that knowledge so you could end up breaking it, or did you kind of like trial by fire?
A bit both, but I did spend a lot of time like just learning human and animal anatomy. I think that helps you a lot with being a designer. Like if you want to create like a quadruped, like a like a demon or whatever, like animal anatomy is really big for that. So yeah, I studied a bunch of tutorials. Like what was the name from Noman workshop? I forgot the old guy. I don't remember.
I know the anatomy. I know anatomy thing for no one.
No, animal. Just a human anatomy.
Animal.
Just human anatomy, but he was really good. Like the lessons were really good.
I know Zach Petrock did one once. We'll look it up.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I mean, you know, we've given away some Gnomon Workshop, you know, or we're going to be giving away some Gnomon Workshop giveaways. So subscription. So whoever wins that, dive deep into the anatomy stuff there.
Those are amazing. Yeah, those are amazing. Those are really, really amazing. I feel like we can make something fun with the neck. Maybe.
Oh, Terrell Whitlatch has done some stuff there. Charles Hugh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Nice.
These are all Gnomon Workshop that I'm throwing up right now, by the way, everyone. So to your point, Ian, whoever wins one of the Gnomon Workshops, there you go. You too can sculpt this fast if you go learn.
That's what I was going to say.
I would say, I would say too, just for the Gnomon thing, real quick. Like John Brown, I studied under him for traditional sculpting, and the whole time in his class, he was like, "We're not learning anatomy. We're not learning anatomy." At the end of the course, I learned so much anatomy. so you know, it's all there.
Yes. A really nice thing, like for designing that I don't think a lot of people are using it, is just duplicating like the top part and just inflating it inward and filling it out with, I don't know, some kind of a dark, like this kind of a color. And if you just sculpt on top of it, you can create some awesome stuff that you can later dynamesh it and make some really awesome asymmetric features to the creature and to the design, you know. And the girl design, the prophet that I have shown you guys, is done this way. Like I duplicated it and made like a bunch of horns, like this, like fully from the bottom and just pushing it like this.
Wow.
And it's a really cool way to explore even more. And sometimes like I can mirror it and then mirror it again, and then I'm like, okay, this is way better. You know, just happy accidents happening all the time.
Sure, it's an accident. Yeah.
I mean, it is, because I sometimes don't want to mirror it, but I do it, and then I'm like, oh, this is good.
Yeah. No, that's super cool. That's also like I see a lot of 2D illustrators do that as well, where they paint something and then they mirror it. Does it fit? Does it work? Does it work better? That's a really cool approach, because you know, again, same techniques, but just in the 3D medium.
It's super good. Maybe I can change the color. No, not this. I wanted this. Yeah, I can change it like this. And let's maybe add the sphere for the eyes. Wait. Time check.
You have about 15 minutes.
Yep, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, perfect.
All of
I was
that
on it this time.
the last time check was 15 minutes. Just let that sink in.
Really good thing with the toy plastic material that I use for eyes. Like this material, I love it. And I just put mRGB, I fill it, and let's say I take some black and I paint the top parts, like to create that fake ambient. And then you can pick up this color and maybe add some more saturated here. And like maybe add some kind of a alligator eye and do stuff like this. You can get really into it.
Do you stream anywhere? Because everyone's just going to watch you.
I don't, but I want. I don't, but I want.
What about ZBrush Live?
We got a ZBrush Live channel you can stream.
We have some slots.
Guys, I didn't want everybody to know.
We're gonna get them in trouble. We're gonna get them in
trouble. What's your favorite eye that you've ever referenced? Like for me, it's a goat eye. Do you have a favorite eyeball you've ever referenced?
Yes, the goats are really good. The bison eyes, like I think a lot of like the best eyes come from like animals with horns. I don't know why, but
I agree with you.
They have the most interesting. I think also reptilians like alligators have really good eyes, and like the most. I think it's the most evolved eye in the world. Like it's been evolving for 2 million years, so it has pretty much the whole world inside of the eye. So yeah, I think goats, stuff like that, animals like that. For the toy plastic, like if you turn on the ambient and the diffuse a bit, you get that really, strong looking eye. And then when I go back, you can see how it glows really good. Because with the regular toy plastic, it doesn't do that. And I usually want to have that on my creatures. And as you can see, now I changed it. Now it's these big googly eyes. And let me push out the eyebrows because we still have to keep the.
Nice. We got another question too. This one's a really cool question, I think. They said, I wanted to ask as a beginner character creature artist who is studying at Think Tank how to maintain primary forms when you're transitioning into secondary anatomy forms.
Ooh. Can you repeat it again? Sorry?
Yeah, how to maintain your primary forms, that foundational level, as you're working into secondary anatomy forms.
I think I'm not the best guy to ask because I'm the most messy sculptor ever. Like I'm truly super messy, and I guess I never thought about that, to be honest. Like, it's maybe weird that I never thought about it, but I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay.
I guess just by sculpting over and over, you get your way of the workflow. Like you get used to your own way of doing it, and that's how I did it. Like for me. So yeah, that would be the answer to
Magdalena jumped in here. She said for her, she does primary on lower levels and then subdivide.
Yeah, it's good. Like it's good if you have like the subdivisions. I agree with Magdalena about that. But sometimes even if you don't, like
we're going to keep you going, but there was obviously people, because you had brought up in your beginning of your the stream that how you do everything in ZBrush, including your UVs, then you throw the substance, and then you go to Marmoset. Right. So obviously one of the questions is, when is the time that you then go, okay, I'm ready for UVs, and then kick it over to substance? At what point? You don't decimate anything. Do you just Z-remesh it?
Sometimes I fully like decimate everything, but sometimes I Z-remesh it, and the Z-remesher is good. Like, let's say like you have the torso, and if you like just mask all these things and they create a polygroup here and they create a polygroup here, and you're telling like the Z-remesher like the guidelines for where you want the lines to go.
And if you or the UV seams to go, is that okay?
Exactly, also that. But with the polygroups in Z-remesher, I did a lot of things with that. So yeah, I I've been doing both ZRemesher and decimation for personal stuff, but for work you have to manually retopple everything. Sad. Yeah, so snake hook, maybe push and pull something.
What I love about your style too is it's like you're always exploring. It's almost as if, you know, the world is constantly changing for you in the piece, and you're always looking for ways to break up the form and to change it a bit, but you're at the same time you're managing to bring a lot of life to the character.
Yeah, I think that's when you have the most fun designing. Like when you get that, oh my god, stutter. When you get to that point, you have the most fun. That's what I wanted to say. I'm stuttering like because
It's making the card illustration on the fly here, folks.
Yeah.
In an hour.
I'm gonna be the most hated person to give you a time check, but you got 9 minutes. So you know.
Go fast.
So 9 minutes.
Oh, you want to go faster? Now you want to go fast.
I'm gonna do the whole body and rig it. I'm gonna do the whole body and rig it in 9 minutes.
Marco, I think you have to finish this and then post it on like ZBrush Summit or something like that, so we can see if you take it any further.
Yeah, but you put it on the card frame. Late ZBrush sculpt off post entry.
Maybe we should do a Marco challenge. Who can sculpt what in an hour? Go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun for sure.
Yeah, for you, not for us, probably. We would be like, look, my nib. There's a skull. I did it. Marcos, here's the whole body and the character, and actually done.
My nib is on fire.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. We got another question, and I think this one's pretty cool too. He says, "I'm not sure if you've been asked this, but do you have any tips on maintaining consistency during periods of creative block or artist block?" And also, big hugs from Brazil.
Oh, big hugs back. Yeah. So regarding the creative block, it happens like to any guy, to any artist. Like if somebody says that it doesn't happen to him or her, like they're lying, I think. But the most like important thing in that part, in that kind of situation, is to do something that you will have fun. I guess in that, like I don't know how to explain it, but let's say like right now I'm exploring a design, but if I really want to have fun, I will do some, I don't know, skull. You know, like you have that type of a creature inside of your mind that you really want to do, and once you do it, you will get the sense of it, like, oh, I'm not so bad at all. Like I can work, and you get that block kind of, you know, like removed bit by bit. Like once you start sculpting, because at the end, I think it's just sculpting. Like for me that helped, probably for a lot of people it will not, but for me that helped a lot, because once I start sculpting I understand, like, okay, I'm not bad, I'm not terrible at art, you know, like, because it happens to everybody, like no matter how much you're inside of like the industry or what level are you in, like it happens to everybody.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Also good detailing with the once you're like really high with the poly count, you can, with the inflate reversed, you can really pressure those points like this, or you can put some color on it and make some, or let's say green for the frog.
Thank you.
And you can add some. You can add some moss to it.
Beautiful.
But keep in mind that I'm always like not using only one color. Like that's a really like look how good thing happened. What a good thing happened. Just
do you use any other the masking options like mask by surface, mask? Do you use AO mask either in the plugin or in the app masking menu?
I use mask by cavity, mask by smoothness, and peaks and valleys.
Peaks and valleys, yeah, okay.
And also mask by color. Like, but mask by color I usually use once I'm somewhere. Like, let's remove this. I used mask by color once I'm kind of happy with the color on the creature, so you have those details that you can really like emphasize. You know, let's say if I have with a standard brush and I take where's the alpha, I use this alpha and I alpha adjust a bit, so I make it a bit contrasty. And let's say I use the spray and some red color to it. Nope, I didn't want that. And I put some veins like this, maybe some darker stuff like here. Time check.
Time
4
check.
minutes.
4 minutes.
That's so fast. Oh my gosh.
That's just an alpha with the color with a spray stroke, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes. Super
like
useful.
You're noodling in essence.
Super useful, yeah. And you can do the mask by cavity and use the veins, and it will break up the veins. You know, that's a really good thing. And also, let me say this, like with the not this. With the clay, I usually want to block out like big shapes and then use the slash like for stuff like this, like where let's say the shoulder should go. And we have something like this. Oh my god, not like that. What else did I? Oh, also a good thing that really good. Like save a morph target to this, and just start to really push and pull like some things. Start to really have fun with everything. I'm doing it really fast right now, just so I show it to you guys.
So before it was slow. Is that what you're telling us? So before you're going slowly. That was like 5 times speed, and now you're actually at one.
Before I was careful about the forms. Now I'm not careful. But yeah, if you do this and then grab the morph target, but turn off the symmetry, not with RGB turned on, and then you can make some like really cool asymmetric stuff to the creature. Like, you know, you change it's not really suitable for this guy, but a lot of designs that I did, like I did it this way, because asymmetry to a creature is the best thing. Like that thing, I forgot to say it, because it's truly what adds that like realism to it, you know, like that. What I did, I don't know. Where's my model? My model is gone.
Fun fact for everybody, since you brought up morph targets, if you have the newer ZBrush, you actually can just use your undo.
Yeah, hit F on the keyboard.
F, I press F.
Wow, it would travel back in time.
Save it out. Save a tool.
I would say just come out of it.
Probably
it looks like you cleared. You filled your document.
Yeah, but I did the. Wait, it's on the history.
I guess ZBrush knows you got 1 minute left, and it says, "Hey, I need a break.
ZBrush slowing you down, like.
Yes, I guess. I want to have the oh my god, I have so many. Wait. Oh.
I just save the tool. Because it might be.
Let's hope.
How about the document?
And we're back.
Right?
We're back.
It was probably the document, right? He panned the document.
I don't know what happened.
You might have made a second. You might have made another second.
It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah, you made it out of 2.5D mode.
I'm very fast. So yeah.
Yeah, ZBrush
Nice,
just
yeah.
wanted to calm you down there for a little second, you know.
I'm pumped up. I'm happy. Yeah.
And there you go. There's technically less than an hour, like not even a full hour, because
it wasn't
you
a
had
full
your
hour.
intro and everything.
Yeah, we talked to him for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yeah, it's hard to sculpt and to answer.
Now you have 30 seconds. Go, render.
No,
You know,
Render.
there's been multiple comments like, I don't know how he's sculpting this fan and fast and talking at the same time. And then you literally just said, it's hard to do this one. I'm like, okay.
It's pretty hard. Yeah, it's pretty hard. But,
It wouldn't show. It would not show what you just did. Now I know why you make a video every single day on Instagram. Okay.
Not that much time, like Paul. It's just an hour at the beach, you know.
yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This way of sculpting is the most refreshing. Like, I think, like, just messy sculpting, and then like ZBrush is so forgiving for this, and I love that. Like, you can, like, if I want, I can make a really cool mesh, like clean in about 10 minutes if I want to, but I just want like sketches like this, like fully free.
Freaking awesome. Again,
Yes.
always been a
Dice
huge
case
fan.
saying in the chat, it was 46 minutes. That was it. That was 46 minutes. So in case you're just tuning in, this sculpt that you're seeing right now was sculpted in 46 minutes in real time. Only here. ZBrush Summit.
Yeah. Oh, Marco, dude, this was amazing work. Seriously, just in a great demonstration of what you can do. So as always, thank you so much for taking the time to come and join us.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marco.
You guys for having me. It's been wonderful.
Yeah.
And
Well, now let's get on a call and convince these two to go to THU. You know.
Yes.
Maybe for him. So.
There you go.
Yes. Enjoy it, guys. Have fun.
All right.
Enjoy your day.
Thanks,
Thank
Marco.
you.
Have a good one, buddy.
Bye bye.
Cheers. Thanks, buddy.
Time check.
What the heck? What the
Are
heck?
you electrified? Like, are we like in shock still?
Yeah.
Like,
I said he was fast. I said he was a fast sculptor and doesn't ever sleep.
Yep.
So we're kind of right.
yeah.
Well, see, there you go. Though yesterday there was a question in the chat, was just saying like, oh, who do you think is like a fast sculptor? You know, we kind of all said our P's
Marco?
and Q's on it. But there you go. But yeah, Marco was on the list, and now everybody kind of knows why Marco was on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
Lord, that was awesome. Another one though, like that's what the day's been, right? Is a lot of just let's get ZBrushing, let's go, let's see what you can make, you know, with Ryan's and Daniel's and Marco's, right? And then now we got Shamach coming up for tattoos, and then we got WeFX still with Wednesday still to go for the rest of the day. So it's already been a fun day. You know, I think this is one of the ones that, hey, I'm gonna rewatch this day. I'm gonna rewatch this day, right? So let's go ahead and give away some more stuff that you guys can be aware of. For
Give me the goodies.
Please register. So another ZWrap 2-year subscription. So this is number 3 that you could potentially win, right? So scan that QR code, register, make sure when you get the email that you accept the registration. Otherwise, you won't go in the pool because then we can't contact you. So the first part is just filling out the form. We need you to actually accept the form when it gets sent to you so that you can go in our pool that we're going to be doing sometime next week, hopefully. But this is one of the things you can win now. This is number 3. So let's go on. Let's continue on. Let's see what else we got. We got another jewelry workshop, another one of these to give away. So there you go. There's another one of those. This is again number 3 opportunity to win one of these amazing lifetime memberships with Thomas Whittlebach and the Eric Keller, and the rest of the ZBrush Julia Workshop team. Another great one for you. And then let's see. I got to make sure I'm always grabbing the right one here. Hold on. Please forgive. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Time check.
Oh, no. I hit the wrong button. Let's see. Yes. Let me double check. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Another one of these. Yes. Another one of these to give away. So Character Creator 5, which you guys will see has been playing a lot. Their little videos showing what you can really do from ZBrush to Character Creator 5, along with their ZBrush face tools, which is also in the video that has been looping through the whole ZBrush Summit. So you got another one of those, another opportunity. And just because I did this on purpose for this one, because let me find it here. Doing music now for me. Here we go. Wait, no, that's a different one. Sorry, this one. Just because he brought it up, right? So why not? Let's throw another one in there. Have another opportunity to win a Norman workshop since he brought it up, or he even went and learned stuff from. So you got another opportunity for one of those. There you go. Yeah.
Norman workshop.
So
if you want to sculpt that fast, make sure to register for prizes and confirm your email.
I need a lot of sugar maybe to sculpt that fast.
Or coffee, Paul. Or coffee. Maybe.
No.
Yeah, you actually. If Paul takes coffee, that's it. That's how you get Paul.
Oh yeah. If Paul takes coffee, is Marco 2.0.
Yeah.
We should have asked Marco if he drink coffee.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him for you.
Yeah. Again, guys, you should follow these artists too, right? Marco, I'm telling you, he actually posts. I'm not kidding. He almost posts every single day on his Instagram.
Yeah, he does.
So definitely follow him on his Instagram. He's always posting stuff, and he's amazing. Like every artist we've had today, they're always willing to help. This is what ZBrush Summit's all about. It's about you guys. It's about the community. It's about us all connecting together and getting inspired and making art. We're going to get ready for another presentation coming up. We have Shamach doing tattoo. So this is going to be really, really freaking cool too. Like how you're using ZBrush to create tattoos. This is really awesome. I'm really excited for this one too. I know Ian's double excited for this one as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It should be a good one. So we're going to again take a little break here. We're going to take a 13-minute break, and we'll have Shamach here at 2:50 Los Angeles time, showing us how he uses ZBrush and tattoos. We'll see you in 13 minutes.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later this year, the ability to create from scratch or manually retopologize has been greatly enhanced. Our team has been diligently developing new retopology tools that will empower you to design to create individual faces, precisely place vertex points, draw geometrical lines, expand by edge loops, select through various topology patches, and so much more. Our aim is to enable you to retopologize more efficiently than ever before within ZBrush. Another significant update we will be releasing later this year is the new folder restructure, which serves as the foundation for expanding user profiles. This enhancement will simplify the process of transferring these items from one version to another. Additionally, this improvement will facilitate better management of the ZBrush folder structure for educational institutions and studios. One of the most requested features for ZBrush is also coming soon, an all-new UV editor. You'll be able to create, edit, and manage UVs directly in ZBrush for desktop with precision and control, seamlessly integrated into your sculpting workflow.
what's happening?
What's happening? All right.
Yep.
Okay, so one update: we're going to lose Rodolfo for the rest of the day, right? So he's going to be in chat now. So just me and Ian from here on out.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
your guys or your co-hosts, the duos here. Okay, but Rodolfo will still be around in chat where he can, and we also still have Dice K. But excited for our next presenter, Ian. I'll let you take it from here because I know you've been having great conversations with Shamach, and you're offering your arm up eventually here.
Yeah, eventually.
As a frog?
This time. I don't think it's a frog, but I don't know. We'll see. But again, we wanted to bring unique artists with using ZBrush and finding unique ways to do things. And what better way to be more unique than to be doing tattoos? So without further ado, let's bring in Shamach, who's a tattoo artist using ZBrush. What is going on?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Wait, first of all, are you at home? Because you've been traveling like crazy amount. Are you at home?
Yeah, we managed to land it at home. We're going to Miami next week, so.
See? I don't know where you are anymore. Like every time I talk to you, you're somewhere else.
Yeah, it's been crazy, especially arranging time, with the time difference, jumping from Canada, America, UK. It's been, and Poland as well. So it's been good. It's been definitely an adventure. So my presentation is going to look a bit different than what I've seen. I'm not going to be live sculpting because it's not something I would be able to do in an hour altogether. I will show you different aspects of tattoos and different projects I've been working on. Some of the time lapse, some of little presentations, some sketching. So I hope you're gonna enjoy that. Different people on the way as well to talk about it. So it's definitely interesting couple of people I've met on the way. So I hope you enjoy this little trip I've prepared for you guys.
Absolutely. Again, when we started talking with you, it was really unique to see your workflow and your process. And like you said, you can't replicate it in an hour, but the breakdown and how you go about it is so cool. So without further ado, I'll let you take it away. And we'll have questions and stuff, I'm sure, but go right ahead.
Okay. So I've been tattooing since I was 15. And fully professionally since 2008. I really like biomechanical, and for the last 12, 15 years, I've been tattooing more or less most of biomechanical, different angles of it. So I started with a reference I could find online, but it was very limited resources. So I've started taking photographs of object chains and small elements, but still it was kind of like not enough. The light source, the angles, the perspective, it was hard. So then I start sculpting. I build a workshop and I start building physical sculptures altogether. And that was it was cool. It was not nice adventure. I could regulate the light source and have some different elements, and I've used that already in few tattoos. But then the time consuming, being fully booked for like months in advance, it was difficult to kind of fulfill demand. And then I've spoken with my friend Toffee. This is some tattoos I've done before, actually. ZBrush and Sculpting, some from online reference. So there's a 2009 year, 2013. So it's kind of progression from in the years of doing that, some freehand based on like a Geiger artwork, and that was in Poland at the convention. So it was progressing, but still it was kind of some reference were good, some like nice angle, but that was kind of like when I saw that, I was like, oh, how I can get more of it. It's been limited altogether, and like the customers, I visit their garages and took photographs of their motorbikes and used that as a reference. And I was just trying to get a reference anywhere I could altogether. So yeah, that's till I've spoke with Toffee, which did my arm sleeve, and he was using ZBrush very early as well, not for biomechanical, more like abstract pieces. But when I kind of clicked one and one, I was like, oh yeah, that would be cool if I can kind of learn that. So that's some of my sculptures I've done, like a project in the past, and that was so there's a collaboration I did with my friend. So we sculptured and took the mannequins, cut the heads off, and did like a bit post-catastrophic biomechanical visions altogether. We donated that to charity, the convention I've organized in Blackpool for 4 years, and that was a sculpture. The school we did the charity project at StatCon where we've asked artists to do variations of the school, and we auctioned that. So that was my. Is it going now? One sec. So that was my kind of outcome from that. I'm just one sec. Are we going there? We're not going there. That was another project which I did, which was a TV for my partner. She wanted to put her documentary in a local gallery, and she needed TV. So I've just did a version. It was about a guy who was in jail, so I've made it like a breaking out kind of effect on that. So that was a quite cool project as well. So yeah, that was Jordan. I started 3D printing as well. That was kind of the way before ZBrush. I was like, oh, I'm gonna just 3D print everything, but very quickly it worked out. It's a very time-consuming project, and as well, like ZBrush kind of would work with that, but there was it was all in searching for different options how I can get that, especially like having. Oh, it's not playing. Oh, okay. So that's my little logo I start adding to the sculptures, 3D printed. So yeah, let's talk about the customers. It was the first customer of mine. He traveled from Canada, his first tattoo. He never had anything done beforehand. He traveled for 11 days, and we were tattooing for 7.5 days. It's a guy called Warwick Andrew. He's a YouTuber. He's got this truck. He built that. Personally, I think he spent over 2,000 hours on the track. I think it's 5,000 hours, working hours, to build that truck. It's called Chain Smoker. So we started kind of like building it kind of together. So you can see like different aspects. I'll have a few time lapse as well from that. So you can watch some of my flow. I don't know if you have any questions so far.
No, looking pretty good so far. Yeah.
So what do you do? So when you met with him, right? So you met with him, and you're gonna something like this now. If you're putting ZBrush into your pipeline, what is the steps that you do? Because obviously if you're messing in ZBrush, you're then eventually going to put it on someone, right? So what does it look like when that client first meets with you? What do you do?
So first of all, I ask question about the reasoning why they getting biomechanical and what they want to kind of portray in it. Him having this truck, it was like, I've got this truck. It's like, okay, the main concept of the truck is the chain. It's called Chain Smoker, and when he do the burnout, all the smoke comes from the chain, because he had to extend the arches, so he welded the chains, and spent a lot of time and effort into it. So I was like, oh, definitely that needs to be the part of your sleeve. So that's why and I've got the collection of a big collection of objects, the kid bashers I've been collecting, and so we've kind of went through it. It's like, okay, what elements would you like? Oh yeah, turbo would be nice. Maybe chain, we spoke about it.
So did you arrange these in a way you thought, hey, is that what you're doing? So you have a picture of the arm and then you're arranging these. Hey, I think this is what I'm going to do. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. So I've drew the main masses and kind of like the anatomy of the body with the flow and kind of where the muscles are, tricep, and I try to kind of fit the elements in a certain places, so they can kind of work in a with the movement of the body. And then I arrange the elements as they. Sorry, I have my cats. I don't know if you can hear it.
No worries.
So yeah, and then I've started arranging it, so you can see it on the time lapse. So it depends. That's why I kind of want to do the presentation. Depends what I need to achieve. I do a different way. Sometimes I go and search and buy elements like the turbo, but the heart I've sculptured myself in ZBrush, which this doesn't work, which I'll show you in a second. So yeah, they normally send me lots of a reference, and then just use. Okay, it was hard to kind of get the chain right angle and curvature, and so I could find the reference online, but building it in ZBrush, it just makes it so much more suitable for the purpose, and kind of I can arrange it as I wanted, bend it certain ways to give that, because designing it on a straight surface is one thing, but wrapping around and connecting with each other and fit it in the right places, and that's where kind of ZBrush comes so handy, because it just kind of I can rearrange it. Sometimes I've print designs multiple times, just fine tuning, elements. Okay, that needs to go on the elbow, that needs to go on the inside of on the ditch, and that side needs to go on the bicep, this top of muscle, and that is curving around the shoulder, like top of the shoulder. So yeah, that's a rough idea how I work.
So when you're in ZBrush with that last clip, you don't necessarily just put a human there that you can at least be wrapping based upon an arm. You just work that way most of the time. You just
depends, because like next project, which is that's the heart I've been sculpting. So with the back piece, you're gonna see I've created actually a sculpture his back on the reference. So I took a reference and sculpture his muscles and his shape of the body, and then kind of like extract elements to give the frame. Because with the sleeve, you don't really need much of the frame. With the torso, which you're gonna show later on, or the back piece, I like to have a frame because you need to finish somehow. So then I use like a panels, like imitating panels, like the skin is part of the opening. So then I sculpture the full body, and I sculpture like torso, which is next in the queue, or the back piece. And as well, I started with the body itself, and then with the sleeve, it's a bit more difficult because it's all about the wrapping around and kind of matching it. If I would sculpture the arm itself and build it like a physical arm kind of thing, it would be hard for me to kind of like get the reference to make it stencil. I've tried UVs, but it just doesn't do the justice altogether. And sometimes I like that to be slightly angled, because then from like different perspective, it does work quite well. So yeah, just
what are these pieces you pre-made that you're using right now to kit bash into?
Yeah, they were kit bashed all together. Obviously the hearts, so some of them they're pre-made, and so I've been collecting and spending a lot of money on the kit bashes.
What did you use to do? What brush did you use to do? I'm going off the heart. Your arteries, the main arteries. Yeah. What brush did you use? Oh, you did some just build up and softening, clay build up and softs, clay up and
yeah, clay the build up soft and trim, dynamic, and then soften them up slightly, and then some obviously alphas on there. See, like I don't have the flow, kind of precise flow, because all my designs are different. So if I would be doing similar pieces, then I could have a flaw. But see, like this, for example, the element is the grill from the truck. So I had to kind of like imitate the grill. So I just built it from different elements. So sometimes it's like a reverse engineering. Like in next project, I've got a diesel pump as well. So I've just built from cubes, and like this is like part of the grill as well. So I just
so you said you did try UVs once, right? But it wasn't, the stencil was getting too stretched because the UVs aren't factoring in real human like form.
Yeah, it was. Maybe I've not spent enough time on it, but it wasn't kind of giving me the results I wanted. So it's like,
well, that's his chest.
So that's the chest piece. So I start with the drawings. So I did different drawings. So you've got some of the drawings as well, time lapse of the drawings, just to show kind of like a bit of preparation. I like to experiment with the drawings.
How many hours is this piece on the table?
On the chest, so we did 4 days kind of worth of work in Marmaris. So he had the heart, the panels, and the middle part done in 3 days straight. But it's kind of, we counted as 4 days. So that was 26 hours in Turkey, because he came from Singapore. And then he came back to UK, and he had the ribs 1 second day, third, fourth. He had 5 days altogether on the chest, on all of it altogether. So 9 days.
Wow.
So 6 hours tattooing. So about 60 hours tattooing.
60 hours to do that piece. 60 hours.
Yeah, 60 hours.
That's some good therapy right there. Yeah, that's great.
What do they do? Wait, because for you, right? They got to be getting tired. You can't have them moving. Does he go to sleep? Does he watch TV? Or
no. You only do 6 hours a day. 6 hours tattooing a day. It's 8 hour session, 2 hours preparation, and 6-7 hours tattooing. If you like, he did like in Marmaris, we did 12 hours one day on him. That's why I said we counted as 5 days, 4 days as 3, because we were doing 10-12 hours days. He was a good customer. He lasted long. I've don't use any numbing cream sprays. I've got the method how to kind of make it work. So I build up the design. I don't kind of like tattoo all over. So it's kind of, I don't come back to it. So I kind of work like a printer, which through the years I've found the method, because most of my customers, they multiple days. I very rarely do less than full day session, 2 days. I've just finished 2 days yesterday. So I found a lot of methods how to make it possible, because it's hard to convince people to actually book for multiple days. But I've got quite a lot of people having first tattoos, and they had 3 days in a row, for example, or 4 days. Normally I do 2 days in, 1 day off, 2 days in, 1 day off, 2 days in, 1 day off. Lots of people travel from abroad, so it's kind of, and when they're coming, they like to get it done, and the healing process as well. Like with Warwick, the first few days they already healed when he was going back home, so it's kind of, it doesn't multiply. Like it just like the first sessions they're getting already settled down, they healed. So you're only healing last 2 days when you're going home. It's not like your arm is on fire. It just kind of like, it's just, but it's not even like that. It's like a very hard sunburn sensation altogether.
Yeah, and Paul, sometimes it's just nap time. That's what I do. I'm a sleeper.
Ideal. Yeah, I play. I've asked people to bring the PCs or anything.
Here's some melatonin. Here, take 4 doses of melatonin. And,
I've never heard about it before. I just heard about it in America when we went about the jet lag. But we got some this time.
Yeah. How beneficial is it now that you're doing 3D to do your designs? Has this been really beneficial for your what do you call them? Clients? What do you call them? Like canvases?
Clients.
Your clients.
Clients.
Has this been beneficial for you to show them in the 3D forms and kind of where you're envisioning for their tattoo?
It's definitely a unique form. That's why and I can be quite precise with the ideas because it's the next ones, because this is quite generic, this design, like a springs, the heart, he wanted heart, and he wanted the kind of connection between the heart and like Iron Man style, just to show both, like how we connected. So I could find the reference, but the drop shadows, the lightning is always, like it's definitely helped me. Not even with like it's not only limited to biomechanical. I do different designs as well in ZBrush. So, and I've been telling to lots of artists, because in tattoo industry now Procreate, which is kind of like designing tool, and I was saying, in 10 years time, how Procreate became popular now, the ZBrush or any 3D software is gonna be the next step, because like the libraries with objects, it's getting so filled, and they're creating like one designs. It's like I did school. It's like with the tattoo artist, the reference available online, it's kind of been used multiple times. So having your own reference of the school, for example, and being able to take the hair, like shape it, because that's what I did a few times. I've got it later on in the presentation. It's give us a freedom, and then lightning as well, because the arms, when you put multiple pictures and create the full sleeve, it's always better to kind of have the same lighting. So when you find the reference, it's not always the case. So having the ZBrush and having the possibilities of rendering is always it's definitely going to be helpful in the long run. I do the research before any projects, do a little inspiration boards, or dealing with the customer. Okay, what do you think? Which way were you going? Which directions? And I just kind of like try to create my own shapes, and they kind of fill the form of the body. So that's where I work. I kind of like, it's a bit of preview of different sketches, because he wanted the blue light from inside and the red heart. So then we kind of, I don't know how much I should play it, how interesting for you guys to watch it, or
it's actually pretty cool. I like that you start with the paint over, gives you an idea, a sense of where things are. I think it explains the story too. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like now you have a sense, you have a concept essentially, and then you go straight into ZBrush now, and you're recreating his torso, and then you're moving through and trying to figure out where things are. So no, I think that's cool.
I know like people don't do the sketches, but obviously when you're quite free to do what you want, it's quite easy to do designs in the ZBrush. But I've very quickly find out that you can spend a lot of time in ZBrush building something. If you're not planning in advance, you spend a lot of time doing like just how to say it, just trying to find a way. But when I sketch it first, especially pieces like that, it's always easy afterwards, because I've got this muscles, I've got this body anatomy already planned. The elements are different, like compare, but like I use the elements I can find, depending on which project. Sometimes I've built elements, and that's kind of, I create my own elements as well. But for that, if I would have to create all those elements, like separately every time, it will be like a long time. So I'm quite happy there's a kit bashes available, and I can use it for my projects, which helps definitely.
Yeah.
So that's this one, and I'll show you kind of. So that was the top of the arm. I've created slightly angled, because then when it's wrapped around, it gives a nice effect. And then you can see the movement of the body, how the springs kind of like react, and the panels.
Oh, that's awesome.
They're shrinking.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That he had been like, "This is sweet."
Yeah, he likes it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's another one. That's a back piece I've done. That was 6 days we spent on it. He had a car, Subaru, so he wanted a turbo, he wanted a hard as well. I think that was before the chest piece. So the same. He was like, his body was slightly kind of like different shape, so I had to take that in consideration. So I've asked him to move the shoulders to show me how the muscles and how the skin works in certain places. So I start kind of, okay, what should I do? Where should I bring the because he wants some like a rib cage and showing inside. So I was kind of planning which way, just to give as well the depth, because I like to put the layers in the tattoos, which is always difficult because it's obviously flat surface and it's curving as well. So the curvature always and the movement always makes it a bit more difficult to plan it. That's why normally I do quite a bit of sketching. I always set up a timer for like a half an hour sketch, so that's why they not really kind of polished, because I don't want to stuck too much, like finish the design and then try to replicate it in ZBrush and being really strict, because I really like the design, so I would like to sketch it very rough, because then I'm not that committed to the shapes, so then I can replace it with different elements, what's kind of like a good fight, or if I really want some elements, then I can build them myself.
Yeah. Good. Quick question for you. With working in ZBrush with 3D, obviously it's giving you a different layer of depth. Do you find the 3D elements of sculptural work really helping push the depth and giving you more detail in the long run of your tattoos, or is it just still kind of, free flowing?
Definitely, because very often when you have biomechanical, obviously they use the reference they can find online. I can move elements with different angles. There's some springs, so I can, and the angles that I write to, how they should go in a certain places. So when, for example, I find a reference of angled spring, I can only fit in certain place because it will work only in the back in kind of like right direction. If you have a reference like that, and then if you try to twist it just doesn't looks right. So with this one, it gives me kind of possibility to set things up in the right way. The same with any kind of reference, any style, not even biomechanical. It definitely helps with three-dimensional look and with the layering, and because on a piece of paper it's different, but when you have a body, when you have an edge of the, for example, forearm, you need to go in certain direction to actually looks realistic, and to have that angle. I'll try to kind of have it so the angle springs slightly towards the viewer, depending how low the elements on the body is. So on the leg they will be more tilted, then on the top of the arm they're gonna be more straightforward, but then at the bottom you see more of the top of the spring, then kind of facing forward altogether. So yeah, definitely helps make it more. But the three-dimensional illusion in art, it's a lot of tricks, like especially with tattooing, because they need to be long-lasting. So then I do translate the design, the 3D design into tattooing language, kind of. So I changed quite a lot from the process you've seen, the sleeve on Warwick. That was quite stretched and looks like the final product altogether, but it's a good starting point.
Nice. No, that's super cool. That's really cool. Again, it's so cool to just see another way to use ZBrush. So, and I like your workflow. It's really familiar to me, even though I know nothing more about tattooing than just what I've seen and what my own experience is. So to sit here and like take a look at like starting with a concept, then moving into the 3D elements. It's like I'm sure there's a lot of artists who have like, oh, I wonder if I could tattoo. Maybe I want to go learn it, and I have these 3D skills. How do we apply that? And right here, you're showcasing a very familiar workflow, I think.
Yeah, it is a muscle memory. So like obviously the designing, tattooing is more like painting and drawing. So like, you know, if someone like that's transferring more, the 3D designing, it's a creating concept, but obviously it's not really relating to process of tattooing. It's I was actually contemplating to do a bit of disclaimer that's like, you know, it's just opposite sides of the spectrum, like 3D designing, because I've spoke with quite a few people, and like artists, tattoo artists, they're not as IT savvy, so it's kind of like I've been always good in like math and IT, and that's what probably give me the upper hand with being able to do it and utilize the tool altogether for this sort of concept, and probably it will be handy for the two artists to kind of like go on and test, especially the tablet version of ZBrush. It's awesome. I think it's gonna be definitely something worth to look into it. But yeah, designers creating concept, I think brilliant. But then if you can paint it, then you can start thinking, because like I think that's more like it to be related to tattooing altogether.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's the same as well. Like with tattooing, you need to work with the customer, and this is very limiting. Like I'm quite happy and quite lucky that customers quite a lot of time give me the free reign, and kind of I can work with them. I do have my methods how to get the essence of the idea they've got, but in like tattooing itself, it's very demanding on kind of like the customer, what they want altogether, and that's kind of kills the creative freedom. Like, you know, if you sit down and create characters, you might have some kind of like directions where you're going with that, but yeah, it took me quite a lot of years to be able to only do this kind of work, because, you know, like I do everything. I've done everything in life, in tattooing, from, you know, simple jobs, realism, and now every style possible I had to kind of learn, and that's what's kind of. That's why not many people do biomechanical, because they need a lot. They need outline, they need flat, hard surface shading in tattooing kind of, and it's got all spectrum of different elements and different skills you need to combine in one tattoo. And then on top of that, the designing. That's why what I do is quite unique, just because it takes a lot of thinking. I spend a lot of kind of hours to try to kind of find the flow. But I guess it's with yours as well. It's what I've seen with Marco. That was crazy what he was doing.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I was very impressed.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's gonna be hard to kind of like show that's just doodling compared to what he did in the ZBrush world, and kind of. So yeah, that's.
But, you know, that's to
yeah.
me, that's what makes being an artist so unique and so special. And one of the things that, you know, we always try to convey, especially during, you know, art presentations, is just the ability to, you know, sit back and create something unique and different, and, you know, enjoy the process. I think it's cool.
Oh yeah, it's definitely like I did quite a few projects outside the tattooing, outside the request. I've been really busy, especially now with the US and traveling to US. It's been hard to find a time when I can kind of do something, you know, like not dictated by the request or by the kind of projects I'm working on. But yeah, definitely I've spent so How I started, I went for the seminar to Toffee. He did like a 1-day seminar, and then I've asked him for private tuition, so we went for like a two extra days there. And then lockdown happened. Like I did few projects before, and then lockdown happened, and I had the time over the lockdown to actually spend and do some pieces, which was like kind of godsend for me, because I've managed to, experiment and fell out with that and come back to it, and because I've kind of self-taught myself, so it's always difficult. Luckily, the Ask ZBrush, it's there.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
It's a lot of so yeah, the spine. I've created.
So I notice you always start though. What you don't tend to just use a male or female. If you're doing a male, you have a male. If you're doing a female torso. You're always making a new torso for every project for you.
Yeah, just like
Okay.
Like even if I do the sleeves, I just start with the sleeve.
You're sculpting an arm. You're starting something else, and always start. You're not just taking a 3D mesh that already finished arm in essence, and then just building on top of that.
Yeah, I find it's nice to see it as well. So I always show customers, so they like to see it. If I start with the arm, it's so easy to sculpt there anyway. And I've got the arm, like I've got the different angles of the arms. I've asked them to actually show, take photos of different angles. So that was the example how I kind of like created the framework. I've just extracted. I've drew the frame, which which was complementing the body shape, to work with the rib cage, and then I've added the elements, a bit of the springs. So we spoke about it.
How big's your library of like kit bash pieces? Do you know how many pieces you have that you use? Like
I'm not
ballpark.
sure.
Do you have like a ballpark?
I've got the what's called the Pure Ref app, and I've got all them dropped there. So when the customers come in, I've kind of like I built because I'm booking like an extra day before they coming in to actually design. So when they coming in, depends on the design. Sometimes I book a 1 day before actually we start tattooing, just to finalize the design with the customer, and then we just kind of we've got them elements, and like there's a good video of Warwick. He does like a 20 minutes video of him kind of coming, or his kind of experience. So, I'm coming in, this is the studio, this is Shamach, this is how he kind of, we're picking the elements, this is all his library. And so he's got this this is day one. That's how much I got done today. I'll woke up in the morning. So it's nice to kind of see.
So someone was asking, how many designs do you usually go through until you get to your final one on an average, do you think?
Luckily, I don't need to scrap them, so I can rearrange, but depend on the work. Sometimes I print out, like I was doing leg, and I think we did like a 20 alterations. Easy to kind of like fine match, because like the body parts are not cylindric, so that this is the kind of the beauty of ZBrush. I can move around, so like this needs to go on this muscle. Sometimes people have a vein, so I kind of utilize the vein, then I freehand some work, and then kind of like if it's wrapping on the elbow, then kind of like the tricep on the forearm, like the bicep on the forearm, and the need to kind of like the springs need to go there. So this angle works there, so it's wrapping, or it doesn't match on this side. So there's like a little bone there. I like to put some elements there and kind of like it match the elbow. So and then the arm as well twist. So it's kind of like when we twist in it, it doesn't kind of like, it doesn't match. So yeah, sometimes it is a lot, like sometimes depends. Sometimes it goes in very quickly. But this is the beauty of it. So I can go back and they just like, I need move that 2 centimeters that way, or inch up, inch down. I've great design. That doesn't look right, doesn't feel right. I can, what I can do, I can move that there, move that there. I start doing as well. I've got so when I sculpture the arm, I can transfer it, and in a software I can actually wrap around design, but it as well, it doesn't really do as much justice, but I started using it for like a bit more unsure customers. Oh, I'm not sure how it's going to look like. Wait a second, I'm just going to wrap it around this and show you what I mean, because how I build it is like the back piece and the front is quite easy because you can see straightforward, but with the arm, it's a lot of wrapping around, and you only see certain elements from the whole project depend on the angle of the viewer. So that's ZBrush.
Someone asked too, do you ever scan the bodies for a more accurate representation?
Oh, that's that would be what do you mean, like a UV? Oh
no, I think they're like photogrammetry. I think they're thinking like photogrammetry, like using an app or something to make a 3D mesh from the actual person and plop that into ZBrush.
Yeah, it's kind of like the scanning option in the iPad. So we spoke about it with you, Paul. But it's I prepare that like most of my customer traveling. So it's like if I would then, I need to prepare design beforehand. So it's kind of like building it is easier than scanning. And the same, even like there is an option in the software where you can actually kind of like open up and do a 2D and then wrap it, but it looks good on this element. But then if I need to kind of open it and do the stencil and wrap it around the real arm, it doesn't really work like that, because you've got this like a movement when you kind of like wrapping around. So it's like, when you put spring there straight, and then when it's down, when they open the arm, it's moving around. So it's not always works, and then I will have to have actually physical customer with me to scan it first. But it could be an option, but then it will kind of dictate me kind of waiting for the customer actually to be able to scan them.
Yeah.
Where I can sculpture them, from 4 different angles, I can kind of do it that way. But yeah, it's something like new. It's not so that you can see the movement of the ribs.
Wow, that's so cool.
Someone asked, I don't know if you can share this, how much do you charge for your projects, each project?
Depends where. The UK, and so when I travel, I work with the prices of the studios. So depending, obviously, what they charge, and I kind of dictate by their prices altogether. But if someone would like to have a chat about it, they can contact me after the.
This is some fun. He really probably would want this to do this. Eh? Light me up, light me up. Wait, you can't paint. Well, you can't use like any neon paint or anything like that, right? So
no, that was just post production.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did UV inks, and it is available, but it's not really much of the research about the long term, because I've done it over 15 years ago, and now it's completely vanished. Like it doesn't glow in UV light anymore. So obviously body absorbed that. So it's kind of the question where all these chemicals went. So like since we had a bit deeper thought about it, we stopped completely doing them just for safety reasons.
Someone's always asking, how long does that last, the tattoo? Do you have to do any touching up later on, or they're pretty much good?
No, depends. Obviously, do multiple sessions. I always that's why I travel as well. I always tell my customers it's good to have like a half-day session just to kind of like finalize the polish. But most of customers, like, to be honest with you, I don't see how you can improve it. And when I do it, I was like, but you know yourself with the artwork, you can always spend a tiny bit more time, tiny bit of mind. Like one sec, because I can describe that slightly. Tiny bit of time more, and is always kind of like this, so the same with tattoos. You can do it nice, and people are gonna be happy with that, but it's more time you spend on it, it's gonna be better. And then I would say normally any tattoo, like realism tattoo, I would say 10-15 years you can have a day session to just refresh it, like to pick up blacks, and the fadiness of the age gives a really nice result. So you've got like a really refreshed tattoo, but it's any styles. I would say that will kind of, depending as well on exposure, sun exposure, the health condition of the person as well. Some skin it's nourished and it's healthy. Some people don't drink water, and the skin is dry, and so it's very individual thing. But I would normally say 10-15 years. But I've got customers which got tattoos longer than 50 years, and are quite impressed because with the color, color of my face slightly more, but it's not as bad as kind of like general perception been. So if it's done right and it looks right after 6 months, then it looks right for many years altogether. But we already kind of got to the methods to actually be able to apply inks to be long lasting. So yeah, there's another project I did. It was quite demanding. Not customer, but the project. He's a YouTuber. He's a builder, custom car builder. He's a winner, 4 times SEMA winner. And that's his builds. He's got this logo, like little character he builds, put in every build he does. That his tools he used for the job. So he said, "Oh, I would like to have tools." That's like a diesel pump, which is it's kind of like iconic in that industry. So I started with creating his little Tin Man, because that's his name, Tin Man, to custom. So I've started from basic shapes with this. So yeah, it's back to the squares and cylindric. So that's a bit
simple. Keep it simple. Build it up from
keep
there.
it simple.
Yeah.
So when I can, because it needs to kind of sometimes some elements like that, they're gonna be focal point of the kind of the piece. So there's elements that I don't mind spending time on, and it's nice, and customers are really happy about it. They can kind of like create a certain element, because he was like, "Oh, I'm not sure if we could kind of do that." It's like, yeah, I can just build it if you want. And then we like the next one as well. It was the pump, and we tried to actually find to buy the pump itself. It was so difficult. We couldn't find it, so I had to actually build myself. What time is it now? So we've got how much time we've got?
Check. Yeah, you've got 13 minutes.
Okay, so it's 7 minutes of video left. Depends how much Q&A we want to do on the end. I can speed this up. Oh, that was fun. I tried to put it in the right place, and oh my god, I was like, I don't need a video for that. I'm just gonna get it once, and it just took me forever. It was fun. So that's a bit of I put it as a bit of joke as well for you, probably. So everyone is itching, like, why are you not doing this?
No, sometimes you just gotta just find it. You gotta play with it. There's so many control on Z's I've done in my lifetime. It's not even funny. So perks of doing it in ZBrush, control Z, Control Z.
Yeah, it's so but yeah, it's and they like it. They like to see it. Like the customers, I do it, and obviously all the videos that they're just randomly, because I like to record it, and sometimes like while I'm preparing and while they kind of waiting for stencil and me preparing the equipment, the clients just well, okay, just watch this, but how I was working. So because obviously they pay for my time, so it's like kind of I should play the Benny Hill song. I should play the Benny Hill.
It's good though, because like, again, Well, A, it's kind of like, again, a way into the mindset, but B, it's fun that you could be like, this is funny. Like, here, watch me do a thing real quick, and yeah, it's cool. I like it. So I get that same sensation when I'm live streaming and like it's not going the way I wanted to, and I'm like, well, you guys showed up to the stream, so this is what you get.
Yeah,
that's
but
cool.
so yeah, that's your differential. So kind of we found the photos like, what I'm gonna do about that. So just kind of like I had some sort of gears put together. So I kind of like I've built that, and then we've kind of decided, what about the hat? Can I have this sort of hat on the top? I was like, yeah, we can figure out the way. So I've started kind of like modeling, and that's the kind of a beauty of me being able to put it in the right place and create the right pipework to go in the right direction. I wouldn't be able to find the reference like this. So that's that was us showing him other stuff. Just as a few minutes break, every now and again, I like to stand up.
Yeah. No, it's but yeah, that's what's so cool about artistry, right? It doesn't matter how you get there; you're going to get there in the end. And so it's another just great example. Yeah, I love it.
I've done first 11 years of tattooing. I've freehand everything. I've never used a stencil.
What?
So
really?
Yeah, I've
11 years. You just freehanded it all?
Yeah, because I've self-taught myself tattooing as well. So it's
wow.
I've didn't know how to do it. So I just drew. I've just had a reference and I just drew on the skin.
Yeah.
So like I can improvise quite a lot. So the designs I do, like in ZBrush, I can do a lot with it. Like I improvise it sometimes when they want like a rib skin or some elements, or I need to finish or kind of change something. It's quite easy for me to improvise quite a bit. But then
the Tin Man is a carburetor, right? What is it? The carburetor head? No, not the carburetor. What is that? That you used as the crown.
Yeah, it's like a sparks in it, like the electric. So there's a pump.
Yeah, I don't know what that's. I'm not a mechanic. Never mind me, people. Just ignore. Just I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
That's okay. Yeah, I just like driving cars.
There you go.
Fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, fast.
Fast. Yeah, that is that part. Yeah, exactly.
Really, really fast.
No, I don't drive fast. I just accelerate and slow down very quickly. To speed limits.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the fuel pump. Like every element, just like basic shapes, just to recreate. I don't know if you kind of like it's gonna be on the end, because I wanted on the forearm and I wanted the right direction, and the pipes at the top, they had to go in a certain direction. So like, what is it? Can I pause it? Yeah. So you see, like this is the hammer he used. So I've used that as a part of it, and then this is like the metal fabrication tool as well. He wanted to be included, so it's kind of like restricted. So this goes that way. So I managed to move it, and I kind of like they were a bit messy there. So I kind of create this nice lines going on his forearm. The chain as well. We had to kind of create the chain. So I've built the chain. I'm not sure if I did the time lapse of the chain. I was planning to do the time lapse of the chain now. But you can see now how it kind of like goes into his arm with the line of the arm. We had to move it quite a bit as well, because he was kind of like, when I was doing that right, them cables were going, like them pipes were moving out. So I created like a little V shape to just wrap around and kind of go the same directions.
Yeah, this is mind-blowing how you're trying to do this within 3D and then get it in there, and you got to think of movement, skin, all these things happening.
So that's him, and then like some like a panels, like an airplane to finish with the ridges. And that was quite cool as well. He drag race cars, He's a driver, so that's it. Like I use some of the photographs. This is like the engine block he need to strip down and rebuild almost every race. The elements. One sec, I will go back. So he's got like a factory. His family has got a big factory, and that of photographs. Actually, we went to Chicago to his factory, and we took photographs of the machines he used. So that's the machine he used. There's no digital mechanics, like there's all mechanical. So they use that as kind of setting options. So they put different things to set up the machine. So it's just motor, and there's no computer to run in it. It's quite cool, the machine. So I've built that, reverse engineered that, and the chain as well. So you can see that at the top as the main piece, and then the chain, and it's like a very precise chain. He's got them pipes as well. They put the oil to kind of lubricate the machine as well. So he want them. So I kind of build them and bend them in right angles. So that's his kind of sleeve. And this is the supercharge, and this is the kind of like the block, engine block underneath what they need to. So I can use the live reference, and as well as the building up around that. So that's easy as well, make it easier, because the life reference is a certain way, and then I can kind of like move the elements to match them and kind of work it other way around, kind of, instead of being dictated by photographs. I can, like, being by design and influence the photographs, I can kind of so yeah, there's another design, there's a cover up I did in some like a more feminine style. And that's the angles, different angles I've spoke about before, of the like the design and the final tattoo. And so yeah, I use it with different. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just had a quick question, because I know we only have a few minutes left. But how do you, once you're done with the sculpture, how do you then move it to a stencil and get it to the arm? Like, what's your process there?
Yeah, I've got the certain process in the Photoshop or in Procreate, like kind of like it's not that difficult. It's like some face mask. I'll show the difference. Something like that. So yeah, it's and then the stencil machine. So it's we print that digital. I've done it by hand beforehand. It was terrible. It was off-putting. Sometimes I've spent like 3 hours just to make a stencil with all the lines and ruler, just line. So sometimes I was tired before I even started. Yeah, so there's like different. The alien is the same as I've sculptured that straight from the spheres. Every element was from a sphere, so that was lockdown job. Some like a little projects like. There was like NFT, and that was like a challenge, the Plague Doctor challenge by Toffee. So I took part, and they did like a digital version of it.
Nice.
And then some. That was like the exhibition piece. In lockdown, we did pieces for the bus stop, tram stops. So they kind of like have created that social time design.
Nice.
So yeah, that's all I've prepared for you guys. Any questions?
Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, that was fantastic. I love seeing the breakdown, the conceptual design, working with the client, and then moving into ZBrush, finalizing things, and then getting it to skin. It's such a really unique way to use ZBrush. So thank you for taking the time to sit down with us and actually walk us through that process. I'm sure the audience, they seem to get a kick out of it. And it's also, again, just another way that if you know ZBrush, you can take a look at other options as you're navigating the world and trying to find your career, or just trying to pivot and find something new to do. So, and you said you were a self-taught tattoo artist since 15?
Yes, I've learned most of it myself, but I'm still learning. So it's like, yeah, this is a long journey. But when I started, there was no internet, so that's the kind of quite statement. I had to learn. I had to build my first machine myself. So it's been a long process. I was sharpening needles myself and asking people like the ex-prisoners and ex-convicts and checking their work and like some ideas. So it's been a long journey, but I know kind of like all angles of the business, from tattooing parties to like a professional surrounding. Now, if someone would like to get into tattooing, I would advise, obviously solid portfolio and do apprenticeship in a tattoo studio. There is a courses offering, but it's I always said it's like you need to know as much as like university knowledge. If you obviously have the artistic background, you cut down a few years, but it's still like it's not easy because it's live canvas, live structure, and kind of like customer service and health, and it's a lot. But if someone would like to go into this career, find a local or good studio, and it saves so much like disappointments if you do it the right way. If you find a good person, because it's not something you can kind of try on. I wouldn't advise to try on because it's a lot of risks from different angles.
Yeah, a lot of health concerns too. So you want to make sure you do it right, like you said. Go talk to a studio if you have interest.
The thing is, it's like when you're tattooing skin, it's like every skin is different. So like you might do one good tattoo and then you're gonna struggle with 10 another next ones. So having like mentor which oversee and have experience of making the mistakes will kind of oversee it and like save a lot of. I know myself because I've served also. I know how much you need to make mistakes to actually get somewhere. And when I was doing that, there was no internet, there was no kind of social media, no one could post what I did. So it's like now obviously it's everything. It's like it's not something to try, but if someone wants to, like it's a nice place to be altogether if you put effort into it. The same with the ZBrush and any kind of art form. If you just want to do it on a Sunday, it's like you can do it for fun, but like if you want to go to professional surroundings, then you need to put an effort into it.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you so much for coming on to the air and hanging out with us for an hour and showcasing everything. This was amazing. Really much appreciate you.
Hope you enjoyed
it. Late at night for you too. So thank you for
thanks. It was
the midnight oil with us. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of the day.
All right. Thanks, Shamach.
Cheers.
See you, bud.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Woo, man.
We promised different stuff, eh? So we got a bunch of different stuff for sure, right? Happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got one more though. We got Wednesday for the TV show WeFX. But before we get to them, we got more stuff that, again, I know some of you are saying you're having problems not getting the email from the registration. We'll look into why you might not be. It's probably being blocked somehow, our domain. It could be maybe if your Gmail, it's in promotions. Check the other folders, not just spam. Sometimes stuff will fall in some other folders because they got multiple folders now and the servers. So double check that. We'll have to look into it and see. But we're still going to be showing you guys what we have in store for you. So I'm going to start with the first one. Let's just keep it rolling. Let's do another one. Let's do another Noman workshop. Let's make it. What is this, number 4? I think it's number 4.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, number 4. Or no, I think it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this is number 5. This is number 5.
It's 5 now. Yeah.
5.
Okay. Well,
5 chances to get Noman workshop. 5 chances to get Noman workshop. All right, which is pretty nice. Something again that we have. I'm going through trying to find where is this it? I believe this one. Which one am I doing? Yep, another one of Character Creator 5 with ZBrush Face Tools. So another one of these to give away. Again, you're seeing this in the videos. Very cool. So there's another one of these that we're giving away. So that's really exciting for you guys to have the chance to get into those as well. And then let's go ahead and do but I'm trying to find Creature Workshop. Which one we got? Character oh, okay, hold on. This is a different one. Different
This is
one.
a different one. Yep.
Be careful. Sorry, there's a lot of files I got to look through to make these pop up for us. So bear with me. Which one? Where are you?
While you do that, we will make sure that we post the
there it
link
is.
again real quick in the chat, or go ahead and click on that for registering.
Yep. Here's another one. This one's different. This is a deluxe package. So this one's different from the other one. So this is their deluxe package, which is Character Creator 5. But you're also going to get their core library, their ultimate morphs, and their human anatomy sets as well. So this one's a bigger bundle from them. So you're going to be able to get that from Real Illusion. So again, get in that registration. We're not doing the drawings until next week. And then we'll be reaching out to the people that have won. There'll be no live drawings today. We're just showing you guys what you have potential to win. And so you want to get in there and get that going. And then our last one for this segment before we take a little break and then going to WeFX for Wednesday. We're gonna have let's do one of these. Okay,
just one of those.
Let's do another Z-Wrap. Another Z-Wrap.
Perfect.
One more. Let's do another 2-year subscription. Faceform Z-Wrap. So again, those are the ones that you have. We have WeFX is our last presentation for today. But again, this is Wednesday, the TV show. I'm sure a lot of you have watched that. Awesome show. I'm really looking forward to. We got 5 of the artists from the studio joining us to talk about their project and how they've been using ZBrush to do the show. We're really, really, really excited. Their time starts at 4:10. This is LA time, which is 15 minutes from now. That's 15 minutes from now, or this way, actually. I got to do the camera swap.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. This says 51. This is 1 5. All right, so stay tight, stay with us. It's going to be really exciting to have WeFX here. I'm excited to see how they can show you what they've been using ZBrush to do Wednesday from Netflix. So stay tuned.
ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version.
What is happening, everybody? Welcome back. Oh, look at that. A wild fall appears again.
I needed a new entrance. I needed a new one.
Yeah,
just trying some stuff out.
You got tomorrow to try some stuff out as well.
I'm just seeing if you can pull a little smile on our WeFX friends' faces. Okay, I got some fellow Canadians in this one now. Okay, we got to rise it up. Yeah.
All right.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to this. This is exciting. It's an amazing TV show. I think probably everybody that's in this chat has watched this show, I would assume almost. Right. So really, guys, we're really, really lucky that WeFX has been able to work with Netflix and get permission to share what they've been doing. That's not something that's easy done. I got to thank everybody over there at WeFX for what they did to make this happen. This is not something easy to do always, because obviously with major productions, you got a lot of tape to go through and make sure everyone's okay. So thank you to the WeFX team that went above and beyond to make this happen for us. It's really exciting that they were able to get here and be a part of the ZBrush Summit for 2025. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So we got them for an hour and a half. Are you ready, Ian? You got your game face on? What about chat? Ready. Are you guys ready? Can we get a whoop whoop in chat for me, please? Like let's look lively. Let's look lively, people.
Yeah,
all right. So let's do it. Enough me talking and being silly and not funny at all. Got to work on my stand-up these days. Let's bring them in. Let's bring in the WeFX. Let's do it. There we go.
Welcome. Hello.
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 Hey.
Hello. Not only do we have one, we've got 5 people. Okay. Cesar goes, yeah, we're bringing some people. This is what we're doing. Okay. It's me and these 4 other artists coming. And wait, we got a couple in Brazil, right? There's a couple in Brazil. Who's in Brazil? Okay, we got 2 in Brazil. Is everyone else in Canada? Everyone's outside of Toronto?
Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So multi-world. What do we call it? Multi-continent is probably what the words I should. You got to forgive me. It's been a couple of days of the summit. You know what? You guys luck out. You're going to get the real bad jokes from me now because I'm just on. I'm just on ZBrush fumes. Is what we're doing right now. So, thank you for being here. We got an hour and a half with you guys because there's the 5 of you to cover what you want to do. So I thank you, Cesar. I know I reached out to you to help with this and everybody else to put this together as well in your team. And also the rest of you here before you too as well. Thank you for doing this. And thank you for being a part of this.
No, it's my pleasure. Yeah. And I like to echo what you said. It's absolutely awesome that we get to do this. And, a big thank you to Netflix and to the whole team at WeFX for helping us out. In the middle of production, scrambling, trying to gather everything. But also let me, a heartfelt congratulations on the 25 years. It's kind of unbelievable that it's been a quarter of a century.
You're longer than me in the community. Aren't you almost 25 years?
I'm about 24 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wasn't there at the very beginning, but yeah, it's pretty insane.
Well, congrats to you. You guys all helped build this. To me, ZBrush is not something that we're doing. It's something we're all doing as a collective group of artists and people. And we're trying to make changes. We're trying to always do things. So hopefully everyone is enjoying what we've been doing and continuing to do. So you guys are all a major part of this too. So thank you for contributing and being part of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we've got the crying stories out of it, let's see whose screen are we putting up first? Sam's? All right.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm just gonna basically, first of all, it's amazing to be here. Thank you for hosting this amazing event, and I'm very lucky to be amongst this amazing artist. I'm the VFX supervisor for this show for WeFX. So I've been working with unbelievably talented artists, and the 4 that we have here are just incredible people to work with. And I'm just going to start with just introducing who we are. Basically, WeFX is a company, pretty young company. It's been only like Cesar, is it 4 or 5 years now?
5 years.
5 years, unbelievable. And we've been basically working on various shows, from TV shows to feature films. Mostly we do, like everything from visual effects for invisible effects to creature heavy effects and everything in between. And our team, led by Mogor Bankarimi and Amanda and Puya, which is the founders of the company, really are very artist-friendly team. And we're very lucky to work with them. They're supporters of good storytelling, and it's amazing to actually work with a team like this. Cesar and I have been, horror movie fans for ages. We love everything from movies to video games to anything that is in between. So if you guys can just show our reel, that's going to show kind of like a scope of what we do. I'm going to let you guys play it.
All right, let's go. Come
All
on.
right.
Let's do it. Yeah, it's so cool to see all those.
Great. Yeah, so we do pretty much every kind of visual effects you can imagine, and we love all kinds of effects, but really the creature is where it all started. Cesar was brought in at the very beginning. Like, VFX without Cesar wouldn't happen. So our focus was, and our love is, to do as much creature work as we possibly can, and that's where ZBrush comes in. So I was the supervisor for Wednesday. Cesar, our supervisor for creature team, and we have our lovely 3 artists that were basically responsible for all the awesome things you're going to see. So we are bringing you a few things from Wednesday. Basically, what we did for Wednesday is around 185 shots. Our main thing for Wednesday was Thing. So we had a bunch of full CG Thing shots. We had some partial ones. We had a lot of insects, which we brought a few of them for you today. We had gore enhancements and a lot of invisible VFX. That's kind of the scope of what we did for Wednesday, season 2. And as most of you know, a show as big as Wednesday is not just one company. So we were one of the many vendors that were doing this, which meant some of the shots we did were shared shots. So we had shots that were kind of like split between other vendors as well. So I'm going to start with basically we had some critters and insects for this show. We had a tarantula, we had some caterpillars, some black and red small spiders, and an awesome moth. We're going to start off with our moth. Basically, the moth that we were doing for this show was kind of inspired by Death's Head moth, but it was pretty much like a fictional design. And we had some references from production. And by the way, this shot that you're seeing, this is also a shared shot. We didn't do the DMP, the digital matte painting on the background, but we did the moth. And you can see another shot here where the moth was basically animated and sort of rigged and went through simulation for the wing and all that. But we're going to show you the sculpt and the design of that from the beginning. So I'm going to stop this, and we're going to go to our moth presenter.
Yeah, just let me jump in for 1 second here.
Sure.
I'm going to be doing this from time to time as we're going along. Those things kind of pop into my head that I think are pertinent information and whatnot. And the way the two thoughts. The team, there's two important members of our team that aren't present here in the presentation. One of them is Amanda Hepner, and the other one is Riley Curie. And I want to give them a shout out because they were both very instrumental in helping us. And wherever pertinent, I'll bring up their name. And this is really important for me personally, and also for the company. There's a reason we're called We. And it's not just a supervisor up here talking, and we wanted everybody present because we want to give flowers to the artists, to the people that are in the trenches that are doing the actual heavy lifting. And that's a big part of why I joined the company. It's a big part of our philosophy. And so with that, let me hand it over to Brandon.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Cesar. I will be showing you guys our corpse moth, as we called it. We might have called it by its proper scientific name, as we usually do with insects and animals. But as Sam mentioned, this was actually a purely fictional species of moth. And it's it's a relatively simple sculpt, but it's still like, I guess, it's a small thing. There is a couple hero shots with it, but for the most part, it was kind of far away from camera. And it's simple, but subtle, like simple things can be really difficult in their subtleties. It can be difficult to get the small subtle things right, and I think we did with this one. I think I was really happy with how this one turned out in the end. It's always hard to tell before that final render, but yeah, this one was really cool.
Do you have the contact sheet with all the designs?
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't we start with what we received from the client and kind of take it through there?
Yeah, for sure. Good idea. Let me pull that up. So first of all, I got the color on here because I am primarily a texture look dev artist. That's mostly what I do, but and I'll touch on that.
Don't yourself. He's an amazing sculptor.
Well, yeah, I mean, compared to these guys, that's not. But yeah, I'll touch on that a bit later. But thank you, Cesar. Yes, so let's start with the design that we got. So this is where we would begin with any asset, is the design. Sometimes we do designs, but this one was from the client side production team. So pretty cool, pretty nice looking. I don't know, Burton-esque moth that we've got here. But basically, it's our job to take this prop that they've made and kind of make it real, real in CG terms, I guess, but real, like anatomically speaking, and real enough that it could exist in the real world, or at least it could exist in the Wednesday universe.
So this is like a sculpted prop that you guys got? Is that what this is? There's someone from
we only got images, Paul. So on set they made a physical. I believe they 3D printed it, right, Sam? A little.
This one is actually with felt, like it's very sort of old.
But the model itself, right, that they applied, I think it was a 3D print.
It might have been, yeah.
But yeah, they had it as a reference for the actors, so that they knew what they were looking at, type of thing.
Right. Camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Camera. Yeah.
Okay. But as usual, when you create something, you don't necessarily think about it from a production standpoint, and you don't necessarily think about it in terms of movement, right? Just because something looks cool as a 2D thing, it doesn't necessarily translate into a 3D thing. So that was part of the challenge. So the initial challenge was taking this and then turning that into a 3D representation of that. But everything that we do is anatomy. You're going to hear me say this over and over again, and you're going to hear the guys talking about this over and over again. Everything that we do is anatomy. So the very first thing was to try to find out what genus was this. They based this off of something, right? And if they didn't, they must have been influenced by something. So it was our job to go and track that down.
Exactly. And somewhere, I don't know if it was them who told us or if it was us who came up, but we ended up saying the Luna moth, this moth here, was the one that this was going to be based off.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I was digging through our files and I found, I think we did start with a very Luna moth-like model. But and yes, this does look like the right moth for this reference, but it doesn't. If you go back to the design, it's not really matching. So we ended up just doing our own thing, which was this, and but still, you could still obviously use this real life moth as reference for adding the actual anatomy, like Cesar said, the anatomical features such as these veins that are in the wings. They didn't necessarily show that or include that in the design itself, so we took it upon ourselves to add that. As you can see in the sculpt, we've got all the veins, and that's part of the challenge, is like, even though these veins don't totally match the color, they still need to be there, right? And in some cases, like in this other moth that we were kind of using as a reference, the Death's Head moth, you can see that even this one has, they all moths have these veins, because they're kind of like the skeleton of like an umbrella, right? Keeping the structural integrity. So the reason why we chose this one as our kind of secondary reference was because at some point along the line, we learned that, or I learned like kind of late, that this was supposed to be kind of a face, a skull motif in the back there. And the Death's Head moth, which is pretty popular, I think, in pop culture and such, has a motif like that. Obviously it's not as sharp, but you can see kind of a face in there. So this was our secondary reference, and as you can see, obviously we went pretty all out with the skull reference there. So
one of the cool things about that was when we added fur to this, how the fur would correlate with the color, which would ultimately either emphasize the look or it would detract from the look. And we found that if we went, because it's basically a Horseshack treatment, right? That's what you're looking at on the back of these things. And that if we went too artistic with it, it really wouldn't read. And so ultimately we just simplified it and turned it into a skull. Just make it a skull, you get rid of all the fidelity in there. Let's really kind of focus in on you know, the eyes, the nose, and that outside silhouette. And then once we added the fur in there, it really popped. So it was a cool moment when we got that to work.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Is that in the end, you know, this would be covered in a groom, and you know, from a texture looked at point of view, it's like, yay, you know, I don't have to put as much effort into the texture but it's, I mean, that's not true. But in the end, you know, the look is being kind of driven by the fur that's going to be covering the whole thing, and the fur, the color of the groom is driven by the texture. So.
Did you guys happen to use fiber mesh to see some test runs in ZBrush to see how it looked like fur, or you guys kicked it to something else and did?
That would have been a great idea. I think we probably should have done that because as you can see from our early tests, like the face didn't come out at all. But yeah, using fiber mesh in ZBrush, like that totally would have probably sped the process of landing on a final skull design.
So did you hand paint this, Brandon? Is that what you did? You did poly painting on the wings when you painted the moth itself?
Yeah, so I painted
this. Paint this, yeah.
I painted in the texture software, but this is a good example of something that totally 100% could have been done in ZBrush, because I didn't do any like projections or anything. I literally was just looking at the reference and just painting it. So, you know. It's a good example.
Keep in mind, there's quite a bit of that Brandon had to come up with there, because there's two sets of wings here, right, Brandon? So if you rotate it and kind of hide one of them, we can showcase that. There's two sets of wings here, and this is what I mean about the mechanical component of this. So we needed to figure out like what is the color on all of these, you know, on both sides of these wings, right? There's a bunch of decisions that you have to make right away from the get-go, from a design standpoint when you're looking at it in terms of, you know, is it a single-sided mesh? Is it a double-sided mesh? Or, you know, or do we have a texture on one side? Do we have a texture on both sides? These are all kind of like technical things that you need to kind of make up, and you know, in terms of solidify those decisions at the start. And then once you have that, then we have the 3D, you know, the 3D representation of that, where the majority of the fidelity that we ended up doing in terms of taking it from just basic. Can you go down to level 1 just to show them how low this stuff is? When you go down to, you know, the basic, the fidelity, everything that you're seeing, all the beauty, that's all ZBrush, right? But whether or not the function is there is something that we need to make those decisions right away from the get-go. So
yeah, for sure.
So yeah, like even the tails on the back end there, like we discovered that when we started simulating the tails on the back end, they weren't giving us the results that we were expected, and then ultimately there was a design change, right? And in that design change, it's not like you can just take something and scale it down and then all of a sudden you're good to go. No, all you've done is squished it, right? So now we need to go back, redo the topology, reproject it, get it over. So again, that's where ZBrush is just absolutely invaluable, right? Because it just saves us so much time in terms of those cycles.
100%, yeah. Sam, were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say it's like, and also thinking about our pipeline, right? Like getting this into our pipeline with the fur and getting the fur to render with motion blur and all that. So we had to be aware of all those too, which meant a lot of testing back and forth, which was also made Brandon's and Creature team's job way harder to get that working, because dealing with fur and rendering it with motion blur is not easy. So that was also one of the factors in there. Also, Brandon, it would be great to zoom in and show all the detail of the legs and head you did.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, there's
one of the big things that you know, in terms of what we're doing, the type of work we're doing, that we're discussing here, it's production work, right? It's so obviously we can sit down and we can sculpt, you know, willy-nilly and come up with really cool, fantastical things, and you know, and that's and you know, there's a ton of merit in doing that in terms of designs. But at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're doing designs that have to follow form, function, and then also work in a production pipeline. So the cycle that we generate within ZBrush, it can never be broken. I can't just do something linearly and then go on my timeline and drag it back and like undo. I need to be able to work in a way that allows us to be able to make changes instantly from a client standpoint to to being able to turn this around and get it onto the floor. We're a boutique company, right? We're not a huge, we don't have 5,000 people working in our studio, and we don't work on one show at any given time. We work on multiple shows on any given time. So during the course of a day, one of our artists will potentially work through 3-4 different shows, depending on what we have going at the time. So functionality is super important for us in terms of being able to turn things around and then iterate on them to allow that workflow.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe I'll just touch on how we kind of work on all of our assets here, which is using the layer system. Cesar always, iterates that it's important to be procedural, I guess, or to be able to go back and change things because we change our minds, the client changes their minds, like people, you see it in shot and then you want something different. So just
our directors changing their mind. I've never heard of that. What are you talking about?
Never, not the director. Just
no, never.
Just us.
Never.
I mean,
we're laughing, everybody in the audience, because good luck. They always change their minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
I think there's a natural transition here. If anybody has a question, otherwise, I think there's a natural transition. We're going to be hitting on a lot of very similar themes as we go through all of these assets, and I think there's a natural break here. But is there any kind of questions on this one before we do that?
I've been kind of throwing them a little bit as we're going. People are also asking about, let's see, people are actually having a side conversation about 3D printing this and what would need to be done to 3D print this. So you've got that going on in the chat, which again, obviously 3D print this, guys, 100%, you can 3D print anything. It's all about thickness, though, and you got tolerance and stuff. But that is not what they're doing, right? That's not their goal here, right? Like Cesar said, they're a production. They got to get into the show. They're not worried about that kind of idea. So that's things they don't need to worry about. Is what you guys are asking about the 3D printing itself.
Cool. So why don't we do that? Why don't we move over to model, Sam?
Sure. If you're good, yeah, you can show my screen. Okay, cool. We're gonna go to our next lovely creature. This one is Mexican red-knee tarantula. This was a lot of fun. I'm going to play a few. Basically, you're going to see some passes of one of the shots we were doing. The story was one of the characters can basically reanimate dead animals, right? So in this one, we had to basically bring this tarantula back to life, but they had actually the tarantulas on set that we had to match. So we had to basically make a sculpt and a creature that looked 100% like the one that they had. They had actually 2 on set. So the ones that it was in the sequence we had to match. So it's pretty furry. It would do some kind of extreme motions because it's sort of jumping back to life. So this was a pretty interesting build, as you're going to see soon. But one of the challenges was like Cesar going through basically the anatomy of this creature. As Cesar said, anatomy is king and what we do. And it's kind of mind-boggling the amount of things that we found out about the tarantulas, and especially this one, from everything about how their joints work and the hydraulics of their legs. And it's kind of amazing. And trying to figure that out. And while in the meantime, we had to figure out how it would roll over in sand and creating the sand simulation, which was a whole other topic of conversation. But overall, it was really like everything started from the build of this character, right? To sort of make this work and also withstand our extreme poses that we had to put this through, right? It is not just a walk cycle, not a run cycle. It's a more extreme kind of a action that it needed to support. And yeah, so I'm going to let you guys talk about the sculpt of this.
Man, the sand part just gives me an ulcer. The fact that you do that, I'm like, sweet, thanks. It's in sand, yay! Thank you. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, each frame of that might have taken more than 10 hours to render, but
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
You kind of, real quick, if you don't mind me asking, you mentioned the anatomy being super unique to the spider. Like, what was so unique about a spider versus what you normally do?
Cesar, that's you.
Oh God, where to start? So it's so easy to not take into account the proper pivot points on the legs of a spider because there's fur on it. And if you don't, so why don't we zoom in on one of those spots, just one of those knees as an example.
Yeah, the ball joint is incredible.
Yeah. So you're going to see a little bit of this with in the presentation here. The biomechanics of it were so important because generally speaking, whenever we see spiders, they don't take into account the range of motion and where the pivot is coming from and what's happening to essentially the collapse. There's an accordion effect that's happening on the inside of that. Spiders are unique because essentially their skeleton is on the outside, not on the inside, so it's a hydraulic process. Right, there's fluid that's essentially being, injected into the joints, and it makes them expand, and it gets sucked out, and it makes them contract, and it's a very cool mechanism. But each one of those exoskeleton plates, if you look at each one of those joints, there's a peak to like a pivot where the knuckles come together, and that peak is a hinge point. It allows the bend of the leg up, and it also allows the contraction of the leg down. And if you don't have that, if you have a straight line and you try to open and close that, essentially what you've got is in the computer intersecting geometry. If it's a separate piece, which ours was, or if it's a single piece, what you're going to get is a noodle effect of the joints. So it was really important that the biomechanism component of that actually function and that it'll actually be the way it's supposed to be in terms of the movement, because we weren't just matching. So part of it was we didn't know what shots were going to be CG and what shots were going to be mid-frame pickups. We kind of had an idea, but we wanted to build it so that essentially it would go unnoticed. That was it's like an invisible effect, if you will, that you just accepted that it was a spider in there. So there was a lot of challenges on that front in terms of figuring all of that out. And from a sculpt standpoint, Mauda did an unbelievable job because each one of those segments, there are so many plane changes. It looks like a tube, but there are so many plane changes on each one of those sections to make it actually be the spider. And then you also have to take into account fur versus volume. We couldn't shave a spider, so we had to build it in a way that would allow us to essentially modify what the inside would be, so that once we added fur to it. So there was a lot of challenges. This was super fun to do, but yeah, Mauro, take it away.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, for this one, it was kind of the opposite of the moth, because we have to match the spider that was in the series, which is this one that the client sent to us, and they had a prop just as a scale reference, But then we go and search for the, as Cesar say, for the mechanics of the legs and the even if we don't find the exactly tarantula, we always try to find something similar. Just as Cesar always says to us, is anatomy. So we try to make things as real as possible. So we work on rig and animation. Even as he was talking about the leg, we did something like this. We take into account the accordion effect. We've even sculpted this kind of ridges. So when he closes, we have that accordion.
Yeah, so that little thumbnail there next to him, that was like our initial test, where we basically grabbed the cylinder and we sculpted it to understand it so that we could move it, do a quick little rig inside of ZBrush and move it and see like, oh, okay, now I understand how this functions, what the process is in there, right? And like Mauro mentioned, in terms of, the arachnid family, there's a lot of similar traits within that. And so we were able to, even though we weren't able to find, one of the challenges that we had, that image that you can see that the spider's in a terrarium in a corner, so it's not like we had a nice flat orthographic image of a spider that we could figure out how long the legs were, what the size of the, we had to kind of reverse engineer it. And I mean, we, even from a scale standpoint, we went as far as building the actual terrarium so that we had the volumetrics of the terrarium itself to then counter to figure out how big the spider was supposed to be, and one of the very first things that we did in terms of the sculpt was to quickly build something that we could get rigged. So it was very basic geometry just to get rigged, so that we could then get a pose of that, because it was really important for us to sculpt it within the pose and get everything to fit, and then reverse engineer that back out into, if you will, our bind pose, the neutral pose of the skeleton. So these are like the challenges that they kind of come out of left field, and you have to think quick on your feet. Like, okay, well, this isn't the most, it's not the most optimal way for doing this, but how do we do that? How do we get to the end goal?
Yeah, and we even use transpose master to position in the same pose as the spider to get the proportion. And even taking in account the size of the leg in relation without the fur. So you can go back to this pose and have the proper size of the legs and the thickness too.
There's something funny that happened while we were in production. We ended up finding out that, was it one of our animators, Sam, that had a spider?
Our comp artist.
Yeah.
She had a tarantula that she would send daily videos of for a reference, which was fun.
That's helpful, yeah.
Again, from an anatomy standpoint, right? Like, even the abdomen itself, right? If you look at all the plane changes that are happening on that abdomen, all of that has to be there so that those hind legs can actually close up and connect into the back, right? Like when I was working on this, the whole time I was thinking of our friend Eric, Paul,
Eric Keller,
exactly,
yep.
So,
you have to, because he would be, that's not accurate.
Yeah. So we did do a cheat though. This little breastplate here, we ended up creating a little breastplate, just because we knew we were gonna need some wiggle room on the inside there, for the legs based off of the scrunching and the position. So we pulled that breastplate off to kind of hide if there was anything that wasn't. So we cheated a little bit.
Like the geometry collapsing on itself.
Exactly. Just in case, you know, so that you wouldn't
case.
see it. So we just created that as a separate thing. So it was a nice little cheat.
Because the legs are so close in this.
Yeah. So are they each point, is it one? So is the one, like, let's take one leg. Is it just one subtool and one mesh? Okay, so it's not. It's multiple meshes so you guys can animate it. Yeah. Even in the accordion part too, I'm assuming, as well as its own separate.
Yes.
In essence, subtool as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did forego. We discovered that based off of the range of motion, again, this is the cool thing about seeing it in context. Once you see it in context, we did forego actually doing the proper accordioning of that. We found that just by having it be a soft deform in there, that we would be able to get away with it and it would look like it was supposed to, you know, versus, yeah. I mean, you're in production, you're always trying to find, how do I make something look like it's supposed to? But is there a way that I can make this maybe a little bit faster, or a little bit easier, or, you know, there's always challenges. There's always give and takes. Cool. Any more questions on this guy? If not, I think we'll head over to you.
I'll tell you this much: it sparked a lot of spider conversations and translate conversations in the chat. They're talking about research. They're talking about a lot of things about spiders and tarantulas. You guys are smart.
Yeah, the one thing about that tarantula that was interesting was finding references for the belly, like, because it was supposed to be dead and on its back.
Yeah.
Every reference you find is
alive.
The top of it, right? So that was pretty cool. All right.
Did you start with Dynamesh when you were doing that one? So a question came through. Did you sculpt a base Dynamesh first and then separate everything? When you, for example, the legs, did you start with them each separate?
We had a base mesh that we started.
Yeah, I generated. I'm a bit of a hard ass when it comes to topology, so I generated that first and then handed it off.
Okay, right. Shall we move on to our next creature? So this one was based on a real caterpillar, which is a really beautiful species of caterpillar, but pretty tough to create because in this sequence, it is supposed to, these caterpillars were supposed to spell out letters of the alphabet. Again, this character has the mind control to basically bend these creatures to anything he wanted. And so the challenges were create something that looks realistic, but also it can be bent and also look correct with all those little tiny spicules that needed to be looking right. And the look that was a huge part of this as well to make this look right. But this is the one that we started as a reference from like a 3D print first, but also we had many references of the photos of this, which I'm going to let our artist demonstrate.
Is this for your screen, Cesar?
This is Carlos.
Yeah,
I'm
Carlos. Sure.
This screen? This one or?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. You not show the model?
No, it's showing the poly ZTL. Are you select the model?
Yeah. Let me share again.
Oh, this is my screen.
Yeah, yes.
You're showing my screen. That's why.
Okay.
There it is. Yeah.
So when we start, we receive, like some say, the model. This is from the set. They made a scan for us and send this reference. They have to follow this main reference for this model. So my first task is create a good topology because with good topology, I can sculpt better, and also rig and simulation animation can work with the model. So I did the topology. So in the first pass, I don't change the model. I just want to have all the shape with the new topology. Then I start follow the reference, all the proportions and the body shape, and start work to fix better the anatomy. Right now, I have all the loops aligned, follow the segments of the body. Also, I have the shapes for all speckles. I try a lot today to learn this word. Google Drive, Google Translate help me, but I don't know if it's correct yet. Speckles.
Speckles.
It's more, yeah, it's more hard to say this word than sculpt the model. So after this, I always like to create a polypaint. So this is something that I have to do, because this really help us to work more smart and quick, because now I can separate any piece of this by color. So in the next stage,
Sorry.
Yep.
Before you jump ahead, I just want to showcase one thing in terms of the topology. Can you jump back one?
Yep, sorry. Yep.
Just jump back one and turn on topology. So one thing that's really important for production is the reason we're able to polygroup the way we are, the reason everything is because we're kind of taking a mathematical approach to this. If you think about it, we're taking a very here's the beginning of this segment, there's the end of this segment. If you look at the lines that drive through, the spicules, by the way, are those kind of towers that you see. Those are the spicules. So if you look at each one of those bulbous ends there's a line that correlates to each one of them. And it's the same line that goes all the way through. So again, when we're building from we're treating it almost like a mathematical. We're looking for precision. Right? That precision is going to make rigging easier on the back end, because we need to have this thing basically swash and stretch. We need to have something that will compress and go away from each other in terms of the anim. And so if we keep that in an organic way, in a structured way, we're going to be able to animate and rig that a hell of a lot easier. Around each one of the legs, you can see that there's a contiguous edge that goes all the way around. These are important kind of production side factors, not necessarily from a design standpoint. From a design standpoint, if you go back to the original one and show the topology of what we got, you don't need to care, right? If you're designing, if what you want is just to kind of create nice forms and whatnot, then obviously Dynamesh will allow you to do that. But from a production standpoint, I don't have control over that mesh, and I need to be able to have control over it. So yeah, but feel free to continue, Carlos. I just wanted to point out what they were looking at versus it just being clean.
So then I start, after this, we already start your publish. So it's part of your workflow. So when I publish this for the rig, and animation starts make some tests, and also to show the client. Then I start to work on some details.
So to get going back again to topology, to get the topology, did you guys do hand topology, or did you start with ZBrush or tweak it? What did you guys do to get the topology that you wanted for this? Because
ZBrush and tweak. Yeah, this started with ZBrush because we needed that construct, right? It was too complex in terms of the forms. So ZBrush came in really handy here for us to be able to get that initial kind of basic construct that then allowed us to edit it.
Okay. So Carlos, did you cut with slice maybe and make like poly grouping, so then you would get perfect topology in between each one of those. Is that what you did?
Yes. Separate these, and then if not full align, I use the gizmo, right, and align.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. So then I start create
the details.
Details just here. Okay.
That's how they breathe, by the way. Those little holes, which is very cool.
Where
that's something we learned.
Yeah.
Which
so
ones?
This is the first layer for details, right? Then we add more details here on the side.
Oh,
Cool.
really? Those little holes. That's how they breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really...
Wow.
Nature, man. It's always giving us something new.
It finds a way.
I know, right? Again, someone's comment, I couldn't even imagine trying to animate this either. Like, you're an animator or something. Like, sweet, thanks. You gave us sand. You gave us tarantula. You gave us cat. You gave us 2 accordions. This is great.
Yeah, we had to use 2 of them to spell a few certain letters of the alphabet because one wouldn't bend that far.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I start to work on these sections because in this point the look dev team already start make some textures and shader theft, and you see these sections not working like we want. So I create a new layer. So this is something cool from the layer, because when you have layers, you have how to change the model without sculpt again, right? It's something like a procedural process. So you work just one time and have multiple options to change your model. So I can show you just quick. So if Cesar or the supervisor or Sam or the client asks to change this line, so I can come in here and just change to 0.5. And it'll be less, or I can increase, right? And now this will show difference between the separations.
And again, this is really like if you've ever seen any of my tutorials or any of my talks, I'm always talking about layers and the benefit of layers inside of ZBrush. They are unbelievable, and it still kind of boggles my mind why more people don't use them. But if you start with the intent, to allow yourself the cycle of history, and you put it in a layer, then you have access to that layer. All you need to do when you're working is to be cognizant of the state that you're trying to save. And as long as you're saving that state, like you don't want to have like a million layers because you're just going to bog down ZBrush. But if you've gotten to a point where it's like, you're half an hour in and it's like, oh, this is kind of an important thing here. I like this, but I'm not sure if I want to keep it. Put it in a layer, because you can always turn it off. You can always turn it off. And the nice thing about layers is that you can override and you can combine, and there's all sorts of cool things that you can do. You're going to see here in a bit how we went about it for the spicules themselves. There was a very specific shape that we wanted and that we needed for the bulb, for the head of these things. So, but you're going to see that in a second here.
So a question came up for the little legs that you have. Did you happen to use any of the cloth brushes to put in those kind of wrinkling, or did you hand sculpt that yourself with particular other brushes?
That's pure talent, man.
Yeah,
that's Carlos flexing.
I sculpted.
So what brushes did you use? What brushes did you use? Do you remember? To do there? Or is it
standard?
Just the standard brush.
Yeah.
All right, and some Dame standard, or just standard brush most of the time?
No, just the standard and the move. You can create this.
All the time.
I'm starting to the first ZBrush version, right? The HD tool. So I learned the sculpt just with standard move and clay. So for me, I think it was more easy to use this than try another brushes.
Okay, thank you.
So next step, I start working with the speckles. So I start to change the shape, because in the reference you can see it's more round, right? And conic the shapes. So with layer I have control for all individual. So I have for the top side, for the left, and for the bottom part. So if I need, I can come here and just change. Right. Same
So this
for
is
the
really
shape.
important because, you know, each one of the spicules at the end has a thorn, a crown of thorns, right?
Yeah.
Like a don't touch type of bit. And we knew that we were going to be driving that star pattern outside. We weren't going to be doing that in here. But when we put that on, it changes the look. And so we needed, every time we would render it, it'd be like, we're not quite, you know, it's not quite, you know, or the bottle, the neck portion of it is a little bit too thin. The outside is a little bit too thick, you know. So this gave us the ability to be able to drive them. And as you see them on a layer, we can drive the whole thing. And because each row is kind of independent of each other, we could, you know, Sam could essentially say, you know what, the top ones I love, the middle ones here, I want them to come out a little bit more, and I want them to be more rounded. The bottom ones I want to be, you know. So instead of us having to go and like sculpt each one individually, we only had to do that. Well, you still have to do that once, but once you have that done, now we have the ability to go and change that. And it's literally just kind of dialing, you know, a slider up and down.
It's just giving you flexibility, right? To
yeah.
Make the adjustments, you know, in your pipeline.
Yeah. And for the left, use another layer for adjust the size for the speckles.
Are you having speckle nightmares every night?
Yeah. Speckles. I train a lot today. Speckles.
Yeah. Today's word is speckles. Yeah. So someone was asking a question that probably any of you can, as a group, also answer. Do you have any tips on making a sculpt look real, to make it look from just being a sculpt to making it be a cinematic realism piece? That's what you guys are doing. You're trying to make it look real at the end of the day. Is there anything you do?
I'll do a quick answer, but Cesar, you take it to detail. Sculpt is the start of an asset looking real. We need to go through many departments and phases to get that, from look dev to lighting to rendering to comp. All those steps play a role in making things look real, but without a proper real looking sculpt, none of that is possible. So
what I would say is sculpt is the foundation, which everything is built upon, right? So if the sculpt is bad, I don't think a good paint job can save it. You know,
nothing can save it. Yeah.
So you know, our job is, again, anatomy, and what I try to stress is become enamored with the inside, not the outside. So I know that sculpting, especially because I see this a lot whenever I'm doing classes with new students that are new to ZBrush, they'll bring something in, they'll divide, and then start sculpting and putting texture on something, and then try to create form. Really what you want to do is you want to create form with almost no polygons, then go to the next and continue refining the forms, then go to the next. Really, detailing is the cherry on top. That's the last bit. You shouldn't be focused on the outside. Be enamored with what's on the inside, because the outside, to me, like that's the fun part, right? Like the joy, you know, getting to do all the scales and all the stuff. That's That's fun. That's you put your headphones on and Zen moment and come up with really cool stuff. But if you can start and hone in on getting the anatomy right, and I think this is a great segue actually for us to move into Thing, because that was our challenge with Thing this season. So why don't we do that actually? Why don't I pin this, because part of this will come up when we're talking about Thing.
Whose screen do you want us to switch to?
That
Sam?
would be my screen. Yep.
Okay.
Awesome. So yeah, Thing is basically the hero of the show for what we were trying to do. So we had an asset that was from another vendor from season 1, but we needed to update Thing to make it basically there was a new scar on it. Also, there was the story of Wednesday season 2 needed more focus on Things. So we needed to basically improve on that asset in so many ways. So I'm just basically playing sort of a few passes of what we did, from getting some of the photogrammetry to getting the first pass sculpt and everything that sort of followed. Cesar, do you want to take this on while this plays?
Yeah, to kind of piggyback what Sam was mentioning. So in season 1, they did an unbelievable job. Let me just say that, Thing was incredible in season 1. But in season 2, he was more front and center. He became more of a character, more of an actor on the show. And so the asset that they sent to us, the starting point was Thing from season 1. But there were some challenges that we discovered right away in terms of, the scars were slightly in a different spot from season 1. There were some new things that needed to be there. The range of motion stuff that we needed, like what we're seeing right now here, that's actually my hand that Sam and I went into the studio and we filmed some range of motion that allowed us to, create exercises, if you will, for the hand. There were some challenges that we discovered in terms of, he's a severed hand. So it's not like some of the anatomical things that you would expect, like, the fact that you have an ulna, in your forearm and the radius, that's an anchoring point for your hand. So the mechanism of like function is very different when you don't have that on the back end that is creating that. But yet we needed to still treat it like there was a forearm. We needed to treat it like it was still attached to a forearm, so that we could get proper, movement in the wrists and whatnot. The things that you're seeing here, this is like a range of motion that we created, again, as an exercise for the thing in its running its function. Some of those earlier images that you saw, you can see it in the upper right hand there, was a prop that they had on set that was kind of a lighting reference that they would use. So we got a scan of that, and that became like the starting point, so that we could wrap our hand to the season 1 hand to that hand, and then we could start looking at the differences. So Carlos is going to kind of walk us through some of the challenges that we had with this, and then we can kind of expand upon that.
One thing to add to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing to add to what we needed to do was we decided to do the stitches as geometry. So in season 1, they were not. And that introduced a lot of realism, but also a lot of challenges, both for the sculpt and for the simulation and animation and so forth. This is what you see is like one of the shots that we're trying to problem solve with, basically like a CG thing doing its thing. And you will see like parts of the sculpt going through simulation, going through shot sculpt, doing correctives, and all that fun stuff that Carlos is going to show you.
The internet wants to know. The internet wants to know who's in the blue suit. Who's in the blue suit?
The blue suit. I think it's a known fact that you can find him on Instagram too. Victor Dorobantu. He's an amazing. So he's been showcasing this everywhere too. He's an artist, magician, actor. Yes, and he is great. So we had to, like, to that point, obviously we needed to match to Victor's anatomy 100%, and that was very challenging. As Cesar said, we did a range of motion with Cesar's hand. We did a lot of tests with that. Then when we started to get the same tests from Victor, we found out that there's a lot of little things that we needed to change to match to that, both in the sculpt and in rigging and in animation and so forth.
And are you on set, Sam, during these shots? You and Cesar?
For these, I was not on set. So that they were shooting in Europe, and the show's main supervisor is basically, so the show supervisor would be on set, and then Tom Turnbull is the show supervisor. He would basically get the material that we need, and then we start dealing with everything that they shoot, including some shots has motion capture. We get a lot of motion capture references for animation, and a lot of it is also hand animated. So there's a combination of everything involved there.
What was the last name for Victor again? Somebody was asking. What's his last name again?
I think it's Dorobantu.
Dorobantu. Okay.
I think, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'll try and find it. Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, so like Cesar and Sam say, we received these hands from the season 1, right? And all these reference from the set. So you have this hand, all image, all reference. This is from season 1, and this is the Victor hands. So have all the range of motion we work. Also, I can see all the details here, all the forms to match in the sculpture. So let me show this in high definition. Okay, so then push this. Oh boy. Oh yes. Okay. So we'll save this model from the season 1. So the first thing is we need to remove the scars and the stitches, right? Because now in the new season is different how the stitches and the scars are. So now I did a new one, right? I have a new cut here. Also, we have a difference between the stitches and the formed.
Yeah, so just to make clear, the way they applied the makeup in season 1 versus season 2 differed. So the position of where the scars were was the first kind of challenge that we had. Then we discovered that some days they weren't applying the makeup and they were actually drawing on the scars on the thing. And then we discovered that there was some challenges that we were going to have there that potentially we were going to have to address that. And then we discovered that there was a coloring difference as well in terms of how they were applying the makeup as well to Victor. So these were challenges for us in terms of us figuring out, like, okay, well, where was like that center scar as a beginning? Where was that center scar? And so, you know, Sam and I kind of had to look back at season 1 where he had gotten stabbed, and then we took our best shot in terms of like, okay, so based off of what we're seeing on screen, this is the logical place of where that scar should be. And then there was kind of a round of getting approval of that. For the coloring, we needed to know going in that we were going to have the flexibility to be able to match the color of any given day that they had done, so that if we were doing a mid-frame pickup or if we were doing something along those lines, that we could modify our ultimate look dev on the backside to be able to match those. So again, the planning from the get-go, right away from the beginning, these are the things that we have to think about in production, so that we can build with that in mind moving forward. So what Carlos has done here is essentially re-sculpt those scars that that we see in season 1, just in the new placement of them.
So After the next stage, I start change how the stitch will connect in the scars.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
That came from a conversation that we had during rounds where we were talking about how in lighting, if we could put real, because this was, again, front and center hero, we knew that it had to hold up, right? Like if this is like a full hero shot of thing, it had to hold up, and it had to hold up that fidelity. So we knew that if we could get geometry stitching onto the hand, that we would get the added benefit of contact shadows and the the underneath, if you will. Even though we use vectors versus displacements to get up and under, and on our final render, you still don't get where that trough is. I don't get the hole underneath, and light does bounce around and shadow does cool things, and so it's really important. It was kind of important for us. So we were given the okay, so we went ahead and removed those scars, and that was the initial pass that Carlos did, where he removed them and went in and created each individual hole of where those scars, where those stitches would be.
So, and in this stage, I already can start to export this for the rig chain and the animation to start test. So before I do this, I stop a little on the hands and start working anatomy, but now in bones and muscles to match on this. So I can come in here, push this transparency, so or just show the bones. So you will have all the bones and muscles. Then start the detail part, right? So in this stage here, we create all details to match better we can to Victor hands, and we follow the best we can the real anatomy. For these details, Amanda create this drawing hand by hand in Mari, then send to me. I import here, and using the displacement here, I import the map and use to sculpt, right? And for this part here, I create some brushes and sculpt by hand, because this is something we always do here in studios. Anatomy is very important, so details is part of the anatomy, right? You can just drop the details in a model, because if you don't have if you don't follow the movement, right, form and function, you don't have you have start to have a noise, not a real details. So for example, I have this finger, right, and we know the finger go up, right, go down, go back, and go front. So you have a circular movement. So the details need to be something like this. So you have all details follow the movement of the hand. Same for here and the wrist, right? Every wrinkle is in the place we have real movement, right? Same here, right? All details follow the movement for each finger, for each part of the skin. If not just something you get some brush and just paste here. No, you need to follow the movement, the muscles.
So surface directionality is a huge subject all on its own. And understanding dynamic wrinkles in terms of how they're being generated, why they're being generated, what are the forces, what's the epicenter of a wrinkle versus, the echoes of a wrinkle. Those are all very important things, and they're a huge subject matter all on their own. Hands, by their very nature, are more complex than a human head. There are more plane changes on a hand than there are on a human face. And so, there's a reason why people that are drawing, learning how to draw, don't draw hands and feet. They're hard. There's so much going on to that. There's major complexities. This is an ongoing thing. With the guys, every time we're working on something, it's a big part of our focus in terms of, is it real? Is this supposed to be there? What part is compressed? What part is stretched? And understanding those things go a long way for you then to become. So yes, become enamored with detail, but at the right time. And by the way, those are not actually Victor's fingerprints. I want to make that clear. No, we cannot, break into his account. They're not his. Like, those are hand drawn. I drove Amanda nuts for a week where, she sat there and drew every single one into a map that we could then take that map and project down onto the surface so that we could get the palm print and the fingerprints, and then blending that into the surface on the outside, on the back of the hand, and how to get that.
Okay, Carlos, show the fingerprints and the palm prints, Carlos. They're crazy detail.
Yeah, I think even the client kind of played with us and told us to stop showing off.
I'm sure she was looking at fingerprints like a ton, right?
Way too much.
Did them all by hand. That's crazy. Can you go really close to the thumb, Carlos? Because this is some of the conversation that's coming up even in the chat. Thank you. There you go. So again, there's some people that don't know what Mari is. So guys, she literally painted these. Each stroke is hand painted by her and Mari, and then brought it into ZBrush and applied that texture.
Yeah, and not only that, we looked at Victor's hands and we looked for surface scars, little cuts and nicks that he had, little protrusions, we introduced all of that stuff because, again, that's him, right? And it was really important that we try to emulate him as much as we, at least from, without you being able to, get his hand and compare it side by side, that you would just kind of buy that was him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and this is again an entire team, right?
Yeah.
This is like Sam mentioned, right? Every single person present here today, and the ones that I mentioned, Riley and Amanda, everybody touched this at some point. This went through everybody's hands, no pun intended. But we didn't stop there. We again, season 1 compared to season 2, as we were analyzing it and we were looking at his knuckles and whatnot, we discovered that it wasn't quite right. It wasn't his hand yet. So we went and modified the knuckles so that we could get it closer to Victor.
Yeah, so this is before and after we did the adjustment is like this right now.
Everyone's doing this. I'm telling you right now. On the other end, I feel they're looking at their hands and going, "Okay."
But that's exactly what we did for months.
Oh my God,
months.
Yeah.
I can see everyone at the dinner table go, "What are you doing?" "I'm working."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That bone on the wrist there that you see, this little bony protrusion on the outside, that became a very big. Sam reminded me the other day. It's been a while, and I had forgotten that. One of the things that we had discovered. This is why we have the whole forearm there that you saw. that bone is really the anchor point, right? If you think of the mechanism in your arm, right, like that's the hinge point from your elbow to your wrist, and that's really the solid state, if you will, of your wrist. And it's the one thing that we could use to always know what the hand motion was supposed to be doing. So that became a very important part for us.
Go ahead, Ian. You were going to also jump in.
Yeah, there was a question a little bit earlier, but given the hand position, was this an ideal position for rigging for the animators, or did you have to change it ultimately once you were done with?
Great question. So, so if you think about something that needs to be animated, we want the most neutral position possible, because ultimately I need to be able to make the hand go this way and that way. And so if I only have my hand, if I put my hand this way, whereas, it'd be very hard for me to go the other way. The other thing is I need to neutralize my compressions. I need to know where my compressions are. So by neutralizing all of that, I can put the wrinkle lines of where those compressions, and each one of those wrinkles essentially hooks up to the compression state of the hand when it's, I think you've got the pose, do you? Carlos? And you're muted.
The main pose, right? The classic.
Yeah, the main thing pose. Yeah, so the main thing pose. So each one of those creases, each one of those wrinkles corresponds to where one of these little folds are. Where So yeah, that's a great question. It's we had a lot of interesting challenges. His ring finger, from an anatomical standpoint, his ring finger is slightly offset. That's slightly in compared to where mine is, as an example, and that made some challenges for us in the posing. Like when we get it out, like into this pose, can you rotate the pose around, Carlos?
Yeah, the pose, yes.
Yeah, the pose itself.
Yeah.
To the other side.
Like this?
No, to the ring side. Yeah, there you go. So that distance right in there, that became a challenge for us in terms of like how far. So he's we're matching his performance, right? He's got very specific posing that he's doing. He's got a lot of very specific things that he's doing. So that, again, it was our job to really match all of that, to get that, It was a fun project to work on.
Yeah, this is wild, guys. Like little things you wouldn't think about, like you said, with the wrinkles and the movement. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, and can you show the bottom side of that? Just show the inside of the palm.
Yeah.
In the pose. So all those little fatty pads, all of that compression, where is it stretching? Where is the overlap? Where is the, all of that has to match again, So it's, yeah, and
speaking of little details that you were saying, Cesar mentioned that there were discrepancies between applying makeup day to day.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we discovered was the thumb nail looked different from shot to shot or sequence to sequence. So I don't know, Carlos, if you have the 3 nails that you made for the thumb here. Basically, we had to create like 3 versions of the thumbnail that was chipped, a little more chipped, and kind of like healthy. So like little things like that basically was applied across the board, from look dev that we had to have different versions of the look dev to match to the day, to the different versions of the sculpt.
The details. That's crazy. I just want to also give you a time check for you guys. It's 8 minutes left too, in case you have other things you want to touch.
So I just want to show the 2 layers here. After all the anatomy and details are approved, the rig team and animation already start working, right? So they send us the ROM with the range of motion, right, for each movement, for the main movement for thing. So I have 2 here. So unshow. Right, and have it down.
Yeah, so the range of motion really allowed us to go in and not only now, and the reason we're able to, we're taking advantage of something that ZBrush does really well, right? And that's the higher level fidelity of projection. So if you step down, Carlos, to like level 1 to the base.
Yeah. Okay.
And just turn on the topology.
Yeah.
This now allows us to go ahead and modify the base forms in terms of muscles, not detail. Where's the tendon? Where's the, and then we can go back up and allow ZBrush to project. So you can turn the topology back off and to project that information. So then now I can do muscles under the skin, flexing, I can do sliding, I can store a morph target and essentially move my, like if I do this, but I want the skin over here to slide in that direction, I can put it in that pose, store a morph target, pull that geometry, give it a little bit of a smooth, and then reproject. And then now my topology essentially is going to slide over the form. And so I can use that in my ROM. And we did this for, I don't even, 90 shapes? I can't even remember off the top of my head. It was a lot of shapes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of shapes that we did. And again, the whole team worked on this where, we took individual things, compared it to, again, that initial kind of movement that you saw in the video that I did, that gave information essentially on the client side for them to capture Victor doing that. So that then gave the animators the ability to, to have something to look at. It gave something for us in terms of poses for us to be able to look at and to see what Victor was actually doing in terms of those. And then we could then sculpt that and again, make sure that we're hitting Victor's hand. We even, there's another shot later on. I don't know if you all seen the show, but that they're attaching, they're showing, I think our first slide is that image of, I don't want to spoil it, the bad guy, stitching thing onto himself. And we ended up just using, is that a spoiler? I guess, is it a spoiler?
Yeah, I think we'll just move on.
We ended up using
good.
the
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
But it was, I mean, it's unbelievable the work that these guys did. I have the very best team in the world, and we is an unbelievable company that allows us to do this sort of stuff, because most places would say, that's enough, that's good enough. And that's not the philosophy. The philosophy is push on every single level to make this absolutely the best we can while we have it in-house. And they are unbelievable. And I count myself blessed every single day, because everybody from the top to the bottom have bought into that idea, that philosophy. And it doesn't matter how scary it is, because it's not factory work, what we do. Every single day, it's a new challenge. We have to do some crazy thing that, that we've never done before. And we have to figure it out. We have to come up with the solution and figure it out. And we, these guys, everybody that's here, they're amazing partners, in crime. And I'm very thankful for all of them and their patience with me. But I think the proof is in the pudding and the work.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is really beautiful. So thank you guys for taking the time to break all these segments down. So spiders, caterpillars, butterflies, moths, hands. It's awesome.
Our pleasure.
Oh my.
Can I just say one thing about AI?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just one thing about AI.
Sure.
Because I know there's a lot of fear about AI out there, and just amongst my circle of friends, in our community, and talking about AI and specifically, I obviously I don't want to encourage anybody to work in AI, and here's why. The short gains that you get from AI are going to hurt you in the long term in terms of knowledge, and it's really important that you learn the ins and outs of knowing how a skeleton is, become enamored with the inside, learn the inside and work your way out to the outside, and then become enamored with the outside, because it's all important. But really, the structure, it all starts inside. Remember, the first thing that we showed was the skeleton. That's the important part. It's the skeleton. What defines one person from another is the construct of the skeleton. Right? If you rip out my skeleton, I'm just a mound of gook. It's my skeleton that defines who I am and how I look. And then the muscles and how they function and why. And the one thing that I would say about the journey of learning anatomy is that the more you learn about how complex we are, the more you tend to love life, because you understand what an unbelievable thing we are. It's so amazing. And I want to encourage education. I want to encourage learning. And so don't be enamored by the bright lights of what AI promises you, because in the future, what I fear the most is that the talent pool that will reside in the future won't be able to do the work. So stay away.
Honestly, I love your take on that, 100%. So as an artist myself, I am all about learning, and yeah, I couldn't have said it better.
Yes, absolutely.
Any questions for us? Because I think we're kind of...
You were at the time. There was... okay, were the nails done separately, or did you have them sculpted in the hand? That came up a couple times.
Carlos?
The nails is one mesh with the hand. Is
One mesh,
together.
okay.
Yeah.
How many UDIMs do you guys have on the hand?
10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it. I think we got all the questions.
Yeah. Honestly, there was just a lot of, I myself was super just enthralled. So, and it seems the chat was also very much the same way. So, no, thank you again, guys, for coming on. And it's amazing to be able to talk to you about this stuff and how in depth everybody went. And like you said, you have an amazing team that works so hard to bring it all together. If you're going to hand sculpt fingerprints, hand texture fingerprints, you're dedicated.
For a project like this, if we don't have a team that everybody is so passionate and so good to work with, it would have been impossible. Like the amount of work and stress was crazy, but also we had so much fun doing it, and it was really great sharing it with you all.
Well, thank you for taking the time. I know for some of you are on the East Coast, some of you in Brazil, so it's later for you than it is for Ian and I being on the West Coast. So I can't appreciate enough you guys taking some evening and some time away from family on a Saturday. And again, for all the hard work you guys do to even get Netflix to give you the ability to show this to us. The community is huge. So thank you for all that. The back end, I know that's not easy. It's a lot to do. So Sam, Cesar, and everybody else was involved in that too. Thank you for working with Netflix to make this happen too. I was really excited when Cesar reached out to me. Yeah, that you guys were going to be able to show this. This is good. This is amazing, right? So I can't thank you enough. Really appreciate what you guys did today, sharing everything with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.
All right. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great evening.
All right, I'm never gonna do the same
All
ever,
day,
ever
all
again.
day,
That's
all
it.
day,
That's
all day,
it.
all day.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to, you know, run as the
Do one
thing.
of these.
But it's just elevated to a whole nother level. So, yep.
She goes ahead and goes, you know what? I'm gonna hand paint every single line in a fingerprint. Let's do this. I'm like, okay, let's do this.
I mean, the work paid off because I've seen the show and
Yeah.
wow, just
Yeah.
amazing. The translation. And
It's
again,
a little, yeah.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah. It's just again the amount of dedication and artistry that goes into it. It's that passion. Like that's why we're in this industry. I mean, you know, so it's amazing to see ZBrush being used in such a cool, creative way. And layer system is king. Like I love it. So many film studios and animation studios use it, and it was great to see their use and take of how they did it. So fantastic.
Yeah, Cesar's a big preacher for definitely layers. He's had like some amazing things where he just used layers also to do silhouetting and everything too, to figure things out. He'll use layers to do it. He's got a video on Gnomon Workshop, which we're giving away subscriptions to that, ironically. So he's also got one about wrinkles too on Gnomon Workshop too. So hey, it's just full circle. So speaking of that, let's do some more giveaways and see what we're going to be giving more opportunity to. Again, go ahead and fill out the form. Again, I know there was questions coming on. If you already have done this with us at Maxon as a company, this is why you might not be getting the other email to say, hey, yes, I need to check. But if it's your first time doing this, you have to, obviously you'll get an email and say, yes, I agree for us to contact you, which is the only way we can give you the prize if you're the winner. So by all means, please scan that QR code right now that the team has up, get signed up, and hopefully you can win one of these prizes. The first one is another CC5 Deluxe package. So you're getting Character Creator 5 plus the Actor Mixer plus the Ultimate Morphs. And then for a free bonus, they're going to give you the Human Anatomy set. So another really great prize. So let's also give away, let's see, let me double check. Yes. Okay. Another one of the ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Let's give another one of those away. So another opportunity, guys, to get that lifetime membership. Thomas is a great person to learn from, and also just resource heavy person too. And he's doing amazing work. He always has done some incredible work with ZBrush too. And then let's see. I got a new one. I got a new one. I gotta find it now. Give me a second. No. Oh, there it is. There it is. Let me double check which one I'm giving away. There you go. The Pablander Academy. So Pablo Munez, who's again amazing ZBrush artist in the community. His Extra Mile course. We're giving one of those away. So you're going to be able to get that course. A great person to learn ZBrush from. So hopefully one of you that is right now filling out the form to register for these giveaways. Again, we'll be following up with the winners. We're not going to be polling the winners until next week. All right. And then let's give away one more. Let's give away another one. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's do another Paul Blander Academy. So Creature Workshop. It's another one of the course. It's end-to-end ZBrush, really to help learn how to do creatures. The other one, Extra Miles, is all ZBrush. So is this too. But he's also really trying to help you figure out how do you design, how do you come up with characters. So it's another one of our awesome sponsor giveaways for you guys. So again, you want to register. Tomorrow is our last day for the ZBrush Summit, but it's packed full again. So again, this is going to start at 9 in the morning, Los Angeles time tomorrow. And then quickly go through this. We're going to have Jordy, who does all this in ZBrush that you're seeing here. Product design to the point on shoes, which I used to have a pair of these, and I wore them so much that I had to throw them away. Vehicles, he's worked stuff also for, he's done things, Verstappen's helmet for F1. He actually designed it. So in ZBrush. Cool. Yep. Then we're going to id Software is going to be after that. Amazing team. They're always fantastic. It's always a great presentation from them. They'll be probably highlighting how they do hard surface and organic with inside of ZBrush for the most recent Doom Dark Ages. Then we got G.I. Joe. Okay, I don't know why I did. I just have to now. All right.
It's your childhood, right?
It's a childhood. It is. Hasbro's going to be with us again, talking about the G.I. Joe line. Matt's going to be there. He's head of the G.I. Joe line, so it's going to be another really, really fun one. And then, we're going straight art. Like, Mitchell is not a ZBrush user, but the stuff that he does is just fun, dang it. And I'm like, every time I look at one of his photos, I'm like, yes. And he does so he's in his backyard, and stuff. He's going to tell you a whole bunch of stories. Like, this is awesome. I love them. They're so hysterical. They're such great. We thought it would be fun to show, hey, someone that maybe doesn't use ZBrush, but is using something that's made from ZBrush, right? Because a lot of the toys are made through ZBrush. And he just happens to say, hey, let me take those and let me make some artwork from them. Then this is going to follow up with a video from Patrick 4D, which some of you might not know, but he's a food artist, which he is widely known for making food art, which is now on the packaging that you guys go to in the grocery stores and restaurants. It's his pieces that are being used now. It's not photos anymore in the sense everywhere. So he is doing these type of pieces, and he's got a little video that we're going to play that just walks through kind of his journey and where he's been and how he got to doing what he's doing. And then a lot of people keep asking about the video. They keep seeing about, hey, when's this and that coming out? At 4:40 tomorrow p.m. Los Angeles time, where Ian and I are going to go through some sneak peeks of what we have in store for you guys coming down the pipeline for ZBrush. That's where we'll share a little bit more information. We'll be able to share everything, but we can share some information there with you guys. And then we'll be announcing the Sculpt Off winners at 6 p.m. Los Angeles time.
Yep. Super excited. Cannot wait. So stay tuned for one more day. Super awesome. And I can't wait. I keep saying that. I can't wait. So I can't wait.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a great show. Listen, this has been a blast today. The amount of presentations we had, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 6 presentations today from just so many different places. We had miniatures, we had anatomy, we had hard surface, we had Marco. I don't know why he sculpts so fast, and then creature designing,
concept creatures.
Yep. Shamach with tattooing, and then we just finished with literally film production, TV production, Netflix with Wednesday. So all over the place today, and then tomorrow too. We got a bunch of really, really great presenters that were lined up for us. Should be a ton of fun.
Oh yeah, I am excited. So honestly, so stay tuned. So for now, this is goodbye. We got to love and leave you for tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow. So have fun, and we'll catch you later.
See you tomorrow.
Boop, 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 boop.